Futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning as we get going on a Tuesday morning, coming off some heavy selling into the close yesterday as we saw more Middle East headlines causing the market to do that into the close. We basically end the day at session lows. We are positive on the morning, but only just right now, 0.01 for the NASDAQ overall. Again, all eyes on developments coming out of the Middle East. We'll keep an eye on any further comments to have a look at this morning. Gold back to the upside this morning, the dollar back to the upside as well. We'll touch on both of those hopefully coming up this morning. Tesla, more headlines. We'll touch on this job cuts report that came out initially yesterday, but if you remember late in the day, Bloomberg was actually the first to report it that it was going to be closer to 20%, not necessarily 10%. I think it ends up being around 14 or 15. Microsoft with more headlines this morning, Intel and chips back to the upside here as well a little bit. So analysts liking some of the semiconductors this morning. Speaking of Intel going to come up with a China-friendly chip.
Yeah, just like AMD and NVIDIA had to do after the Biden administration came out with that chip embargo. So we'll see exactly if they get it right the first time around. NVIDIA did not. You'll recall they made the A100 and the B100 specifically for that. Also, Brendo, a lot of banks reporting today, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, reporting positive net interest income. So it looks like as if that is not going to be an issue as much as analysts expected. Amount they're paying out in interest on savings, not as much as they're getting on loans.
Yeah, so more bank action to come today. I'm just seeing Canadian CPI coming across here. Downside, yay Canada, 0.6% versus 0.7 forecast there year over year, 2.9 versus 2.9 expected as well. Tiff Macklin's going to be in Washington today talking with Jay Powell about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So they're going to be speaking at an event together, which I don't think has happened before. If it has, I wasn't aware of that. But anyways, we have Jay Powell to look forward to, guys, coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, good morning. That's always fun.
I realized we had Jay Powell.
Little Fed speak. Well, it's one of those he's talking with the Bank of Canada, they're just kind of doing that little powwow.
I was talking with the Bank of Canada?
Well, it's like some organized talk or discussion or panel, whatever they call these things.
Okay.
So whether or not there's actually anything policy related that will be stuff he hasn't said, I think remains to be seen. Who knows? It kind of goes either way with those. That said, we'll always keep our ear to the ground. Keep it real. You have a few earnings calls that are going to be going on in the morning show. UNH's, I think, obviously, Morgan Stanley reported this morning. They're both up. Tesla's not up. Tesla broke the 160 level overnight, so the flat bottom break has pretty much already happened, and the pressure on the EVs remains. I saw NIO was down significantly. Rivian's kind of holding on to those lows. But underneath 160, the stock's under some pressure. They report in 1 week today they got to put up or shut up. But a lot happened. It was weird. NVIDIA bounced off 850 already this pre-market. Already seeing some names. Coinbase bounced off of its 50-period moving average down around 216. So there were some big levels that have already come into play with slight rallies in the overnight after what was a nasty move down in yesterday's trade. That said, a bunch of these things are short till they're not. I'm talking about those EVs for sure.
Yeah, wow, I didn't even realize we are really close there. I was looking at AMD fading this pop. It's up 1% here today. I'm still thinking pretty short. As long as we're under 18,000, we're at 17.9 right now. Yesterday's dump in the NASDAQ, it sucked because it was pretty quick. We've seen these moves. Look how fast. Sure, we have some nice moves to the upside, but these, sort of, let me go to a 90-minute chart here because I think we're going to need to get a bigger look to see exactly what we're dealing with. It's just some of these down pushes are pretty quick, and then they're bought right back up, almost, every single time. Here back in early March, we had a couple days here, a couple, situations. But after that, we've been bouncing back up, and I just feel that there is a possibility that 17.8. We made that comment yesterday. Remember, if we said if we break 18,000, then we're probably getting into this area right there, and that next level is 17.8. And it's not like it's rocket science, but now we're right there again. So I wonder if we're going to test that little bottom wick one more time before its launching pad to the upside. So I'm trying to fade any pops that happen right now. I still think we go back and test yesterday's low. So let's just see what happens. It's 100 points higher right now. And we have an hour till the market opens. But Fed speak, probably not much. We already know it's going to be a hold on the rates there with nothing expected here for the May 1st. And that's only a couple weeks away at this point. So I guess we'll just have to hear what they have to say. But stocks not moving. I mean, besides Tesla, AMD's up. Tesla's cranking lower as they look more and more into this work cut or this layoff. Down 2%, broke through that 160 finally. So what are we going to do? Short this thing? What do you think?
Anytime a flat bottom breaks, the plan of action for me is short underneath it. If it goes green, that's 161.5.
Yeah.
Like to me, if it goes green today, it's a failed break at that level, and it's actually a little bit bullish in the short term. So if it's above that price, I'm not touching the short. But someone just in the chat, there was just a question: what happened to NEO? Same thing that's been happening every day. I hate to it's not. This is not to bag on the stock or anything. But if the question is what happened to NEO, like if Tesla's weak and XPeng's weak, and yesterday Li Auto broke support. I mean, NEO gave up 440 and tanked almost 10% 2 days ago, then tanked pretty much almost 10% yesterday. I think it was barely not 10%, so that's good, I suppose. And it's just making fresh lows every single day. But Rivian's making fresh lows every single day. And what was the EV stock that was up yesterday? Anybody? Fisker on the OTC.
Yeah, Fisker was up 100%. Fisker is one of the best stocks.
I think it was the only EV name that was up yesterday. I think, but they're just getting crushed right now. And until something changes, like what happens the second we knew they were pushing at rates, the trend is sort of accelerated to the downside on most of the EV names. And I think that's something that's kind of obvious in hindsight, but you still got to try to go out and find the short in it every single day.
Just reading a note on J&J here, just popping up in front of me. J&J first quarter revenue misses as Stelara sales fall short for Johnson & Johnson. So down here, basically right at this low right now. If you go out to, that's a weekly chart. If you go out to a weekly chart for Johnson & Johnson. A few other things, I mentioned this late in the day yesterday. A few other things of note. Peloton lower again this morning, actually gapping lower here. Was all-time lows at the end of the day yesterday. I was reading a story that was actually grouping a few of these together. Here's AMC, all-time lows. 220 on AMC this morning. That's a weekly chart. GME, another one, not all-time lows obviously, but breaking long-term lows right now, in fact, $9.80. So I was reading a story this morning that had a whole bunch of stocks that were not faring too well in this current market.
No, Peloton's been a hot mess for a while now, and it's not getting any better. So they tried to switch it up by offering a free subscription to its fitness app with the idea that they were going to funnel you into a paid subscription. That was the whole idea. It ended up cannibalizing that whole subscription model, and they had to get rid of the entire thing. So now it's free, and there's nothing to monetize here. So a bit of a problem here for Peloton. I got to tell you, anecdotally, Brendo, I'm seeing these things go for $405 on Facebook Marketplace. So people are not holding on to them, and they're getting rid of them.
Yeah,
so.
and it wasn't too long ago. I mean, you and I were sitting here talking about $1,200, $1,500.
Yes.
So the prices are falling off a cliff in a hurry. I was just double checking I was hearing some comments on Morgan Stanley. 9:30 apparently for the call for MS. So maybe just a headline coming across there for Morgan Stanley, obviously reported this morning as well.
Good. I mean, the stock went up. We say good report, bad report. Look, at the end of the day, there's a reaction to earnings, and it doesn't really matter what the report is. And we said the good thing for them was that they were going to have gotten kind of smashed on the bad news last week, so you were kind of bouncing off support, which makes it easier for you to have a favorable bounce. Because I think BAC, when I looked at it, it's like, okay, well, I didn't see anything that said BAC had a bad report, if not a good one, and it was dead flat. So I think Morgan Stanley is just trying to get back up to the top. All that said, they still do have investigation weighing on them. If this gets back to what is major support in the mid-90s, I gotta just have to think it's a sell up there if we see 93, 94, 95 today. So on earnings, probably wouldn't normally play this, but because they had that report last week and because of how big the resistance level is, if it does a rally into that 90 in the mid 90s, I think it's a short up there. We'll likely be sitting this one out today. I'm not sure we're even going to get a chance to trade at that level. Usually, I don't think I'd be paying attention to it, but if it does that kind of a crazy move, I just feel like that should be a fade up there in the mid 90s. So we'll wait for it. I mean, if we break 93, then I guess we'll set an alert for that. We're still a few dollars away. That would be quite the bounce. I mean, at that point, you're talking about 8 or 9% to the upside on Morgan Stanley to get into that resistance. But I think it's worth a look. I don't like the idea of trading these when the earnings call is going on. Comment here or comment there. You can find yourself caught in a lot of trouble. So Morgan Stanley, I'll be sitting it out unless we do get a rally far enough into those 90s.
Look, we had we were trading this. It was a great trade. It was a great opportunity to be here with us and watch what can happen when live news hits. But remember, we said the same thing yesterday and the day before. I mean, yesterday we were up to 86.50. That would have been a great bottom to get, but who knew about that? This one, 85.50. And if you just look at the daily chart, forget about what's going to happen to that's the NASDAQ. I mean, it came right into this level. Morgan Stanley was rocking it. I mean, it's not near its highs, but it was getting there, you know, breaking through this 94, 95 area. So now it's just got to do that. And I think when it does, then I do think it starts to go higher. That was a gift on that. I mean, anti-money laundering, look, it's not going to probably end well, but at the end of the day, it's going to wind up to being a fine. And a lot of these banks can cover that. So I really like that dip buy into 85, and it was just a missed opportunity. I still think you want to buy. I mean, I think Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, the two banks that I was in, not anymore, but Goldman continues to rock. I mean, they had a great report yesterday, very well valued, pretty much across the board. They're just holding their book value. JP Morgan as well, down here at 183. I think this is another one that you could probably buy. The problem with this is you're not really into areas of support yet. I feel like you can get to 175 and then pull the trigger, but if you're dollar cost averaging or looking to get into a bank, I mean, I feel like this is a decent opportunity right here as well. Wells Fargo, again, pretty decent report there on Friday, held up, doing well. You could see a nice little battle back, holding this 56 level, break through 58. End of the day, there's a lot of these names that are looking to break out. That Morgan Stanley at 94, 95. Here's Wells Fargo at 58. You know, how good of a top break does this look like? I mean, you're looking at EV names breaking the bottom or anything lately that's been breaking the bottom, you get downside. Well, why not stick with a name that's reported? We know the devil in this, right? We've already got the stats. So I like this break of 58.50 on Wells Fargo. I mean, go long on that name, another Berkshire name that they like. So, I mean, I think some of the banks look pretty healthy. We always talk about XLF as well, and then we're going to throw it back to these guys in a minute. But XLF, again, holding up decently. We did have a pullback, and then yesterday saved. And into, again, we were talking on the show 38, 39 maybe for XLF, but with Morgan today, I feel like this is a decent buy as well. So some of these ETFs down 5 to 8% might be worth picking up here after we've seen these bank earnings.
Let's talk about crypto here. Downside a little bit this morning. We were just going through a list of some of the equities related, also negative to say the least. But this is a weekly chart. If you go out to Bitcoin, we're getting back into some long-term levels once again. 3 weeks in a row now. Definitely red candle forming here for BTC. So under pressure as well.
Yeah, and that's at the same time we're seeing gold make all-time highs, which is interesting because then you have Peter Schiff coming in and saying, sell your fool's gold and buy the real thing here, according to Mr. Schiff. So keep your eye on gold today. Yeah, but I want to talk about the miners. The miners are in a lot of trouble here. You have Mara breaking down below 15 bucks. It's down 36.5% year over year. Riot's down 46. HUD 8 down 47. Yet CleanSpark up 32% year to date, Brendo. So doing something right over there.
We had, if anyone's joining today and wasn't around yesterday, just be aware there's going to be some holes in our charts. We had a data outage yesterday about midday, so that's what this is. Thank you. right there. You'll see that on a lot of charts today. 222, meanwhile, was basically the close for Coinbase, which is pretty good support here, guys, for Coin.
Yeah, that looked Coinbase. You've got the 50-period simple moving average into play, and it's pulled back pretty heftily from the 287, I think was the high.
Heftily.
Heftily? I don't know.
Heftily. Is
Heftily.
What, yeah, that was,
I don't even know if
that was a good one. I thought.
If it's a word.
Is it not a word? Heftily?
I don't know, man. But
I thought it was a good word.
It's been nasty on Coinbase the last hot minute going into this week. We got the halving. Obviously, it doesn't have to follow Bitcoin exactly, but when Bitcoin pulls back, fails 70,000, and we get that dip into 62, then Coinbase will come down as well. So you have some wicks down here at 216, and you have the 50 period at 216 as well. The way I see it, if it's going to bounce somewhere, this would be the spot. Every time it's gone down here, there's been a snap back to the upside. So if I see 216 today, I think that's worthy of like a look for a quick dip buy. It already tested that early in the pre-market. Like overnight, well, really early this morning, you would have seen NVIDIA off 850, Coinbase on light volume off that 216. If it breaks 215, however, like to me, underneath that number, it's just like flat bottom break, bye-bye. So I'd rather, like I'd go for a long at the 16 level, looking for a bounce off that daily level. But if it's not holding on to this and it's underneath 215, then I don't see why I can't have another flush type day. So that's a level I'm willing to play in either direction. Key support for Coinbase, and if you think it's just Coinbase that's at key prices, we'll have a look at Mara as well. I mean, Mara has pulled right back in. It's not quite at the $14 level. It's just broken 15 now. But the $14 level was a big area of support the last half year or so, starting in December and then back in January. And each time it's bounced off here, it's doubled up. I don't know that that's going to happen this time. The miner's been under pressure, obviously, because of the halving not being good for them. If that level gets breached today, I think you could have a little bit of a push down as well. But I mean, Coinbase, Mara, both of them, you have to keep your ear to the ground on Bitcoin. If we start rallying, get back to like 65 or something, then you might miss the opportunity to get those support levels. Where I like defending Coinbase. I probably wouldn't be on the bid of Mara at the 14, but I'll give a shot at Coinbase off that 216 level.
Yeah, I was just talking about Bitcoin here. I mean, here's a little bit of a bigger chart going back, I don't know, about a month. I mean, this is just a 4-hour chart right now, but goes back into here, this bottom back on March 20th, 61. It looks like this area. I mean, either way, you're going to look at 60 as an even level. So right now, Bitcoin is trading, what was the current price right here? 63 and change. So I'm actually going to write this down. I mean, I think Bitcoin's 60,000 bounce. So if we're thinking I'm going to put it on the sticky note. I think that if we can bounce in and around this area, it's worth a shot. I mean, the NASDAQ, I feel like, is going to be red today. It's starting to bounce upside, which is nice. But if the market really starts to slip, we've seen Bitcoin slip with it. And it's just one of those things where if we're going to sit here and trade, whoopsies, we might as well. There's a 1-minute chart. Like, we've already been down there. So we were already here at 61.6. So this is a very good possibility of another dip into this area. Look at the consolidation trying to make up its mind before popping, right? Now it's all of a sudden pretty clean again. Dip buying Bitcoin into 60,000. I'm actually thinking that this is going to be a really great trade. I mean, there it is again overnight into 61.6. So what's up with that? So I'm thinking buying some of these move downs, this move down here in BTC looks to be pretty good. Some of these altcoins, though, have really taken it on the noggin. That's like a chin, noggin your head. I mean, 10% Bitcoin, Ethereum. Ethereum might be the one, man. That's down 15% this week alone. Solana, I mean, I told you we unstaked some of this and we're able to get some out. Dogecoin 15 is actually pretty good. I remember when Nimit, shout out to Nimit in the chat, talked about that at 12 cents. We're up to 22 or 23. Cardano, we talked about unstaking some of that as well. That's down to 45 from 65. So some of these names really, I mean, look at these numbers. 26, 28, 20, 25, 21, you know. Some of the crypto names continue to get beat up. And I don't know if it's crypto winter, summer, or what, but we have the halving coming. And I just feel that if you're willing to step in front of some of this, there's going to be either great opportunities to buy some of these dips, or if we break 60, and the good thing about the trade, Neil, is that if you break 60,000, you could get out. Like you can put stops in. Bitcoin is a 64-hour market. It's a 64-hour market as we're at 63,000. But no, 24 hours. So if you're on Coinbase Pro or whatever your exchange is, I'm assuming you're able to put stop orders in. So if you can do that, that's the best part about trading crypto on exchange rather than holding IBIT, because if you could trade IBIT and the next thing you know, you come in the very next day and you bought it today at 35, smack it down, it breaks through 60,000, you wake up the next day and this is at 32. So you can exit your trade a little quicker. What's up, my guy? Playing with Bitcoin itself. So, all right, well, I don't know if Bitcoin got upgraded or downgraded lately, but we're gonna have some equity names at the screen with Adara.
You know, crypto-related names here, but we do have a banking name to kick off the list. Goldman Sachs here after that stellar earnings report yesterday, getting an upgrade from Argus. AMD getting upgraded by both Evercore ISI and HSBC, so nice morning for AMD. Evercore ISI also initiating positive coverage on NVIDIA, so lots of semiconductors to keep an eye on here. Kroger getting upgraded here from Wells Fargo and trading up about 1+ % right now, whereas DraftKings getting a price target increase to 55 and an upgrade from Needham. For downgrades, Honeywell kicking off this list with a downgrade from Deutsche Bank. Spirit getting downgraded by TD Cowen, now down about 1.5%. Hims and Hers Health down over 4% after this downgrade from Jefferies Financial. And last but not least, Morgan Stanley downgrading Integral Ad Service. So a bit of a mixed bag here, guys.
Is it freezing in here?
My
hands are cold.
My hands are cold every day. You guys see me do this all the
Attention,
time.
Randy.
But DraftKings is bouncing off the 50 period, so you get an upgrade. Can't actually manipulate the chart with a coffee in my hand. You get an upgrade. You get this nice little bounce. I hesitate to call 44 support just because you wicked that level on April 2nd. Really, like $40 looks much more interesting as resistance, consolidation, support level in there. But the 50 period's always something if you can hang on to it. A nice little close above that would be good today. So, I mean, it's worth watching at 44. The volume on a day where basically on the moves that we saw yesterday, all of the tech names that we regularly trade had big moves and are expected to be volatile today, and they're all pretty much on the radar. You just got to pick your poison. The EV names are going to be on the radar again. You have some bank earnings if you're into trading that. So I don't know that you want to jump into something on an upgrade without a bunch of volume, but DraftKings, I like a hold of the 50 period. Even better if it just closes above and then maybe a chance, even if it puts in a lower high again, you could put in a lower high and be at 46.5 and be continuing this trend down from 50. All you need is a little bit of a bounce today. So good luck. Didn't realize it was back at the 50 period on DraftKings.
Yeah, I was going to look at DraftKings as well, but that is an interesting name. As I still like it. I like to buy the leaders of the pack, sort of the first movers. I do like DraftKings. Just getting some news now. This is why it's a little dangerous. It's not that this is really moving, but the BAC call is on now, so they're just talking a little bit about it. It's not doing anything, but just it's a quick little move up right now. New AI playlist generator being released now for Amazon Music participants. As you can see, Amazon stock not doing much. So I just hear that in my ear. Amazon releasing new AI playlists for its users. So I assume an AI playlist simply, Neil, listens to the stuff that, pays attention to the stuff that you're listening to and suggests similar music. I mean, that does not seem like a revolutionary thing.
You know who should figure that out? Like if only Spotify could figure that out, then they would be to the moon because
Canadian inflation is all the way up. What's
our
going on?
CPI was
on Jimbo
our
Slice?
CPI was hot here in Canada.
We're spending too much money, baby. Oh man, thanks, Marissa. I mean, she's just rocketing up.
I left
these
Starbucks,
CPI
and
numbers.
then we won't have so much inflation.
Oh man, yeah, she took my son. My son hadn't been to Starbucks in like a year, and they went yesterday. He was so happy.
You guys went to Starbucks a lot, a year?
No, my son doesn't go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My wife, we all go lots.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
he
yeah,
hasn't gone in a
okay,
minute.
gotcha.
Wow, here goes. I mean, BAC starting to go back up to the upside right
That's
now.
the thing,
Still
like,
going 37.
The report seemed good, but it just didn't move till the call. Like that's the weird thing about earnings.
Yeah, maybe we get through 38 or so today. I don't know, but BAC right now looking strong and starting to go here on the conference call. Starting to go. Bank of America looking to take down 37. Whatever they're saying seems to be working out. Boom goes the dynamite up through 37. BAC. We just talked about this at 36.40 a couple minutes ago. Now it's 37, trying to break higher here. BAC is Morgan sort of following. Again, it's the BAC call, but Morgan as well. Off to the races there, 87 up to 90, waiting, I guess, to have their call. It doesn't seem like it's got any juice to it yet, but it's BAC right now starting to go with over 1 million and, just now 2 million shares, looking at 37 now, Bank of America. And SoFi is absolutely sitting still. When does SoFi report? Because this is another name. Oh, I got to open up my trade. Oh, here's my trade ideas layout. Again? Here's my trade ideas layout. Look at gold. Wow. Is it the end of the month?
29th.
All right, here's SoFi. Oh, UNH. Oh, yeah, UNH was a good report, right?
Yeah.
We'll get to that as well as they deal with their data breach. There it is right there, SoFi coming in, April 29th, as you said there. Current debt, $5 billion. Okay, let's hope we don't issue more of that then, Anthony. All right, back over to the desk.
CFO speaking right now for BAC, guys. Just be aware there's some comments coming through. As you said on the call, started at 8:30 for Bank of America. Again, Morgan's at 9:30. Coming up, wanted to mention this real quick. Saw a few people talking DJT. Again, a weekly chart there. If you zoom in a little bit, doesn't get much better. We are higher this morning, but huge move down in the pre-market yesterday. If you missed it, they filed to offer more shares, potentially. They didn't actually come out and say they were going to, just put that out there.
Yeah, tough day for them yesterday. Today, they're coming out with a different catalyst. They're announcing a video streaming service of sorts, going to be released in 3 phases here. First phase is they're gonna develop it, I guess, for the apps, the Android, iOS, and web app. Then they're gonna have a standalone Truth Social over-the-top streaming app. And then third phase, they want to release it for the smart TV so you can get it right there on your couch. We'll have to see how the market digests this new headline today.
Just reading through some of these BAC comments. I mean, they're mostly wider macro based, talking about the economy and employment, things of that nature. Nothing too significant on Bank of America itself.
Interesting. I mean, yesterday with if you're going to dilute, then DJT seemed like an easy opportunity to look for any kind of pop to short weakness, and we made that play off the 29 down to 27. And I mean, I don't really know what are they going to actually stream. I have no idea, so I hesitate to call it a good news story, but I might not be eager to short that one today. Randy, there we go.
How was the meeting?
You have
short.
I know I have the mic. Randy said he had a meeting today at 8. Cheers.
Oh, that's why.
At 8:45. So I was like, I wasn't sure if he was coming. And then I messaged him and I was like, oh crap, I forgot you had the meeting. He's like, all done.
That was a fast one.
So what were you discussing? The outage yesterday? Thanks for that, by the way. Do you know how much that cost me? Damn it. Did you talk about, refunding traders?
Happens.
Yeah, I know. I like that mic though. We got the real trading on there now. Yeah, actually that wasn't that bad. We were out for 10 minutes yesterday. That's actually the first time in a while. So
it was like I think it was one a couple of years ago, but it's rare.
Tell me something interesting. Oh, I saw that wood that you were crushing there. That was crazy.
A little sore.
Let me see if I can find that right now. I didn't show it on.
The back's feeling it a little bit after that.
Yeah, muscles that you haven't used in a while, and now they're a little bit tender.
There we go.
We're not as young as we used to be. Yeah, there it is.
Here's Randy here. Whoops. Actually, not a picture of you though. That's the problem.
No, I'm not in the picture, but. Yeah, a little fire.
Wow, these are not small little chunks.
Let's not play around.
Like,
So,
you know.
If you want a good workout, it's
Oh, I see the car back over here. I see it over there.
interesting. Yeah.
So what?
It was good times.
Yeah, how long was this?
Oh, that was 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah.
It rained the whole time, but you know,
It rained the whole
nothing
time.
like a little bit of hard work, boys.
Here is
When you get outside and do work,
Yeah,
it's a satisfying day.
there's
Satisfying
another
day.
picture right there.
That's the
Yeah.
pile we started with. It was good. We got nothing like doing some work. That's okay. Way
Yeah,
up
it's
north.
good. No, it's good. Fresh air.
Fresh air.
Sleep well. Have a couple pops.
When you're
all
done,
good,
like
man.
the beer afterward, it tastes much better after a hard day's work.
What was the
Say
drink
that
of choice that weekend? Was it some beer? Where you have some scotch?
Oh.
Some good pale ales.
Pale ales. I don't mind a good pale
A
ale.
little fancy.
That's my Tesla this morning.
How's your
How's
Tesla?
Tesla?
Jesus.
You didn't actually think it was up today.
No, not yet.
Clearly, you didn't look at Tesla.
Yeah,
this morning.
it's at 157 here, Randy, and this is what it looks like on the daily chart, Randy. I mean, it is breaking right now. We are getting into that level of 150 that goes back to May. So we're back into the summer lows of last year, and we're gonna figure out what's going on with this immediately. I don't know, man. They laid off 10% yesterday. I like the productivity angle. I'm not sure, but have you seen NIO? I mean, all of these stocks, Randy, just get to $3 now for NIO. This was what, $15? I don't. Wasn't it like back at the beginning of the year? $10 down to $3 right now.
Rivian, $8.
Our beloved Georgia plant here, Rivian, not a Georgia peach. This is straight getting to the downside. This looks like a damn rotten tomato over here. This was $25, Randy.
I mean, I think we're seeing market saturation here to some extent, but
Yeah.
don't forget, if gas prices start to go up, and I think
Which they are, I think.
they're going to, if not already, energy prices will have, I think, some effect on wholesale electrics and hybrids going forward. So just we'll keep an eye on that.
All right. Well, more to come in the EV space, and more to come with Randy later on. Thank you, Randy. He chops wood, and I pilot. You know, that's about the only piloting that I will be doing.
You got to get the
But
accent,
pilot is
though.
not a like. Pilot is, wow, that's a crazy life. Eh? All that traveling and stuff like that to be a pilot.
Yo, look, so my cousin's a pilot
Right.
and he's done everything. Like he's done commercial, he's flown cargo, he's flown private jets. All the best stories come from when he was flying like rich people around, like really rich, on private jets.
Yeah,
Some
that
of
seems like
some
the
of the
best life.
expectations that they have. You get put up, he got put up in like great hotels and stuff.
Yeah.
But like you get calls like there was some.
It's tough for a
I don't
family
say
life,
names,
I
but,
guess.
Like he was in Texas or something.
Yeah.
And he gets woken up at like 2 in the morning, and basically the guy's like, "Hey, I'm trying to get a tea time at this place in Arizona. We need to.
All right, we need like a
we
PJ, a
we need to
private
be able to
jet."
fly out. Can we fly out this time?" And it was in a few hours, and he's like. You have to there's like a flight plan you have to file because all this stuff that has
Yeah,
to happen.
I know.
And the guy's just like, no, this is what we're doing. Make it work. So there's the other side of it, which is like unrealistic and unreasonable expectations. But then when he'd fly to Europe and he'd
Yeah.
get put up in like ridiculous hotels, staying with whoever
Get
he was
paid in
with.
Bitcoin.
And then he's flown cargo like up into the north. Like I'm talking about like not Alaska, but like Northwest Territories and stuff. Like landing on like ice, kind of not.
Oh,
Ice
that's
runways
insane.
and
That's like some
I couldn't do
some Tom Cruise stuff.
like
right
no,
there.
absolutely no. But look, man, these as Randy said, these EV names, our approach, or at least the trader's approach, to reiterate, should just be to short until they find some kind of a bottom. Maybe gas prices going up has some kind of effect and they get a bounce somewhere. But until that happens, the first thought should be to short them because there has not been a bottom yet. Let's go back to the desk and get on with the rundown.
All right, let's get into. We were just talking about HPL. Let's get into a few things we need to know here. Heading towards the open, as always, we'll kick it off with a look at the overall market here.
5104, guys, that was yesterday's closing print. We're above 5100. So the fact that we're above it, 5110, we're printing. Let's say We're going to use 5,100 for support. If we give up the ghost at 5,100, we're looking at 50-50 here before we find any support to the high side. Let's go ahead and say 5,150. That takes us back to the lows of March 6th, and then in between February 23rd and February 29th.
As always, if you have not done so, make sure you grab that. Very easy. Go to the website. That pop-up will appear. You just enter your email address. And that comes to you every single day, right in your inbox with everything you need to know in the pre-market daily. Here is Tesla. Yeah, downside again today. This is getting into that. I mean, we were talking about 150 yesterday. There it is now popping up on this chart. If you start to go down far enough, 160 comes and goes. Yesterday, we gapped through it. In fact, this morning, if you missed it late in the day on Monday, Bloomberg, I think it was the first one to come out saying these job cuts are going to be closer to 14, 15%. I even saw 20 being thrown around. A couple of places, Electrek was another one jumping on that bandwagon.
Yeah, and the stock prices really reflected that bad sentiment. Here's Musk's memo to his employees. As we prepare the company for our next phase of growth, it is extremely important, he says, to look at every aspect of the company for cost reductions and increasing productivity. As a part of this effort, we have done a thorough view of the organization and made the difficult decision to reduce our headcount by more than 10% globally. Should be noted, Tesla reports April 23rd, and they employ about 140,000 people worldwide.
Just be aware, both Feds Jefferson and Yellen speaking right now, so heads up on the overall market. Yeah, that was the key. I saw a few people, our analysts, mentioning that this morning, the global aspect of it, not necessarily just North America. It's going to be everyone affected.
Yeah, again, we have having speakers going on is seemingly not moving the market much, but there is a little bit of a pullback happening. Look, Tesla just seemingly, this is a weekly chart, by the way. Shout out to Trade Ideas. 150, this is 152 at the bottom. I've seen a few people in the chat put that one out there. And then there's a 150 on a trend line on the year. It does feel like we're headed toward it. If today is the day, it flat bottom broke 160. Overnight, like really that level got taken out without any hoopla. We said at the end of the day yesterday that 160 break would be a crowded trade. Well, one way to not make it a crowded trade is for no day traders to actually get the break. So it's underneath. That just means I want to short back into that previous level. If we break 160 to the upside, I might give it a shot if it can't go red to green. And if it does, if there's buyers above 161.5, which is where it closes, then this is just a failed breakdown at 160, and we can look the other direction. But until then, the first thought is going to be short until it's just wrong, and that's been something that's like it's just worked. It's worked with Rivian, not to big wins. It's worked on Lucid. It's worked on Nikola. Any one of these names where you look for a short setup, whether it's short back into a key like pivot or resistance spot, like Rivian here bounced early at 865, and then that was resistance. So today I would short into 865, 870, and yeah, like I just don't see a reason. Cuts or no cuts, the market's reaction to it wasn't bullish. I thought it should have been. Typically speaking, that's what happens, but the trend is just too big to the downside on these names. And we even talked about NIO and some of the Chinese EVs were nasty, and Li Auto fell yesterday. So at least one of my trade ideas every single day has been one of these things to short. Today, like a couple of them are setting up, and just a similar pattern. And one day, it's just not going to work, and it's going to be a good day for investors. I own Tesla shares, but you just got to short them while they're weak.
Okay, just getting the sticky note out right now. Yeah, I agree with all that. I have 160 written down. Just realized I was in caps lock there. For Tesla, yesterday's close, that's going to be the big level. Like Neil said, nobody got to fade that. So we will do that now. I feel like we can get that move. Tesla's been really aggressive off the open, like pretty much every day from what I can remember. I mean, 172 up to 173.50, back down to 172. I guess that day, that was only 20 minutes, not too much happening there. But then this day, boom, up $3 before down 10. So let's get ready to rock and roll with Tesla. I mean, I really think we could also break this 156.80 to the downside. That could be problems. But for now, because I don't know what the market's going to do, it's pretty flat right here. It's trending higher, but kind of flat. Well, now we've just pulled back as I say that. But 160 End of day, that's what I want to do. And I just said if we can break above this 162, but now that I look at it, it's kind of like 162.50, then that maybe signals a long break. So I'm thinking about that for the long break, but you have to be patient because we could rip up into 160 immediately off open. You have to let it settle down just a little bit there. Let's see what Tesla has. The real levels in and around 160 to 162. I think you fade in there and you just hope that the market doesn't decide to rally. But here it is. This is the rally that I was talking about. We just now broke through the 50 period, but then now we're stair-stepping higher to get back going. So looks like the market's having a resilient spot down here around 17,850.
All right, let's touch on Intel here. Yet another one, as we hinted at there, coming out with a new chip specifically designed for the Chinese market. Again, not really causing that much of a move. That's a 15-minute chart today. Nicely strong yesterday until that overall market move late in the day. But here we go back to basically those highs on the day yesterday for Intel.
So there are going to be two AI-specific chips, Brendo, here, the HL328 and the HL388. They're likely going to launch in June and September, respectively. They're going to significantly reduce the performance of the chips to comply with the export controls. But like you and I were talking off camera, I mean, first China, shuns away Intel and AMD's chips for its telecom, citing security concerns, and now Intel's making China-specific chips. Like you said, though, might be a market that they just can't afford not to look at.
Yeah, NVIDIA and AMD coming up here in a second, but Evercore also with a note on Intel this morning. To the positive side of things, going to $40 with their price target on INTC.
Well, they waited for it to get to the trend bottom before they said they started liking it, so good thing for Evercore there. Intel, obviously it's been under a tremendous amount of pressure. You had a bounce yesterday. It's a good bounce because the market was so weak. It really wasn't that big of a move to the upside on Intel, but this has been like 36-ish. Zoom it out there, 36-ish has been the bottom of this trend, so it's loosely trying to get back above. Relative strength, no question about it. It wasn't until late afternoon that it really reversed trend, and even then, it managed to hold most of its gains and still close higher. So you got 36.7. I even saw this in the chat. And 36.7 sits out yesterday's high. 2 days ago, and on Friday, that was like the golden short was off of that right at the open. So if it gets above there, it's probably a decent shot to make a rally, but when it gets into 37 to 37.25, I think it can run to this support turning into resistance. So I think there's room for a push through 70s that can go. It's like 1 to 1.5%, and then I think you run into some resistance on Intel there today. The chip, well, I guess, oh, look at that. No point going to AMD and NVIDIA because it turns out they're right after. A lot of times we'll start talking about the chips and you just lump it all into one because it's not on there in the rundown. But yeah, we can talk about the other ones individually, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, I still think 37.25, something like that for Intel to short. I mean, it's I just don't know. So what I wrote down, the sticky note's now out, by the way. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes because we have AMD on there. But yeah, I mean, into 37, the 200 period is 37.25. You can see what we've been dealing with here, a nice little downside spot. I feel like this is a decent short into that area. So it could be short immediately. We just got to see what this market's going to do. There's only 13 minutes before the market opens. So it's going to get going pretty soon. There's nothing on here yet. We have Palantir on the sticky note as well, so that should be good. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But for right now, yeah, pretty calm waters. I mean, the NASDAQ is pretty flat. Considering, let's just wait to see what happens. The volatility was here yesterday. Will it come back today? In a couple minutes, we will find out.
I mentioned Bank of America at 9:30. I'm seeing comments right now from their CFO, so just be aware. Bank of America's call might have started at 9 o'clock, not 9:30. We'll continue along here, touch on, AMD and NVIDIA. As I mentioned, their Evercore coming out with a very positive note. Stifle as well, also I saw with a positive note on semiconductors, but increasing their price target, initiating coverage on both stocks at, what was it, overweight? Outperform.
Outperform,
for both, yeah.
I love how they all have their own buy rating, Brendo. Each one's got to get their own unique aspect into it. Yeah, let's talk about AMD. You covered NVIDIA. AMD getting also the nod from HSBC. from analyst Frank Lee, boosting the price target there from 180 to 225 with and boosting it from a hold to a buy, basically saying that he sees AMD being able to keep up with the supply demands for their GPU. Recall, they are competing now with NVIDIA with their MI300. That's supposed to come out this year and early next year. We'll have to see how they do.
So I guess a pullback has happened here for chip stocks because analysts want to buy them now. So feel free.
So I don't know. I'll go like
What is it, AM?
NVIDIA already bounced off 850. So, you know, like I've seen this before where you bounce off a support level like that. If you get back down there, it's not always a good thing. That's like $15 down. And we're much closer to previous support to resistance at 875. So when I was sort of writing the note in here, you know, I was looking for 875 for a fade. Even if that breaks, I kind of look back and say 885. It was such a big reversal on NVIDIA that even if you get some positive notes, when I'm looking at it on the higher time frame, whoops, I wanted to zoom in, not out, on that daily chart. When you look at it on the higher time frame, it actually looks like a consolidation lower more than anything else. You get the pullback. You've been bottoming here with about 835 to 840 as your support level. And then you had this. The last couple of bounces have failed at 905. So I feel like if it gets through that 75-80 area, you should be getting to 905. And then the midway point, which is that 875, 880, is like your stopping grounds. So if we do get a pop at the open, I'd look for a curl on this in around that 875. And as you know, as Brennan said, like it's when all you know what broke loose, it was a break of support at 875 and then afternoon resistance just underneath it. Like that's where I'm getting 75. But you're really close to it. So with NVIDIA, you have to be very careful because you can pop up, and if you just stand in front of it on the short, it's not usually the way to get in. Like you're looking for a curl. It might happen $3 away from where you're expecting it. It happened $5 away from where you're expecting it. But I'm not looking down here. It's up stronger than the market at this particular moment. Oh, there was one other. I will lump this one in because we don't actually have Micron on the list. But only noting, I didn't put Micron on my note, but as everything was bouncing to the upside, I can't ignore the fact that Micron went down 1%. So it was a good short. I actually pivoted to this after Intel was strong and was shorting this yesterday. Well, Micron 122. I feel like if this gets back into 122 and sets up for a short trade, then I'll probably look for that as well. So Micron, for now, relatively weak. I mean, it's interesting that you see a bounce in most of these chip names and not this one. I didn't want to ignore it.
Yeah, we have, I mean, we like Micron. I think all the chip names are pretty much always in play as you guys hear us talk about that. So I wrote down here on the sticky note that we have AMD right here, short 164. So that's going to be a level that we're going to start doing it in. I wrote down here, we're going to be in trouble if it gets too much above 165. So even to give it $1 isn't that much room. I don't really want to get involved early, but I am sitting here right now at 164.50. to see if we get a bump up. So yesterday, again, I mean, what a brutal day it was once the market started going, that is for sure. But at the end of the day, we were still bouncing around here. I mean, the market really started to go down around noon. We never got going again. But AMD is prone to these bump ups. I wrote down as long as NVIDIA can stay under 900, which it will. I mean, if it's 900, this stock will be well above 164. But the idea here is to not get above yesterday. I don't think this market is healthy enough to take out yesterday's highs. And for the chip names, that would be up here at 164.50. You're already up 1.25% right now. I don't know why. I know they were upgraded. I feel like it was upgraded just to sell again. So up here, 163.50, you could get the party started. I just wrote up here, 164.50 is where I'm sitting right now for a trade. I feel like I could probably, now that we're starting to fade out a little bit here, you know, get involved once the market opens in and around 163.50 possibly. But I'm sitting here for yesterday's high because I was thinking 165 was going to be the area that I really want to just get out on. So if you're looking at a 20-minute chart, there it is right here. There's your 164.50. So I really, really like this. I feel like this is a load up level, which is why I'm sitting there with the amount of shares that I am. And then if we break through 165, then I'll tap out. I was trying to think about somebody that's been tapping out lately, but I don't know. I didn't watch UFC this weekend, so I don't know who. But anyways, I like AMD.
You could have made a wrestling reference there, though.
Yeah, I could have been like tapped out like you're in the chicken wing from Bob Backlund. Damn, but nobody knows about that. Maybe
or the second you even see like just the idea of the choke slam coming, you're just like, no,
Yeah, you could tap out.
You
tap out before.
Taker gets that look in his eyes, just like, no, I'm tapping out right there.
But yeah, the cross-face chicken wing. I know Sharif knows about that one. Yeah, Bob Backlund. That guy was old when he even came into the WWE.
He was old when we were young.
Shout out to Bob Backlund anyways. Yeah, AMD earnings, I think in 2 weeks, honestly. So this is going to be super, super exciting. Let me just double check for everybody.
Also end of the month.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, a couple weeks, man. They're all just getting rolled out. AMD is going to be a jam, that's for sure.
All right, we'll go on to DJT here. Upside, as we said early on this morning. Positive headline, new products, I guess, multiple coming out. 1.5% here into market that is kind of struggling right at the moment. But huge day down yesterday. If you missed it, after they filed to possibly offer more shares. Not necessarily an offering, but the possibility of.
And one really wonder is exactly how this is going to differentiate itself from like the likes of Rumble or other aspects as well. Because we know, like, there aren't too many people using Truth Social right now. That could change it come November. So we'll have to continue to wait and see. But like I mentioned earlier in the show, they're looking at releasing it in 3 phases. The first phase here is going to be for the app in the Truth Social app itself. Phase 2 is going to be its own standalone streaming app, and Phase 3 is going to make an app for your smart TV so that you can stream it on the couch there, Brian.
It sat here in front of 26 yesterday. It was definitely someone buying it all day long, guys, late in the day. But we'll see if that holds again today.
I like this in the chat. This is a good quote, Ben Ruggiano. To be a master, first you must be a fool. And you should never be afraid to be a fool. I admit what you don't know. That's what it's all about here. And my first thought when I sat down for DJT was, and I saw the news, was like, social media, okay, good luck with that. Why not just have a short back into the same level? And I was just going to say short back into the 30, like starting at that 29 like yesterday. And I probably, look, if it does make a move up, I'll probably look for an opportunity to short it, and I might pay for some locates. But this is a stock that can go a little bit squeeze-ish on you. So I'd almost want it to show me that the trend is still down. I'm going to really wait for some kind of a rejection, because even if yesterday you got the lower high, I think you were absolutely fine. So I might just sit this one out a little bit today and not try to fight. Like this one, I had a level 2 up and was waiting for it to go higher to fade because it did have the dilution news. But today with a bit of a different headline, even if I don't necessarily believe in that they can make that work, it's still the kind of thing that could squeeze because of that low float. So I'll be pretty cautious, maybe come back to this at 10 o'clock.
So this morning, my daughter woke up at 5:30 and was on the ice, and then I went to see her around 7:30 on the ice as well. And then I just get this tweet or Instagram post from my wife. And at Trader TV Sean, go find me right here. And this is what she's doing now. We're getting in baseball. Last night, I didn't get home till 9 o'clock. We were at rep meetings. Tomorrow night, same kind of thing. And then here she is right now seeing, obviously, that's the New York Yankees losing last night to the Toronto Blue Jays, 3-1. So shout out to the Jays and shout out to my gorgeous family. And
you'll note
there she is. Yeah, sorry, oops, yeah.
In the picture, you'll note that you saw the number 42.
Yes, that was yesterday.
Because yesterday's Jackie Robinson. I tweet something out about it, but you got to beat the Yankees have to lose on Jackie Robinson Day. It's very important that the Yankees lose on Jackie Robinson
On every day, maybe.
Well, maybe not. Well, yes, the Yankees, as a Jays fan, they need to lose every single day. But, last I checked, Jackie Robinson, for playing, obviously he's most famous for breaking the color barrier, but his most famous play was stealing home, and Yogi Berra of the Yankees still thinks that he got him out, but he didn't. So shout out to the Blue Jays for winning. That's fantastic. One of the coolest things about when you're young playing sports is getting that chance to see your heroes, emulate them. I used to copy stances. I'm sure she's into that as well. I forgot. I couldn't find that ladder. I know you did.
Okay, yeah.
I was looking for it, but I didn't have enough time to find it. Sean doing coaching. I have one of those like sprint ladders you can use for practicing running technique, and I was like, oh, I have one that I'm not using. I'll give it to you so you can coach.
I have
and then I couldn't find it in our storage room of death. I just have to give it a look on the weekend or something.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. Yeah, I'm already getting some texts about that. Yeah, she's just, my wife's just watching, she's telling me right now she's just watching all these sports highlights, which is amazing. Okay, so DJT, it's going to $10 probably. I mean, we talked about where the SPAC price is. This was DWAC, we know that. Again, good trading tool. I just feel that you're going to want to just keep watching out for this. I know Neil was trading a little bit yesterday. That $28 seems to have been a good little area there. If you're looking for a possible short into that, 30 looks like a great break long, as I could see some people averaging into the short there, then getting squeezed out a little bit, only 39 million shares. It does look like it's coming into a bottom. I mean, we can talk politics, anything on this show, it doesn't matter. It's just, this is, in my opinion, something that you're just going to wait for. Probably as the election comes through, it'll be even more exciting to trade. You know, highly volatile name, definitely traded there on Reddit, looked at in the options market. DJT, another good one. And then we didn't even have Reddit on there, but Reddit, I thought, was it below 40 bucks? Yeah, so we're right here, right at $40 again for Reddit. This name, I mean, we talked about this with Danielle Shea as well. Wait before you get into anything. I mean, we've seen IPOs, man. IPOs and SPACs, there's not many of them. We can always talk about ARM, and I think Birkenstock was higher, and there's going to be a couple of them. But many of these IPOs have a very, very similar pattern where we rip and then we tank, and right now it's in tank mode. Let's go over, before I sneeze, over to the desk and figure out what's up with some of these bank earnings.
Out the highs right now for Morgan Stanley, up 4.2%. Nice look for MS this morning. Just be aware, Bank of America, the call is still on right now. Still some comments coming through, but positive nevertheless to the tune of about 2% right now. So looking a little bit better here. They're trying to talk it up a little bit on this earnings call for BAC.
Yeah, BAC did well, Brendo, here. They did better than expected on net interest income as well as investment banking. Net interest income, essentially how much interest they pay out on the high interest savings versus how much they get in on loans. So they did well there. Morgan Stanley did really well in wealth management, trading, and investment banking, all exceeding expectations there. Earnings for Morgan Stanley, 14% year-over-year increase on the quarter. Revenue rose 4%. Similarly for Bank of America, profit though, even though beat expectations, they dropped 18%, and revenue also slipped about 1.6, but beating expectations.
Yeah, still going here. Just took out the highs again, guys, for MS right now.
Yeah, we sort of touched on Morgan Stanley, that those mid-90s, 95 has been a huge level on the daily, so I think if it gets into there, you play some resistance. But BAC, like, it didn't even move until the call happened. And when you look at it, now I'm going to maybe even adjust the plans, because sometimes I like the stink bid idea. And you got the 50 period at 35.5. You have support there on the daily at that price. You already have a wick down. So if it does like a dip down and then holds the low, I want to see if I can play off of that. So right now it's at 36, good volume. Obviously, if it makes a fresh low, I would just quickly get out of it. I feel like you said something about, we only have 3 minutes to the open. Apple just made a bit of a move down there. I didn't notice anything on it. Bounce located, it's a bit early, but Apple's starting to fall about $1 in the last 15 minutes or so. And not that crazy of a move in the general, but it gave up big support yesterday at that 173.5. So I didn't have this on my note. Suddenly, like 173.5 was support. You'd think that would turn into resistance. But if there is a pop in Apple, I think it might be worth fading, seeing the sellers already start to come into this name. 170, I didn't think would come into play, so I didn't even bother writing that one down. But yeah, 170 is a bit of a level on Apple. I guess we do have a chance of getting there.
Yeah, for more highlights here, I wrote it down here. There's the picture. I wrote it down here. BAC short fade into 38. When I wrote that, we were talking about BAC, and it was up at 37 and starting to go higher. It's now came way back in. So I don't think we get to 38. The reason why we talk about 38 is because it's been these highs on earnings day. Take advantage of a possible pop. I thought we would get there. It doesn't look like it. So I think you could change your price now to 37. short on BAC. So I just put in a stop order to go short on Tesla if we break that 156.50 with a stop in and around like 157. 20 or so on that break higher right there if we do break higher. So we'll be in probably Tesla pretty early. The one name that we didn't talk about that's on the sticky note as well is Palantir. I like the fade in this name. I mean, honestly, yesterday we nailed the call early about it getting to the upside. We had written down this 23.25, I believe, yesterday. It didn't get there, so we didn't take the long. I wanted a long break, but instead it just faded the rest of the day. This is a great stock to trade because this is 10+%. Like 23, I mean, where it closed down here at 21, $2 almost, so about 7%, sorry, down yesterday. A lot of opportunity in Palantir, especially if you do get an early pop. So we'll wait for that one. And the price that I wrote down was $22.50 for Palantir. So I do have an order there as well. And we do have a Tesla fade order up near 160, and then a punch the bottom at 156.50, which probably hits, Neil, almost immediately as those imbalances are out. Right now, Palantir sell. I'm just trying to do this really quickly, only 30 seconds. There's really no big names on there, so let's wait for Tesla coming through. Early trade, but early out also if it doesn't work.
Yeah, got to watch out. It is Tuesday. We have some Fed speakers a little bit later on, but the big story, some bank earnings, the pressure we had yesterday, keep your ear to the ground, geopolitical news as well. But in 3, 2, and 1, let's ring it, Adara.
All right, let's go. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Tesla looks like it. Oh, I have a lot of stickies.
It did break.
Oh,
did it break? I have stickies.
Oh, there it is.
Well.
Okay, yeah, now it's cleared up. That absolutely did break to the downside. Oh, that was wild.
Yeah, we're pretty huge already. Yeah, we're already, we did really well there, guys, honestly. We got 156.40 there on the breakdown. We got a bunch of covers in the 80s, but here it comes right back up. So, you know, what was good could not be good at some point. Take another piece out here at 156. There it is. Now let's hit some downside. But for right now, it's a pretty volatile trade here there it is, with TSLA. We're just trying to get some out here, but so far this is the short. I do have the stop in at that 157.30. So let's see what happens with Tesla. An early flush right there. So shout out. It's a money maker. It's Tesla. Flush gang. What's up? Nice move to the downside. Let's see what happens here. 155 bidding.
I did get Rivian. Oh, Coinbase is getting right down there. Whoa, Coin is already at 219. Okay. Let's flash on quickly. That Coin is really flushing down. We said that 216 was the daily level in the trend. Oh, it got to 17 and we missed it. All right, I was waiting at 216. That was the level on the daily. We did miss that opportunity on Coinbase, but I mean, it's $1 away, so it doesn't really matter. Rivian came right in to the pre-market high and did exactly the thing that it's been doing every single day, which is flush at the open. So another flush at the open. NEO, I was going to double check that one to see what happened over there. No, NEO's not really moving, so not much of an opportunity to fade that one right away at the open. But big move down in Rivian and Coin. Those are the two that I was watching. It looks to me like Intel, which we did want.
There goes
if it could have, yeah, forget about it. It's already back into the downside. So we'll cancel on Intel. Intel just flushed 1% at the open. See, there's not always a pop that you can fade.
No, Tesla just popped up too. Yeah, Tesla just popped up too, but then
Rivian's coming back.
Yeah, Tesla just rejected 158. So I'm wondering if we're in it again at 40s, trying to get. So we only got half out. Tesla's basically a flat trade for us. Okay, there it comes. It's coming back in. All right, so let's see how low we can get now. We'll see if we can get $1 back. We're short at 157.40. We'll bid down again at 156. Only trade we're in right now is Tesla, but we did get stopped out, but then got right back in. It's moving a hell of a lot, man. Watch out for this NASDAQ starting to go. We're in Tesla right now. We're pretty calm with it. We're in the money 60 cents, trying to see where we can go. But here it goes right back up to the upside. I'm looking at this level now, the 200 period of 158.50. I know we wrote down 160 to be patient with it, but we're not being that patient, are we? So now here we go. Nice upside push here for Tesla again. I just want to use this area then. One, if it broke the bottom, we're able to get shares almost immediately out on the bottom. Now we have to play the fade game.
Coming back.
Yeah, to bring it back a little bit. So I still like Tesla, as right now this is the show of EVs as we're in Rivian.
Yeah.
Tesla.
I mean, Rivian also gave a pop. It faded off of it didn't quite get to 850. So the first short we had off the pre-market high here at 40s, and we're in at 36 and 38, and we got filled. Like the best fill was actually
AMD,
down in the 30s. It got to 26, and I didn't have a bid out. And it just came back up to the 50 level. Check that. Obviously, it came to 46. Short on the way back at 43. Now you're seeing it flush back into those lows. Oh, yeah, Peloton was the other one. I put on my note I wanted to short any pops on that. No pops in Peloton to be faded whatsoever. I know there's a small cap Pally making some moves, but we'll cross that bridge when things slow down. Coin bounced all the way from 17 to 221. So I missed a bid, but it didn't quite get down to the level of 216 that we liked. So it happens. You're not always going to get the trade that you want. Apple is bouncing. So Apple making a strong move off the lows. If it gets to 173, that's the area that I want to be fading into 173.5. So Apple's starting to get back into the upside.
All right, we've got it going right now, guys. We are now $1.50 in the money on Tesla as that's back in right now. And we begin a new position on advanced micro devices. So we wrote down 164. We talked about waiting around at that level for it. But there it is. We're short at 27. We'll just take a piece out at 163. We'll take 20 cents. Here we go. Bring the pain. It's now $2 in the money for Tesla as that's starting to go to the downside right now. So let's see how far that one can go. And then we will wait for AMD. Wow, we were just at, what were we just at right there? I was just at 59. It bounced off 60. That's ridiculous right there for AMD, but that's what happens. When you put orders out, you kind of put yourself, you sort of tip your hand a little bit, and sometimes they will run away from those orders. But I can't believe we just missed that, honestly. That's crazy. But okay, now let's see what happens. We're going to wait for 164. Maybe a little bit of...
Baba broke 70.
I was going to say a tempered... Yeah, I know Baba broke 70. I'm probably going to add to that position. But okay, so NVIDIA... I wrote down 875 was going to be an area for some kind of concern for NVIDIA. Brendan talked about us losing some of that data there yesterday. But there's 875 coming for NVIDIA. So that's going to be a level to look at for me there. But for right now, it's $3 in the money. We are absolutely crashing right now on Tesla as there it goes, man. Wow, I can't believe we got stopped out of a position there. But that's okay. We're back in it. Now Tesla's really rocking. And oh yeah, by the way, AMD, you can get into the gates of hell as well, as both these names are the top two names here on the sticky note today. And that's what we're pumping right now. Nice trading here on the desk so far. Down to 162 goes AMD. We're short at 163.30, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Adara?
Palisade Bio now up over 120%, announcing the completion of this evaluation of its Pali 2108 treatment for ulcerative colitis. They also have a small float to keep in mind, 836,000 shares. So small float and positive treatment news for PALI.
The high of the day is 163.8.
I have no idea why SMCI is flying right now. We'll keep our ear to the ground. I have no clue. You're about to break lows on DJT here. It's about to get under that $25. Well, it might get under that $25. If I want to quickly go to Alibaba, it broke that 70. We did miss a breakdown trade on this one. If it does come back up, we'll try to fade it back into 70. If you look at the daily chart, you'll know exactly what I mean by flat bottom break on Alibaba. As long as it's underneath that price, I want to grab that one to the south side. SMCI might be going up, but NVIDIA, look, I liked NVIDIA at 75. NVIDIA got to 70 and then pulled back. So I guess we're going to have to be patient with this one. Still just in Rivian. It's working underneath its lows. Coinbase will have to back off of. I don't want to be sitting on the bid when I probably missed. I missed that dip buy down there off the 50 period on the daily. Looks like it already made its move. I mean, SMCI upgrade, that's enough for it to be bucking the trend of the market. That doesn't feel that likely to me. Like that feels That feels pretty weak. Micron is through lows as
Dude,
well.
I don't even know.
As it's getting nasty, nasty, nasty.
Oh, God.
It's all red here, guys, all red.
Damn! What is even going on? This number one idea here on the sticky note is AMD short 164. The high of the day is 163.89. This is $3. It's not $3. Tesla is now $3, which is trade idea number 2 on here. So there we go, man. Tesla, $3 winner. It's a hot dog kind of a day, as AMD is $1. If you're not here to make money, exit door left. I mean, whatever door you want, the right one or the left one. But here we go, man. This is a opportunity today. That is for damn sure. You never know what's going to hit, but we knew that AMD was going to hit. It hit to the downside, and it's a banger. So we'll get one more piece down here as we're trying to bounce a little bit. We said that AMD would be one of those names that we'd want to take advantage of if this did come through for the market. But look what's happening to Tesla. We had Randy on. We talked all about that one. It is your trade idea. Again, of the day, I feel like this short on Tesla. There it goes. We shorted it early. We did get stopped out. We're back in it as we go breaking now. Now 350 in the money. Let's go and find
another one.
All right, for everybody. So we're going to do that. Look for some more. What's up with Palantir right now? 2150, trying to battle back as well. So far, so damn good. And that's what we're all about here at Trader TV Live. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the share. Let's get going. We are back one more time. I tell you, every day, man, I'm coming back here to put this damage on the market. So let's say what's up to Neil and the Rivian shorts.
Well, Rivian's doing the same thing, except it's bouncing right now off of its low. So it just broke the low of the day and wicked it. I want to point out some strength in the market right now because I'm going to be patient. If nothing came to levels to short, then I don't want to be shorting bottoms. Not going to happen. Meta's held $500 here, which, bucking the early trend, feels like it can be good. It's already bouncing off the 50-period moving average here. So if this starts holding out and showing bids above 502, I think this one has a chance at relief rallies. We're going to Dara.
Yeah, we have another small cap moving around here. This one is a penny stock, JAGX. Had a nice little run the last few days, currently up almost 30% after announcing FDA approval and licensing for its oral mucositis treatment. And they're planning to launch the treatment in Q3 2024. They also have a short float of about 8.4%. So JAGX on watch, guys.
JAGX is what we usually call that one, just to keep it simple. DJT, for those paying attention, yeah, it just broke $25. This is a case of, well, you could have just done what you did yesterday. But yesterday, it did give a bounce that you could fade back into. So that's what I will look for. Some kind of a bounce. Maybe you get back into 26, something along those lines. Peloton's exactly the same thing. Cancel offer as it just immediately flushes to the downside. I think you're just looking to short pops. Rivian, we were able to get another fill. It's still a tight range on Rivian with an 846 high and like an 825-ish bottom there. So it's only about 20 cents worth of range. It's an $8 stock. But if it's going to be inside, then I want to make sure we're waiting for the top to get back into that one. Everything just immediately flushed at the open, including Intel for like 1.5 points into the downside. Still looking for the first available bounce. We'll have to talk VWAP, pre-market lows. That's where I want to be able to get into these. Jimmy Jam saying DJT to zero. I don't know. But we're just here to trade the price action. If it goes to zero,
well, it can't go lower.
It's not happening today. But if you're looking for a trade, I'm just looking for the next pop. And that's exactly how we got into it yesterday. We didn't have it on the early pre-market flush. We got it when it made a bit of a bounce and then the curl. So I still think that setup is going to be in there.
Okay, we're getting a little greedy here because AMD keeps popping into the teens and we're not taking it, although we're short at 40 here. It's starting to go a little bit. So a little nervous on that because we did clean it out there at the bottom. We still held about 30% back to the upside. So we are like reloading this a little bit here. So let's just wait to see what happens now. So there we go. We get an out there at 16s. Now it's starting to fade again. The one thing is starting to go back up. Hopefully it fades back through 163. We're still waiting for 164. I was looking at what you might have heard me say 156. I mean, that I'm not going to get out, but this is not a horrible spot there as we saw Tesla get absolutely flushed down there. I don't know, like that might have just been, I thought that was going to start something into 150. So let's be a little patient with it.
Well, here's VWAP.
Yeah, see if we can get that into 150. I still think it's possible to get that trade. So we'll just wait for it for now. But so far, so good here as the market's coming back in for us. AMD, a nice move back in, so we like that trade. But so far, so good here as we'll just kind of wait to see if this market flushes. I mean, yesterday we got out too early. We saw, yesterday we had AMD 164. It went down to like 168. I don't remember what we had, but we had something real good early. And the next thing I knew, I blinked and we were out because it was a big winner. And then it started to tank in. So let's wait to see if AMD gets us that trade. If not, we can get stopped out. But let's be here to see if we can get a bigger win. So AMD right now trying to support that. There's Tesla. It bounced off that 156. Could have been a reload area, and maybe we should have done that actually with the market still at VWAP. Let's still hold on to these shorts and believe in this trade, okay? So we're still short AMD. I have bids here at 162.75. Let's get a break here. I could take it all out right now, but we're not going to do that. And there's the believe in Tesla.
What?
Go ahead. Yeah, do we have a number at 945?
So look, I had to wait for VWAP, which early on is also pre-market lows on Tesla to get in. I wanted 160 as a resistance, so you just take the stair steps down. I'm now short underneath 156, but Intel just broke $36 even.
Yikes.
Oh my goodness. And so again, I'm trying to resist the temptation. Do not want to be shorting bottoms. Absolutely do not want to be shorting the absolute low.
Oh, it's bounced again.
But if we get a reload, we haven't even got into it. If we do get a pop, VWAP now sits at 36.25. NVIDIA, it still won't get to 875. So it might not be headed up and showing that much strength. And if you're looking for relative weakness, which I am, I just know, like Intel at the lows, Micron at the lows. NVIDIA's a little bit stronger, so I'm posting on over to Micron because that's one's holding a stair step down pattern. So we're in a Tesla for the first time, still in Rivian, looking to short the pop into 120 on Micron. Just noting that NVIDIA doesn't seem to want to retest these lows like everything else that I'm looking at in the chip space. A firm under 30? Wow.
Is it? Yeah,
oh.
wow, that's a nightmare, that stock. Okay, so we'll take advantage of AMD again. It just keeps on bouncing off 163, and then I'm just, honestly, I'm kind of playing the P&L game here a little bit. It just keeps on bouncing there, and then I get scared when it does this. I actually have some bad news for everybody. I don't think the chips are a short. So I have to switch the game plan here because, well, Intel's not.
Well, Micron's weak.
Intel's a completely different. Is it? Okay, well, the chip names I'm looking at for sure are not a short because here we go. AMD up to that 164. So this is the level that, here we go, like look at this. So I said this wasn't a short about 40 cents, 50 cents ago, 60 cents ago, 80 cents ago it seems like. But we'll take a shot here at 164 as we're just gonna look and figure out what we were talking about. So there's the last position for us. We're short now at 66 because it got going. All right, well, let me take a bid here if we can get it as it just came back into our price. Here we go. All right, so now we've taken some pressure off. You see where we're short. We wrote down 164 on the sticky note. So there, oh my God, Neil, what exactly? Nice move to pull back in here for AMD. Good move. There it is. We wrote down 164 on here. We'll take it. We'll support it. But at the same time, might be worth ringing some Reggies here. There it comes. Pull it back. Let's go, baby. Now we're 50 cents in the money. We're at the highest spot we've been at all damn day right now. So it's cooking up some profits. $2 on Tesla. Now 50 cents, 60 cents on AMD. And again, this is what it's all about. We talk about preparation. You know, have your levels and ring the damn register. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the sirens. Hopefully that siren doesn't go off behind Sergey Samsonov too much. Here we go right now. Now we're really cracking in. It is a chicken dinner winner, ladies and gentlemen. Now $1.20 back in for AMD, and we just put that one on. That is Sticky Note Nation. I don't know where the sticky note is, but you guys know where it is. At Trader TV, Sean. It's all over the place. It's the good, and it's a Dara.
Cartoon Studios, TOON on the Amex, trying to gain volume here right now, up about 15%. With an NVIDIA-related headline here, actually. They developed their integrated AI toolkit, Gadget AI, using the NVIDIA Omniverse. They also have a short float of about 6.7%. So TOON with an AI headline on watch, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that story.
I was just saying to
Apologies.
Sharif, what else are we
Apologies
supposed to do?
there.
Trading and entertaining. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. But again, stick to your guns, right? I mean, we didn't short this name until it got to our level. So boom goes the dynamite right there. And I still don't really think it's a short. Like other names are probably tanking here as this market is really giving it up. So man, oh man, what a day again,
break
man.
the low?
The only thing that's going to stop me is system outages. I think we proved that yesterday. So let's just see what happens right now. Down in the money now, $2 on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla working. I mean, everything is now starting to roll over. By the way, coin did break that 215 level. And I'll show you in a second after I hopefully get Mara. Mara also breaking support. I'm trying to pick this one up underneath 14.5. But remember Coinbase? As I was getting into Tesla for the first time, Coinbase broke 215. So the 216 bounce happened at 217. And we missed that chance and it bounced $5. It broke 215 and tanked $5 immediately through. So if we pop back up, I do want it. I went over and said, can we grab Mara, which is breaking a support level as well? The answer was yes. So Mara underneath support on the daily chart at about 14.5. So we're short Mara, short Micron, Rivian. The stock that was strong in the chip space is SMCI. And there's a good part of me that says if the market takes out the lows, what difference should it make that these guys get an upgrade? For sure, 930, 935, we're doing some work here. That was a good level both yesterday and back in the past. So if we get up there, I think it's a bit of a fade. But we're already in 4 other things. And I do feel like it's going to be something nasty. Peloton has not broken 3 yet. So we're watching for that one on the even dollar. Micron's about 40 cents in the money. We had to pick it up on a failure at VWAP. I think we can easily see a test of 118, but the support level is down at 117 change on Micron, as even the strongest are starting to fall. Adara?
Interesting one here, Intracellular Therapies, ITCI. This one actually not a small cap. It has a market cap of about $6.5 billion, but they are up about 24% on some positive phase 3 data for their major depressive disorder treatment. So keep an eye on ITCI, guys, up about 24%.
I see you, ITCI.
So getting out of Tesla would have been wrong before, but I'm wondering now. I mean, the market is trying to bounce back upside a little bit here. Pretty nice. We only have 10% left of AMD. This was amazing. Like the fact that it came back into this level, I couldn't believe. And then we're able to get the other levels down there at VWAP and then at the 50 period and at 162.50. So that was a good trade for us. We emptied it out. So the clip is now emptied on AMD. And I'm debating the reload, to be honest with you. I might just wait until we get in and around that 164.50 for that reload. So I'm going to try to be patient with this and just hold it, man. Hold it like sort of close to the vest here and see if we can't get something rocking and rolling here with that trade. So that's what I'm going to be doing, waiting around for AMD. Get upside a little bit more. Debating. We only have 2 trades on today, man. And honestly, oh, and by the way, shout out, because look what's happening to BAC. We wrote down short on this name. It's just we didn't take it. We're talking about these banks starting to get to the downside a little bit here, and that's what started to happen. I wrote down 38. It's so stupid. I changed it to 37. We didn't really get there. Right off open, I mean, the best short you could have had was basically a 40. Maybe a break 25, something like that, a break of the VWAP down to the downside. But great trade there for anybody that has Bank of America, because that is a great short coming back in right there. So good job there. That is the bank names. We can always have a quick look at our friend Morgan, but right now it is downside as we're trying to get to the lows of the day here on Tesla. And man, oh man, do we have this one, man. This is a diamond hand gang right now. $3 in the money on Tesla, $1 in the money on AMD. This is what we do over on this side, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to jump right back into Rivian. Our third trade short on Rivian took out the top and then flushed right back in. So this level is still looking fantastic. Because we had multiple shorts on it, obviously it's going to still be good, but I feel like they just tried to rinse me out of that one, and we'll try to get back in underneath the 850 level. Mara, which we just put on. Tesla, like I'm looking at low of the day on Tesla and then VWAP retrace for another refill on that one. But Mara holding underneath VWAP in its own right. Want to make sure we're respecting the flush that's happening in some of the Coinbase related names. crypto-related names, Coinbase-related names. Coinbase is starting to head back to the upside. I do want to short underneath VWAP, but I'll have to wait very patiently. Tesla, as I said, didn't set up anything right away at the open, at least not for myself.
Wow,
but if it flushes back into the low, I'm just going to take my one and done VWAP retrace all the way back into the bottom. Tesla might be headed to 100. We'll see. I don't know about that in the chat. Not today, to be sure. Still nothing for me in Peloton. It's not really breaking down just yet. And then DJT was the only one that we haven't traded as well, or at least haven't really talked about enough. It broke that 25 level. There has not even been a bounce to fade on DJT, down 8% already. But it's not all bad. Apple, about to take out the high. Check that. Apple has taken out the high of the day on a march to that 173.5. I still feel like that area is a fade. It was big resistance at about 173.5 to 174 in the afternoon trade yesterday. Or after we had that turn on the geopolitical news. I mean, everything changed. From 173.5 to 174 with resistance. I think it's still a short up there.
Oh man. Wow, I'm getting a little anxious here because we got to figure this out. The market right now made that move higher. I'd like to short something, so I feel like that's the right play. We just got to find the right instrument to short right now. I'm in Tesla. I don't want to short at these levels, so we got to find something else that we can put some damage on. GME, I was surprised when didn't Brendan say $9? Yeah, $10 right now for GME. So when he mentioned that, I was like, what? Say what? I mean, it wasn't exactly like that, but I was like something like that. Down to $10 right now. Like, that name is getting absolutely destroyed. This could be a good short. I don't know if we have to go in and pay for that, but we've already broken it down to $9.94. So I'd almost wait for that $9.94 to break one more time. And then if that happened, then I think it's, all aboard. And then you can use your $10 level as your out. So I think a $9.94, let's work on that idea and think if we can get away with it. $9.94 short if that does break for GameStop. So that's going to be something that I'm going to look at on that side of things as well. Dollar Club member with AMD and $3 plus with Tesla. But the Tesla trade, we want to wait to see if there is a bottom here. We don't put in this work just to scalp this out right now. Let's just see. You can see where we're going on the stock. I mean, that's the point. It's going to the downside. So let's just see if that is where it wants to continue to get in. I mean, that level of 152, isn't that what that level that we're talking about is right here? Yeah, 152. It's basically 152, 151.90 or so is that bottom. So I want to see if we can get there. Right now it's $4 in the money, and I don't have any plans of getting out of it. So we'll hold on to it. It's just a piece, but Tesla right now is starting to make it work, and so is AMD, which is the #1 stock for me.
Yeah, I just took Tesla out in front of that bottom at 154, put in a bit of a bounce, but I'll go back to VWAP. I don't see any reason to get away from shorting the pops, right? If the trend is to the downside, you want to short the pops. I'm just watching over NVIDIA here. Like, NVIDIA is making another run at the highs. You have a one tick at 870. It broke 870, came back. It broke 870, came back again. I just feel like if it makes a fresh high, NVIDIA is going to do one of those like mini squeezes. And because it's not at 875 yet, like that would be 870.50 on a break. I think that's a scalp trade. Because if the market reverses, we've seen NVIDIA do this. Even when it's a good short, if you get one of those like flat top breaks early where it does a dip and then rip, that first long as it does the consolidation break is always a good one. I had it yesterday and it worked. So I'm going to do the same thing here. It's 870.50. I think that gives you an easy out if it can't hold on to the 70 even. But it's a bit of a difference on the morning because I haven't really been looking for any chip longs.
Money chip longs, eh? Okay. I'm just looking at the scanner to see if we could find something. Let's check the temperature of Disney. How about that? All right, let's check the temperature of Disney. The market's starting to go to the upside here. So, like, honestly, good out maybe for Neil there at that bottom, but Tesla's not really going up with this market move, so that's making me more convinced about this short right now. But I just said let's check the temperature of Disney, so let's do that because yesterday, yeah, I was gonna say yesterday was pretty beat up, but look where we saw this on the market recap show. Disney 113 is the 50-period moving average, so we're right there right now. So that's something that's pretty interesting to me, looking at where we are for Disney down into that level. A name that we had looked at before, which was on our upgrades and downgrades board, shout out to Adara who had this for us, was DraftKings. So
right, the 50 period.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if DraftKings wants to do anything here. But right now, as Neil mentioned, we are in a level. We did get up. We're still up 1.5%. So maybe there is something here for DraftKings. But for right now, I like the short if we can get back up here, but 44.80, it just bounced off 44. So just be careful there with DKNG. It's looking good. I'm fine with it. But for right now, dancing around. I just want to
Nvidia broke.
It
broke that 870 and a half.
good.
I just grabbed it there on the break trade. And again, this has just worked for a scalp trade a couple of days in a row. So I shouldn't say a couple of days in a row because it didn't on Friday. But it just broke like a triple top. And it wasn't 870 even. But my stop's immediately in at the even dollar, and I'm playing to 875. I came in thinking this stock was a short at 875, and if it's not a short at 875, then it's at least a get out of the long at 875. And I'm going to stick to that one. But the downside is Micron's about to take out its local high. So we'll give a little bit back on Micron. It's got back into Rivian as well. We'll give a little bit back on Micron if that does take out the high, but the scalp trade on NVIDIA is on into that 875 level. Gimme. It's just breaking. Why do I always put orders at 44 in front of 50? I always Daryl
But on NVIDIA should be okay.
I know, but I always, it's weird. I always Daryl Straub. If I'm getting in front of a 50 level and I just cancel it and I'm just going to punch when it comes back, no, but it's weird. If I'm offering in front of evens, I offer 88. And if I'm offering in front of 50s, I offer 44.
So what did NVIDIA do just there?
NVIDIA just broke a flat top there at 870.
At
and
70.
I took the long off of that into 874. But I thought 75 was going to be a short
Look at the market.
at this level, so I'm going to get out of it. That's unfortunate. What happened to coin? I just got short in coin and
I tried to short
I know
that
what I
NVIDIA
did.
level.
I had a stop already out on coin, so I did that thing where I got in and the old stop. That's silly. I just got in and out of coin for absolutely no good reason there. But it's at VWAP, so maybe I should just wait for it to come back in. But you shouldn't be getting in and out flat at the same price. That's just, I already had a stop. So the second I got into position, it triggered out. So we'll pay some fees on that. But as we're coming back into VWAP, let's be a little bit patient. Obviously, NVIDIA break is going to work. I just feel like that triple top setup on NVIDIA has been a really good one lately. So when it's in there, we'll take it, even if it wasn't in the original plan. For some reason, Micron hasn't run my stop just yet. Mara, however, is coming into VWAP on its own. But I got that low, shorted back in front of VWAP. If this can't hold on to like 1465, we'll have to dump out of this as we're going to Adara. 10 o'clock already.
Ooh.
What's happening now?
Yeah, market just pushed to the upside here for the SPY. NASDAQ also slightly positive here. We are definitely trying to recover from that big move down we had yesterday amidst ongoing geopolitical conflict. Definitely worth keeping an eye out here for a lot of these mega tech names. Lots of catalysts there, especially with Tesla continuing to the downside. It is also worth noting we do have Fed's Powell speaking at 1:15 today. Fed Chair Powell speaking at 1:15 today. We had Fed's Barkin speaking at 1 as well. So a little bit of Fed speak coming up later today, though no major economic data prints today, but we had some housing start related numbers earlier this morning. In terms of other stocks to keep an eye on, J&J, Johnson & Johnson here, to the downside. They did report a sales miss, but an earnings beat here and announced an increase to their quarterly dividends. We also have Intel, this one trying to recover a little bit here, down about 1%. After a positive story, Reuters reporting that the company is set to launch 2 AI chips with reduced capabilities for China. And last but not least, Morgan Stanley here trying to recover now up about 3.5% after reporting its earnings. So a couple of earnings names on watch here, guys.
All right, thanks Adara for that one. So we'll go bang on that as well as we're indicated by Neil. Thank you for that one. As Neil goes long, I go short, and that's what's all about around here. It's about spinning it. So right there we go, perfect. I got the trade I wanted. It was a great trade. I liked the trade through. That's why I asked Neil, like that 870 was great, breaking that top, but then it came right into the level that we talked about earlier, and that was at 875. So we did wick as high as 876.50. Okay, here we go. We're breaking through 874 now. So we've got $1.50 on the money. We are now short right now 876.08 for NVIDIA as that's come way in now for us. So nice job on the market taking it to the upside, but we're just going to get out if it breaks above 8. So we've already taken this profit. We'll play with house money. We're going to get out if it breaks above 877. Okay, so we'll give this one $1 worth of room from where we are at right now. So that's going to be that trade. I'm going to leave AMD alone. I feel like this one, and we talked about this potentially being a heck of a lot stronger than it seemed like. So we'll wait on NVIDIA and rather than AMD. But we're in both of them now at $1.50. Every trade we've had today has been dollar clubs, right? AMD multiples. Tesla right now is $3 and NVIDIA right now at $1.50 as well. So it's just trading the bigger names, right? You're not going to get a dollar club in Rivian. You're going to 10 cents. 10 cents is kind of equivalent,
not
right?
today, but it has in the past. It's just not today.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the thing.
I mean, no true catalyst.
No, that's the days Rivian has a catalyst, it'll give you $1. Today there actually isn't a catalyst on Rivian. It's just the stock stinks. Right, so it's slowly going down every single day.
I don't know.
So I jumped back into Coinbase, and at some point we've probably explained it before, but like we can have stop orders out. There's one of our stop orders you can put before you get in a position, which is great. But if you do have it out anticipating a different level fill, and it's already above that price, the second you get into position, it just triggers. So I didn't adjust. I'm like, oh, I might short down here, so I put a stop order there. I don't take the position, then it goes up here, and I have a stop above 212, and I'm getting short at 215, and it just punches me out. So I got back in at 215 here. So I'm short this one off of VWAP on Coinbase, looking for 211. I'm in Mara as well, as this is starting to flush, but it did a wick bottom under 210. I'm anticipating a chance at a higher low here, so I want to make sure we grab the profit. I'm in Mara additionally off of VWAP. I got one fill at the bottom at 14.3. I'm going to start getting out in the 40s as well on that. So Mara shorts going. Rivian, I am back into Rivian off of this. Like I got wicked out of it, but this is actually showing some signs of strength here, RIVN. Look at you. I probably don't need to be adding to this too aggressively. Like Rivian's above VWAP, it's putting in higher lows, and Tesla is still under VWAP. So on a day where Rivian's above VWAP and Tesla's beneath it, I don't know how much I want to continue to go back to that well.
Yeah, I'm just tweeting this out so everyone can follow our link at Trader TV Live. Also going to send out the live link. Make sure you check out our mobile. Throw that thing up there, Fabian. Check out everything that we're on right now on all of our socials, including our mobile version where, if you're driving and obviously you're not annoyed too much with our voice, pay attention to driving. But make sure you get that out as it's the mobile version right now. I'm just going to tweet out some of our links right here. Tweet that out as we go. All right, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA was just down at 874. It actually went down to 873.50 right there. So I'm wondering if that's just going to be a good out, and we'll just take that because, again, $3, like, not horrible. AMD went immediately back into the dollar club. Again, like, who would have thought about 164 short on AMD? Look at that high, 164.01, right? That leads me over to what is the #1 trade idea for the day. And I don't know why, it's because we were in NVIDIA, so I know why we didn't take it. But there it is right there, AMD 164. So if anybody's looking for some trades,
oh my God,
you found it. At Trader TV Sean, go have a look and join over 46,000 of you taking a look at that. So go have a quick look, see what kind of notes I'm looking at, and see if we can make some money together. And then I'm going to scroll down too. I mean, if you guys can continuously put your ideas down below there as well, we'll double check those, and I'll give you guys credit as you post your trades as well. So all right, here we go. Tesla's still 250. I'm debating. I mean, we're still under VWAP. We're definitely watching that 156 level. Let's see if that can work. Huge missed opportunity by not reloading AMD, but hey, it is what it is today, man. Today's a monster day. It's a podium, and we're always happy when that's the case. But watch out for Tesla one more time. Maybe a reload up at 155.30 or so.
Yeah, I was just looking at Tesla. By the way, Mara did come out. Coinbase is hanging on to VWAP, but Mara broke out above VWAP there, so we had to take that one up. Micron actually has not run the high, believe it or not, so I'm a little surprised there. But I did want to jump back into Tesla if it could come to VWAP. As you can see very clearly, Tesla doesn't want it.
Tesla don't play?
Tesla don't want. Let's be real. Tesla don't want no VWAP today. You don't want VWAP
Tesla don't want no
it's
smoke?
too weak today. It doesn't want that smoke. Although I guess smoke would be usually when something's strong, right? But
yeah, strong.
No,
like
it doesn't
bull.
seem to. It doesn't seem to want VWAP
up in here.
I think it's I think it's still going to be a short the pop. Might have to adjust this to the low 150s. but I don't want to go there just yet. Okay, so Coinbase did a dipsy-do. Now all of a sudden you have this $1 to $1.50 range that you can very, very clearly see. Why am I at 2 bids there?
Oh, let's go.
215.5, 213.5. I'm going to scalp inside the range, hold for the bigger $4 move down on coin. So that's the play. So last time I didn't do it. This time I am going to do it. It's still putting in higher lows. I just realized I have not looked at Bitcoin prices for you. Look at what IBIT's doing. Exactly the same thing. If IBIT breaks out, this is just Bitcoin. If this breaks out at VWAP right now, then I know Coinbase can break higher as well, and I have to back off it and look for another entry point. So let's be careful.
Whoa.
I'm going to go back over.
We were just way in the money again there.
See, but look at Intel while all of this is going on. I'm not short Intel, but Intel, while AMD's trying to press higher, NVIDIA's trying to press higher, Intel's struggling at VWAP. Like, why is this not a short at VWAP is the question I'm asking myself. And I'm not sure the answer isn't. It is, Neil. It is.
Yeah, it is. No, I don't know.
That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm just saying it's so weak right now.
I know. That's what we do every day, and I feel like you mentioned that before. You have to sort of question what you're doing because sometimes you wonder what you're doing, and you have to think through it a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, I thought NVIDIA was coming in again. Okay, well, there it goes. It just took 877. All right. Looks like this market does want to bounce pretty nicely. So we'll give back that last piece. So we'll lose $1, well, about $1. We actually got a good price there, didn't we? Yeah, so we're okay on what happened there. But 870, you know what? Was that just a blowout top there maybe for NVIDIA? Let's try it. Let's try a little bit of a short here.
Tesla just wicked VWAP.
Yeah, see? So darn it. All right, so that could have been something up at the top there again. I don't know, man. I'm feeling like I don't want to throw everything back going all crazy here. All right, there goes NVIDIA. It is making that move. Oh, no. Oh, that's too bad. See? It's okay. It's okay. We're still pretty much near the high of the day for ourselves, but at the end of the day, that was... Again, those are those wick tops. We might have just made the top of the morning to you, NVIDIA. So let's wait to see if that is the case. I want to get back in just to be wrong again on that. 850s, 870. I just want to try it again. It's not, this is what it is. 876.80. We'll wait for another print up there, then see if we can get it. And then the stop for me, 877, 878, 878. All right, let's try that. There is some nice pullbacks on this. The market is still under 18,000, but that's it. If the short doesn't work now, we are done. I mean, I just don't know if this market wants to get higher here. We've seen NASDAQ resilience over and over again. We are now back into the short NVIDIA, 876 flat. We'll put a bid. We'll see if we get that, but we are short at 876.50. Danger here for NVIDIA as it keeps on trucking to the high side, and we're short. Not good. One more try here, NVIDIA. 878 break, finite on this one. But the spread, man, is 40 cents at times. So be careful on these breaks when they break.
Okay. So I know I just said that, and specifically, and I quote, Tesla don't want VWAP. Tesla did want VWAP, but thankfully that was a good place to go short. So it just wicked VWAP. When I say it wicked it, it broke VWAP here, resisted 156, and then came back down. So I actually shorted it on the move back through VWAP and got 65, 54s. Took some out for the first $0.50. Now we'll shoot for the low of the day once again. So rinse and repeat, and ye shall be rewarded. Micron's starting to break down. I still think you had to be a little bit patient on that move up because the NASDAQ was testing the highs. But if you found the right places to go to, you were perfectly fine on the shorts as we're going back to the desk. Adara, what's up?
Keep an eye on BTTR here on the Amex. This is Better Choice, authorizing a $5 million stock repurchase program. Worth noting here as well, market cap of this one is about $4.5 million, and they have a float of 479,000 shares, so very small float here for BTTR, guys.
Oh, thank you, Micron chart. With let me just update.
Right.
I'll try to get rid of this. So Micron holds this open range bottom here. I'm short at 119.30. I just broke 119 even. I have a bid at 118.5. That entire $1.50 range looks a little bit tight because of that wick $10 higher. But it is working. It's a $0.50 in the money. The Tesla, we did reload that and got some.
Ooh, an espresso shot. I like it.
You don't usually do the espresso shot.
No, I do.
What did you just say? I don't know. I just missed what Randy just said there. But got to go back over to Tesla. Just took out VWAP, so we had just taken the $0.50, and Tesla just came back up. So I'm going to wait for it to show weakness back under VWAP. Do not want to fight this one. I've been scalping Tesla, and now it's put in successive higher lows. So watch out. Tesla's starting to show a little bit of strength there, preserving some profits here. As suddenly what was all trend down, it's about to break a high. If it gets to 157, Tesla is just a different beast at this point if it does that.
Let's go. I mean, we say NVIDIA, no mas. Look at that, man. We're waiting for NVIDIA to give it up, not us. So here we go. It's NVIDIA. It is rocking right now, and we've got it, baby. We are now $2 in the money right now as that bear just comes roaring out, baby. We also look at this one. Our trade idea number 1 has now ended with a $2 or so, actually not $2, $1.50 there. We take that out on that bottom for AMD. Why? Because we have the biggest and the baddest short right now. We don't need to worry about no AMD. We are now almost $3 in the money on NVIDIA as that's pulling back in. We are putting this up on the board right now, big time. You know, Tesla probably should have got out of it there when Neil was getting involved. It broke through that high, that 155 and change. You know, we've really nailed it. It's been a good one there. Thank you, Randy, for that. But there it is. Okay, so here comes NVIDIA, $1.54 and change, trying to go lower here. I mean, can we break it? Maybe we should just put a bid here at 872. Let's do that, 873. Okay, we'll put a bid at 873 right now to get out of something here. In case we crack in, we definitely want this short, but right now we're rocking. It's NVIDIA trying to get lower through 874. I mean, the market's trying to break here, I feel like, to the upside. So that's the danger spot for us. As much as you can celebrate wins when they're there, you have to pay attention to when they're not there. So I don't know. I don't want to get out. We are still $1 in the money on this Tesla trade, but it did break above. Let's just put a bid now on Tesla. I mean, we nailed that trade for sure on AMD. That was fantastic where we were able to get out of that one. We did not get out of our NVIDIA, which is a little bit foolish, but we did get that AMD out, which is right at the bottom. And we talked about why we did that. We did that for this exact reason, so that if NVIDIA retraces back up, okay, we already have our outs. We've already taken that profit, so that's all good. But if NVIDIA traces back up, we didn't want to have sort of no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, stop. And then we have the double whammies on the chip names. So let's wait to see what happens right now as NVIDIA is giving it all the way back. So good look there for anybody long. I feel like me and Neil just mentioned there before.
Meta's looking strong.
We've been able to make money both ways on NVIDIA, but here it goes cracking higher right now.
Yeah, I just lost VWAP on Intel. I think it was worth the shot. It was down 1%. It was relatively weak. Oh, is that for... Did he drop that for me?
No, he dropped it for me. The other one.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I still have like my heaters on and everything. I put mine on the heater.
Think. Yeah, it's not black.
Yeah, look, I drink my coffee black. That's the easy way to tell. But there's Micron took out resistance as well. So both the chip names that were into the short side just came out.
Yeah.
Micron will be the L. I think the bigger one because I was in it first and had more on. Coinbase, we had that one. It ran that's a bad wick, but it ran VWAP when I was still holding half the position for the 10 level. So this is now stair step up. Actually, the only thing that I'm still in is actually a new position, and that's BABA underneath 70. So I know it's above VWAP, which sometimes is a different plan, but here's 70 even on a breakdown at the open, and then on the daily, this is the 70.11 on Alibaba, and I was saying break down at that price, but we didn't actually get the short at that price. We had to wait for it to come back up, and I'm short till the 70 level, give it a few pennies above that, but you're absolutely flying to the upside. And what's crazy is, like, I came in with mostly short ideas, but it was a pivot to a setup long that I liked on NVIDIA. And this was the same long we had yesterday. It was just opportunistic. Like, it does the break the low of the day, and this is just a setup. It breaks the low of the day, wicks back up on strength, does a consolidation breakout, breaks the low of the day, comes back up, and does a consolidation breakout trade. That particular trade has been golden at the open on NVIDIA. I don't think it's lost. I think I've lost one time doing that particular setup, and even then, you're risking like 50 cents to $1 as we're going to what era?
I just have the DXY up here, but basically we're getting some comments here from the IMF to keep in mind. IMF saying that the central banks should avoid premature policy easing and that confidence in an economic soft landing is growing in the financial markets, but persistent inflation could trigger instability. So some slightly hawkish comments here coming from IMF, guys.
IMF.
Ooh, okay. Watch out for that monetary fund coming through. Okay, so we did pretty good here by shorting again Tesla back up there. We did bad shorting NVIDIA, that is for sure. But the Tesla trade has been good for us. We shorted again at 157.10. You could see it just ripped up there. We actually got these are 90s, and I think we got as low as a 60 there. Sorry, we got a 75. So we got 94, now it's coming in. We got 94 and 75. I better put a bid right here, right now at 60 to see if we can grab a 60 bid. Come on, there it is. Okay, good. So there it is, man. Hit the sirens for another short in on NVIDIA. Not NVIDIA, on Tesla. So good out there. We just got that 60 fill. Let's see if we can flush again. We do have an LFT today, which means our loss from the top. We do have this name, NVIDIA, that just ran the top again. Oh no, up to 179. That's okay, we got out at 178 and got a good fill, so I'm happy with it. But you could see the damage there as it's now pulling back in and would have put us into profitability. Did AMD bounce again off 64? No, it didn't get that high. So you could see this is getting a little, you know, what's the opposite of shallow? Like these highs are getting shallower. I guess that still makes sense. As we matched that high. We matched 164. Now we're matching 163. So let's 163.50. So let's see a pushback in on that one, and NVIDIA can go.
Apple can go. You know what?
Yeah, Apple too.
Apple. Where do you think Apple turned? It
like
went
Apple.
right into that 173.5. I was offering 80. Oh yeah, I said what you guys know exactly. You don't have to guess. I actually went on a rant about what price this is sitting on the offer. It's at 88 because obviously when it goes up to the evens, I predictably offered 88. It turned at 78 or 75 or whatever the heck that is and flushed back in. So Apple under VWAP, suddenly weak again. The market's testing and wicking the highs on the NASDAQ. Here, let's actually show the NASDAQ. When we say that, NASDAQ trying to break the top and then coming back underneath. When that's happening, instead of being at the highs like it was before, Apple is suddenly under VWAP and looking like a little bit of a dog. So if it's going to be a dog, then I want to play a VWAP retrace on it. Let's let it calm down. I don't know if we get a shot at that 175 half again. If we had just sat in front of it, then it would have worked. That said, it would have been breaking a rule because then I'm sitting in front of the level and getting it on the way up on a stock that was at the moment relatively strong. Meta, Meta's still strong. Okay, so Meta's actually still above VWAP and looking pretty good,
right back up.
as this looks pretty good to the long side. Right, bouncing off the 50 period on the daily, holding a consolidation above whatever we're calling the afternoon range. I don't have a name for it. I don't have a name for that, but the afternoon range after things went all to you know what. So 502 looks like a good dip buy on Tesla. All we got is the BABA underneath 70, as it was a flat bottom break that we're taking the short back into the level. As we're headed to at 10:20 already.
Oh, wow.
And this morning is flying. Adara and our small cap recap.
IWM definitely lagging behind the NASDAQ and the SPY here, still to the downside, but trying to recover a little bit in these last couple 3-minute candles for the Russell 2000. In terms of individual movers, we have a lot of them today, including WISA, this company trading higher after announcing a 5-year licensing agreement with an HGTV/PTV brand. They also do have a float of about 1.5 million shares, so low float for WISA. Next up, we have Jaguar Health. This one is a small cap, JAGX, announcing a 5-year exclusive in-license agreement for their Jeclair treatment. And last but not least, Better Choice, BTTR. This one has a very low float, about under 500,000 shares, authorizing a $5 million stock repurchase program. So BTTR on the Amex to the upside, guys.
Get down, get down. Yes, sir. There it is. Yes, sir. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Oh, my gosh. The bears are coming out again in droves. Bang right there. Good trade for NVIDIA. Now $250 in the money as we get that money right back and we say, Negative stock, NEPA. There, nice move down. Now $3 in the money. We also do short Tesla again and again and again. Let's keep on making some money on Tesla as that's coming back in here into 50s. The market trying to give it up now. Back into VWAP would be nice. What is this, 156.25? Well, we right there right now. So let's try to ring the register at 156.50. I just put it went to 48. Oh no. There it is again. Yeah, let's go, man. That's good trading for the short anyways for right now. Nice downside move. Remember when I said we had a loss from the top? Well, Travolta's looking around and saying, not seeing that right now. $3 in the money on NVIDIA, Neil. We are starting to crack lower and lower and lower right now. This is the day that we've all been waiting for. Nah, that's every day, man. Every day there's lots of market movements, including today. Here we go. Now we're $4 in the money on this NVIDIA trade. And what's going to happen when we give this up right now on VWAP? Let's see if the market does that. Nice move back into 870 maybe. Hey, you guys just want to take 6 clean on NVIDIA? Okay, let's do that right now. 870 and change. Let's put a bid down there for NVDA and see if we can't ring the register in and around there. So far so good. $4 in the money there. And it is another club. We've had a $3 club, but Tesla says, wait, we'll come to that club as well. It's $1 in the money now. It's Tesla.
Yeah, I love that retracement trade. Both ways off the 70 level. 70 to 76, 76 to 70 as the market heads back in. Uh-oh. Yeah, remember I said Meta was strong? Meta just lost VWAP here. I reloaded Intel on a lower high. We're already in Alibaba off the 70 level. Meta was the one thing. Okay, maybe there was a couple of others. Meta was that thing that I felt like if it could hold green, it could lead the way for us today. Do not like this one under VWAP. Haven't really, only long I took was a breakout trade, so I've been favoring the short, but we generally speaking like it when stocks go up. I want to get to Rivian for a second here, because great out. I said I wasn't going to reload it the 5th time. That ended up being a good idea, but look at the turn that this is putting on at 870. This is probably a short up here as well, if we can get that. And I'm going to go over to Coinbase again. This just got right back underneath VWAP as well. So a bit of a fade out underneath yesterday's lows and showing signs of weakness. I think we're going to get back into some of these to the short. Shout out to you, Yonder. We actually haven't mentioned Netflix going into their earnings later this week. And I keep saying, you just heard me say Meta was super strong. Netflix up 2%. Netflix is pretty darn strong in its own right, trending to the upside. But we've been looking at the names that we more actively trade, and I can't remember the last time we like to trade in Netflix. The spread's a problem, the volume not the best. I think even Disney is usually better if you want to look at that one.
Oh, man. Yeah, Disney was at 113.
And it's holding the 50 period.
Yeah,
I like
daily, right? Yeah.
Just before we go back to Adara, if this market's weak, Disney holding 113 in here looks pretty solid. And the longer it does this, I'm going to convince myself here. If it can hold this on this little move down in the market, I just want to see it dip, bounce off 113. And I think it'd be a long off that. But we're going back to the desk for Adara.
Keeping an eye on Supermicro Computers here, SMCI. This one holding up pretty well, up about 4%. They did get a price target increase from $600 to $1,500 here, so $900 price increase from Loop Capital earlier today with the buy rating. So just wanted to bring this one up here, SMCI, guys.
Yeah, that was a rocket, but it's already starting to pull back, and it was carrying the chips. Got all the way to 930, not quite 935. But now already back $10. Yikes. Oh yeah, Peloton. You know, not everything gave you the big push back into the upside, but I've been waiting for some of the weaker names to give you that VWAP look. There is a retracement of 315, there's a break of VWAP, there's 317, and here's right back under. So the VWAP retracement setup in effect on Peloton here. I just realized, did I even pay for locates on this? Or, well, either I did or they're free. So one or the other. We're either thinking real trading or maybe I actually did my preparation this morning and paid for some locates. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get it here short. I'm on the midpoint trying to grab 14.5. I'm not really hitting the bid. And if it gets above 17, I would get out of that. Bob is short, Intel short, trying to grab Peloton as we speak. And Apple's still tanking. Apple's almost at the low of the day here. Yikes. What is going on with Apple?
Meta's at $5 right now as well.
It broke.
I mean, nice move coming back up. Stopped at 505, yesterday's pivot point. But again, yeah, here, see, sometimes I use pivot points. There it is right there. 505.40. I mean, too late now. That's $5 ago. Coming back in. That's weird about Apple. I don't know, why wasn't that on my radar today? I don't know. There it is, 173.
That's
I mean,
wild.
this is probably, oh yeah, there's that missing data. Okay. Is this a long? I mean, down 0.67. Generally speaking, we don't like to fight names that are counter trend, or counter the market. All right, let me leave Apple alone. This chart's not participating. I'm going to have a look at that in a minute. We're $4 in the money on NVIDIA, so that's going to be something worth looking at and talking about. Possibly. Sorry, $3. We were, well, now we're $4. Just a matter of the spread. There it is right there. We've really barcoded here. I don't have, now that I have this bid out, I'm canceling this bid at 870. So we do have a bid at 870. That's where VWAP is. I wonder, that's probably a good bid. There's no doubt about that, but we could even get lower than that if this market is weak. We do have Tesla on board as well. I mean, there's not much more we can do right here. We've traded 3 names today. AMD, P&L number 1 on the show. NVIDIA, P&L number 2. Neil crushed that from 870 as well. So we've got $4 this way. Tesla, I mean, you know, so right now, what's up? What's up, Dan? They have been buying tech all morning. Yes, says Dan Emmons. Feels like it, but I don't know. Now they're not.
Not all morning.
Not all tech,
Not
maybe,
all morning.
but not Apple, and definitely NVIDIA right now is $4 in the money, Dan Emmons. So there we go. Let's go to the downside right now as NVIDIA starting to get going here again. This is what we're talking about. I'm not throwing this trophy, that is for sure. 871 coming back in right now. $5 in on NVIDIA. Almost 2 right now in the money on Tesla. So, hey, we're net short. We've talked about that. We want this short. I don't have any more bids out. We're going short. So that's my favorite word, short, right now. So we're there. We're $5 on NVIDIA and we're $1.50 on Tesla. This is what trading is all about.
Yeah, get the shorts on. We're holding on to them. Again, I do agree with the sentiment that there was buying early on the tech names. I think that's abated heavily now. I mean, Meta's underneath $500 and headed toward the low. Alphabet, which we haven't even talked about, has broken VWAP. It's trending down back in toward the lows. Microsoft, which we haven't talked about. This is maybe strong, but it's starting to roll back over. If this takes VWAP, it's like the last one standing at this particular point. I know we just talked about Netflix, but look, man, Netflix isn't as big as it used to be. I know by name it's like FANG, but really it hasn't been one of the big ones for a while.
Right, yeah.
So I just got into Peloton and then back into Intel as that was slowing up. I know it's over VWAP, but it's underneath the pre-market low breakdown. So I'm back into the short there. And Alibaba starting to work back off of that 70 level. That was a new position, shorting back into 70 because we didn't get the 70 break. So I want low of the day on that particular name. As we're headed back to Adara.
Worth noting, we have a couple different things to talk about with regards to crypto. Specifically, there's a bit of a divergence in terms of opinions from market participants with regards to what Bitcoin will do from here. We do have the founder of 10X Research saying that he's now bearish and has de-risked his portfolio given the uptick in treasury yields. Meanwhile, we have another trader and analyst here saying that they could see a surge up to 120,000 for Bitcoin amidst this quote-unquote doomsday rally with ongoing geopolitical concerns. So interesting with the same catalyst, some difference of opinions with regards to where Bitcoin goes from here. Worth noting as well, we do have Bitcoin continuing to trade sort of within this range, bottom of about 61,000, top to about that 72,000 near that all-time high. Right now, about 62.5 here for BTC. Ethereum down about 4% at just above 3,000 right now, 3,000 and a half. We also have Solana here down about 10%, Ripple down about 4%, Dogecoin down about 4%. A lot of weakness right now in these crypto-related names. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
So that last move down, we were just talking about Disney in the 113. Disney still holding on to the bid. You saw, look, if Netflix is going to be flying, Disney should have some like related strength. But if it's going to hold VWAP here, strong stock, relatively speaking, it's not a chip name, so no worries there. It's not like a big cap tech, so as they fall, there's at least a chance it can buck the trend. Only in 3 shorts. It's not quite at VWAP just yet, but one more little push down, I think it can give you that shot to bounce off VWAP. But I want to be patient with it. Going back over to NVIDIA, so I liked it for a breakout, and sometimes breakout trades are dips into the, like whatever the break was when it pulls back into the breakout price, you look for support at that level. But I'm just not there yet, because every single time NVIDIA's failed a break, or
Oh, hell yeah.
recently when it's failed a break, the continuation has been the entire day. So I don't want to sit on the bid of that. Like, I'd rather be looking for an opportunity to short some weakness. Already got Peloton, which we had to wait for to make a bit of a move into VWAP. It just pulled into VWAP and then came right back under, looking for $3 even. If it breaks 3 even, I think there's I think it's its own trade if it breaks $3. So if it breaks 3, we'll be out of this short at 315 and then look for like a $3 break on Peloton. I don't think it's SSR. Actually, it might be. This might be SSR, so you might not be able to hit that bid on a 3 break, but we'll still try.
I feel like we're getting way too confident in our calls because, like, I mean, this NVIDIA is now $5 in the money, and I'm not even like really considering taking it out. I don't know. I mean, it's trying to break through 870, is it? I mean, it's just hovering around here. So if we do get that break, man, maybe we do get a low bid here into 867 and change. So let's put that out. 868.50, something like that on that kind of a break. This is a little silly. I mean, I feel that taking this much profit and just sitting on it seems a little silly, but let's just wait. I mean, we still have a big time ahead of us here today as this market is lots of time left. So let's keep going on it, see if we can't get a lower bid here for NVIDIA. And by the way, I mean, you want to talk about some low bids. I mean, Tesla, she be going as well, right into some of these lows again here. 154 and change coming through for Tesla. So I'm thinking about bidding that name at this level as well, 154.65. Pretty good there. We saw Neil get involved there. It does have its moments where this name could definitely rip against us. It did rip against us. I mean, it came right back up here again. So let's take a little bit of advantage down here. Maybe just 155, like 05 or something. If we can get a 155 bid, we'll be pretty happy with that. Right back into this level. So here we go. Let's take this out on Tesla. If we're lucky enough to get this fill, we'll take it out. So right now on Tesla, that's what we're looking for. A nice little bid downside here for Tesla and get that fill at 05s. And that's what we're doing right now. So still to come on this name, it's Tesla looking for a 155 bid, which it looks like we're going to get in just a matter of seconds here.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to there.
It is XSTC definitely on watch here, up about 150%. Kind of out of nowhere, Zach Morris, this meme stock trader, posting about this one on X. So traders circulating that post. They also has a very small float. We are talking about 441,000 shares. This one popping up now close to up to 200% to the upside. Lots of social media attention on SXTC, guys.
Shout out. So yesterday it was Fisker. Today apparently it's GoEV, up 17% and absolutely flying. It's not the only thing. C is also SE also making a power move, up 8%. So a couple of big time runners here, which are looking nasty to the upside. And if you're shorting these, obviously they have. Look, they've got short floats for them. C limited. Oh, no, never mind. I thought this had a better.
We own one.
Only 3.5 short float. I thought that was a bigger short float. GoEV's got a short float. I'm a little disappointed in that. I thought SE actually had a bigger short float than that. Again, I'm not trading either one of them. Peloton is the one we were just in. It just bounced off the low of the day where I had a bid out there, so not quite filling the bid passively, but it is flushing into the down. So I want to make sure we're letting you guys know what's happening on some of the names that we might not be actively trading. I just heard something in my ear about C Limited, but I couldn't hear it after. I was like listening to myself talk and couldn't actually hear the story on C Limited, but it is making power moves to the upside. I do want to jump back over to Disney. We're looking for a dip buy into VWAP. It still hasn't quite done it. It's holding strength for now on Disney, still looking pretty good. It's not flying around like Netflix, but the longer it can hold on to VWAP, I think the better. The 113 being that key price, you can see support. Like if I get a fill here, I want to give it to 112. 19. Oh, Alibaba as well. That's starting to bounce off VWAP a little bit. So we shorted it back underneath when it failed this 70, but it needs to break VWAP and then get into the low of the day. So BABA was a 70 break that we didn't get till it came back above. And if it doesn't reclaim 70 even, at some point this could retest its 52-week low. I'm not saying today, but this is another flat bottom break for Alibaba. Under pressure, these Chinese ADRs.
I wanted this plane crash. Where is it? Yeah, it's the one no, that's air. Okay, this one, airplane. No, oh, here it is, right here. It's this one. Okay, so, oh God, we just got it. There it is, right there, man. We will fire off that damn hot dog cannon. That is a $8 winner right there. It's done, man. It is an $8 winner on NVIDIA. Put that baby on the board right there. So that was a good one there. Nice little victory for us on NVIDIA. $8 taken, boom, boom, right there. And by the way, we did take that $2 as well on Tesla. Like, I mean, I say this rhetorically, but I mean, this is trading, baby. AMD, monster move. NVIDIA, monster move. Tesla, monster move. I mean, you know, depending on the style of trade that you're looking for, there's a lot of opportunity in this market, and we're just going to sit here and try to take advantage of it for you live here on the show. And again, trading live can be difficult, as you can clearly see, but we're trying to give you the positions that we're taking, why we're making those decisions, and then at the end of the day, I can show you all 3 names that I've been in and all of the executions that have happened live. Right here. So that's what we're doing. It's AMD, that's P&L 1, it's NVIDIA's P&L 2, and then Tesla we got stopped out there. We talked about that one. So that's why this one for me is PL 3. Just because we did have that stop out there as this continues to go lower. And you know what, man? I don't feel any ways about this either. I mean, sure, we're out now of NVIDIA. I'm going to take $8 on that. When it goes back into the 200 period off of the high of the day, we're taking that like not 9 times out of 9, but 10 times out of 10. So there's the play all the way to the outside. But I guess if you're doing 9 times out of 9, it would be the exact same as 10 out of 10. So
it's true.
Yeah, I meant to say 9 times out of 10, but you know, 100% we'll take it. There's the out there on that one.
I never say 100% because I find there's very few instances where there's something you would do 100% of the time.
Right.
It's like 99.9% or 9 repeating or something like that. I don't like thinking in absolutes, especially in trading. The position board looks like it might have reset there.
I am flat.
Oh, you are flat. Okay, never mind. Oh, shoot, it's 1040. Sector watch with Adara.
One of the first sectors we need to talk about today is going to be finance. We did have some big earnings over the last few days today, getting BAC, Bank of America, very much to the downside versus Morgan Stanley, very much to the upside. So a bit of a divergence here in some of these finance names. Generally, though, they are trading pretty much to the downside. Energy, minerals, and utilities both pretty weak as well amidst ongoing geopolitical tension. So keep an eye on both of those sectors. Tesla leading the bulk of consumer durables very much to the downside as well, with those ongoing concerns with Tesla's layoffs. We also have to talk about, of course, these tech sectors, actually pretty strong compared to some of the rest of the market. We have NVIDIA and AMD both getting some positive notes from Evercore ISI. Netflix also trading higher ahead of its earnings, so both tech sectors a little bit more positive. Also positive is health services, UNH leading this group to the upside after its earnings report, guys.
What is UNH doing? Oh, it's starting to give it back. UNH got all the way to $480 in the pre-market on a big gap up. Now it's at $470, but the market's coming in. So little weakness on UNH. This was never going to be a stock that we would trade. Let's be real. It's big spread, probably more of it's just a long-term trading stock. JP Morgan's testing out those lows. I wanted to go back. It was Disney. Like Disney, I wanted bouncing off VWAP. It's consolidating a little bit, but the market's still pressing lower. I want to get to Apple. have not made a single execution on Apple today. And Apple, this is the one I'm going to slap the fail on, because I said Apple back into, remember we had that little bit of an outage thing, but right back into that 174, 73.5 to 73, 74 even. Like it's a fade up there, I missed it, and all of a sudden you're breaking the low and testing $170 even on Apple. So the entire, like that big move that you had last week, it's about to give it all up. Like it all started right here at 170 bucks. If there is a bounce today, you got to think it might be at 170. But we're going to see that one on the bid, I think, sometime in the midday show, if not in the next 15 minutes. If I see a big bid, I'm going to go for the scalp trade on Apple off that level. Rivian is still making that reversal. We were shorted a lot and then got away from it when it took out that local high. Now that's looking like a big hammer candle. I don't think we're going to see 870 again. I guess I'll work back into it off of the 860. Like on the 15-minute, you have some resistance at the 860 level, so I think we can short back into that one. So we're going to go, we sat this one out for a hot minute. I think we'll go right back over to it. Baba's still in. Peloton still within the same day's range. Short the lower high into the current low of 308. And Go EV is still going. 17% short float. Adara just, I asked Adara if she saw any news on it, and their answer was no. And I couldn't find anything as to why this is going. But just a word, it's not just a 17% short float. These guys reverse split. And when that happens, obviously the float itself gets smaller. So low float name, and now you're starting to, did you say it's a great company? Sharif just said Go EV is a great company. His words, not mine. He's joking, obviously, at this point. But you saw Fisker run, so sometimes things just squeeze. That's all I think this is.
All right, we do have the midday show coming up, and then you'll see Sharif and Adara put on these big winners and trades for you as well. And then they'll have a lesson of the day. That should be really exciting. We do get a lot of love for that midday show, so stay tuned. In just 15 minutes, you will get them on board. And honestly, man, oh man, we continue to go to the downside right there, 866 on NVIDIA. I mean, like I said, we're happy to spin this and give reloads, all of that stuff, man. Nice trading back into the downside. This is what it's all about. I'm not in anything right now, trying to be patient, waiting for that opportunity. AMD doing nothing. NVIDIA's still going short. I got to wait for, I said this has probably been like, one of the top, not probably, I mean, we've talked about that, one of the top names. Tesla, that was a great out as well. I mean, it's just about, playing the levels and trying to be as patient as you possibly can with all of that. All right, so Palantir, let's have a quick look at that. 21, I was noticing it wasn't doing much. We did get that bottom tick though down here, so that's kind of interesting to me for Palantir all the way back in to 2130. I mean, is that a level for Palantir? The interesting name for me was going to be Apple, because like both Sharif and Neil were like, oh my God, Apple.
It just tagged 13s.
Apple 170 13? No,
Oh,
not 170.
Yeah.
170.
What is it with
now.
me and like 12 and 22 and all that?
Yeah, I don't know, but that is a dip into 170 again there. Apple, pretty sick with it.
If you bid 15s instead of like 11 or 12, you're long Apple off 170 right now and getting the bounce that you're looking for. But otherwise, you're missing. I just canceled. I'll probably get tighter to one. Like the first time it bounces off 13. The second time it might bounce closer. That's the way I'll look at that. So I'm going to sit underneath 110, just looking for the long off the 170 level. Like Apple was strong. Whoops, I don't want in right now. All right, there you go. I actually just put in like the wrong price and punched in and out. Hey, I made a cent. It doesn't really matter though. At the end of the day, going to pay fees on it either way. So I want 170, probably 6s and 7s. That's going to make a heck of a lot more sense. I already have a stop underneath, which is something we can do. So if it breaks, I don't like it at the even dollar, but it's not that far underneath it for that stop. Alibaba, we have 15 minutes to go. So there's plenty of time before we have to get in there. And why is Go EV is still going? Look, this is a little bit parabolic. I'm going to check the price of locates, because when I pull up this daily chart, it is nowhere near the split high. And if it slows down underneath the split high, that is going to be a heck of a retracement short. And it hasn't slowed just yet, but the volume's starting to taper off as well. So as long as it's reasonable, I'm going to pay for locates on Go EV here. If it's less than if it's over 10, 20 cents a share, which I don't think it will be, I wouldn't pay for it. But let's go get them now. Oh, that's why I couldn't short DJT.
Pay for shorts?
I didn't do the whole, when we pay for locates at Real Trading here, DJT was 3 cents a share to short. but you have to select it. It gives you a quote as the price.
Right.
You hit accept, and then there's like a confirmation page, and I, all the time, will forget to hit the confirmation. That's why I couldn't short DJT. I thought I just missed the fill. No, the order rejected because I didn't actually put the whole thing through. But that's on me, man. Oh, that sucks because it was a good short. But I'm going to go pay for that and Go EV right now as long as it's a reasonable price.
All right, we look at Fisker. I mean, Fisker got to almost to 7 cents there.
Oh, I was a
today.
guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's back down to 6 now.
Go, Fabian.
But
You're
here
long
we
too.
go. Yeah, I'm long. I bought some more at 13 cents. Like, I'm not.
That's like a triple up.
I'm not even.
What was the low?
We put a couple $100. No,
Oh, the
Fisker.
low's 2 cents.
Yeah, you could have bought more down there. So Fisker coming back
3x.
to life right there. Look at that trade, man. Face slap that one. Wow, that was a good one there for us on Tesla as that out. And then look at the NVIDIA out. Although, we were thinking that potentially it wasn't the greatest of outs. Seems like it wasn't that bad after all.
Oh, come on.
On that one.
Whatever.
I'm still trying to find some more trades. Let's go back over to a name. I mean, I was looking at Palantir, honestly. I'd rather see that one absolutely rip to the upside if we can. Intel's getting somewhat exciting. It's broken above VWAP right now.
Oh, there goes Apple.
Apple breaking 170 now. We should have probably, we still can short that. See, notice how I didn't step into this one. Like, when I'm not certain, like, do we have a headline on this, Adara? Like, why is Apple doing this? Because I know China. Look, we could check out FXI. I probably read today. No, not really. 2370?
Not really.
Okay, that's down 1%. Okay. So what happened?
What?
Needham cut Apple, but earlier this morning? Probably. Okay. All right. 1027. Okay. Well,
It was already turning.
Apple was starting to go. That's about 10 o'clock. Yeah, straight down to 170. I feel like this is a buy. But
I want to see it recover once.
because I think that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just because I think it doesn't mean that we stand in front of the sword.
Well,
on
I
that
took
one.
it for the bounce play. I had a 6 long, so it lost about 10 cents on the scalp trade, but that was like an even dollar gimmick trade. Like, it either holds the evens and bounces. If it bounces to 50s, take a bunch out. If it bounces to it's 171, you get out of it as well. But now it's just starting to trend in, and I think it's going to drag things with it. Ooh, I just got Rivian. So we just got Rivian. It did that wick top break, and then the lower high off 860. Again, on the 15-minute, you've got that big wick top. So I want to be short back into Rivian, which we've been doing. Look, we've been taking shots on Rivian, and obviously, like, the open move was actually the best move because it gave you very clean off of 845 down to 825. And then each reload, as it's making higher lows, there's 2 things you can do here. You can either neglect to reload as it's making higher lows and trending up, or you can just reload for less. So I was trading less and less shares, and then eventually just didn't short it again after that last one. So again, it can be trending up, and you can still want to short it, but I'm not going to sit there and get crazy about it. If it can hold 860, I'm shorting back underneath that, as we're going to the desk for Money Talks.
Another candle to the upside right now on the daily chart for the DXY for the USD here. Right now, we did get almost as close as 106.50 before pulling back a little bit right now at 106.25. Couple economic data pieces earlier today, housing related. We got building permits a little bit lower than the estimate here, so 1.458 million versus the expected 1.514 million. Housing starts month over month also lower for March, so coming in negative 14.7% versus positive 12.7% prior, so bit of a move down there month over month. Also worth noting, we have some Fed speak on watch coming up for the rest of the day. Fed's Chair Powell at 1:15 in conversation with Bank of Canada Governor Macklem, so definitely something to keep an eye on there. 1:15 Eastern Time, Fed Chair Jerome Powell. We also have Fed's Barkin speaking at 1, so some of the many Fed speakers and economic speakers we'll be getting later this week, guys.
Yeah, Apple should have been maybe it was just a blind short.
We're doing it again. At 164, man, right on the sticky note again. We got it, and now we're 50 cents in the money on that one. And by the way, we just went back over to one of our favorite stocks as well, Intel. Thank you so much for coming through, Intel. We like it. We like it a lot. right there. So a nice trade there on Intel as we just shorted 24 out some there at 20s, then at 17s as Intel is our chip of the day right now. AMD is 40 cents at the money. I just put a bid, I think, down there. Oh, no, I did not. Let's put a bid down there for AMD at 163 flat. If it breaks 164, we're just going to get out of this one. I think this is well worth it. 15 cents worth of risk to try to make 85. I mean, I like that ratio. Let's see if we can do it. Come on, Intel, man. A push back into 16s, we'll take a bid there as well. Why not? And then if we can get even lower, I mean, VWAP is at 10s. Let's see a break of VWAP and put an order at 05. So let's go downside there on Intel, see if we do get that fill. First fill 16, next fill lower than that as we go. And then we will get stopped out. We'll just break out of this. Like if this takes 164, let's just get out. I'm putting the stop order in right now. A break of 164 for AMD, and we'll get out of that. So that's what's happening there because we are watching NVIDIA, which is bouncing around 875.
So AMD's high of day when everything else is underneath.
Yep, exactly. That's why I was saying to you before. Remember, I was like, AMD is not a short, and then it becomes P&L 1. Morgan trying to fade out as well, up 3%, but
never got to those mid-90s though.
No, mid-$90, no. It didn't do anything. Right off the open was its highest trade, just like BAC, I think. And right there, 90.50 coming into play right there for Morgan. There it is. There's another winner again for us. So although it's just small, you know what we're doing right now? We're just stacking it up, man. It's been another big day for us here again. Not much else to complain. Like I said, you know, yesterday we had that outage. That stopped us, but guess what? We come back right here today, and we're unfazed, and it's another one of those trophy days. So far, so good here, man, as we continue to go. You know, stay in your lane. We talk about that all the time. Yesterday, we were red. We were long and we couldn't get out when the NASDAQ broke 18,000. So I think gold is a great safe haven now. Maybe this is a good time to have Peter Schiff back on the show as GLD really starting to go, man. He's been on the show 2 or 3 times. We'll see if we can get him back to 2050 right now. Nice upside move for you gold bugs, man. Wow, what a good day, or what a good
Safety, man.
Yeah, I guess what a good year for gold. I mean, I know it's been rallying since the beginning.
I'm not a gold person. But
no, I mean, you've been it's been a horrible investment.
That's what I'm saying. Like
until the last 6 months.
You either are, look, it's one of those things in investing. You either are or you aren't. You either believe that you should have gold in your portfolio as a hedge, but it's like.
Yeah.
But then, like over the years, you can also easily, when you feel like things are too bullish and exuberant, you've also been able to buy protection in the VIX. I don't know if it hasn't worked as well recently, but there's other ways that you can protect yourself. You can have covered calls. There's all kinds of other ways you can do it without gold, but I know people are into it. Look, I was about to celebrate Alibaba, and then I just noticed that this happened. I don't know what the heck is going on with Pac B, and somebody get Aunt Kathy on the wire, because I'm 90-something% sure that this is one of the things that she buys. Yuckity yuck yuck. I had no idea the stock was doing this. I wonder if they still own this. But Pac B, I'm kind of thinking it's down 41%. It's an SSR bounce. If it gets to $1 today, giddy up, I suppose. So I'll be there. If it gets to $1, I don't know why you wouldn't trade it. But Alibaba's heading back into the low, so that's working for another flush into the downside. We reloaded Rivian, which is on the NASDAQ last I checked, and this is me going New York first, and that's NASDAQ. But it needs to bounce underneath VWAP. It gets back to the 840 level, and then we'll take it. This was more of an open trade. And now you're putting in higher lows. If it puts another higher low, do not need to be fighting this one. But wow, that's nasty on Pacific Biosciences. And we always talk about these SSR bounces. And what I mean by that is it's short sell restricted, meaning you can't, it's down 42%. You can't hit the bid to remove liquidity to go short. And it's already made one bottom at $1.60. Maybe I don't even wait for $1, because if you can risk 2 or 3 cents, if it comes down here and prints like 62, 63, you could maybe risk less than 5 cents, and then VWAP's up here at like 75 to 80. Small relief rally in this name would be pretty decent. But the other big thing is Apple under 170. Apple should have been a short. That's actually an accidental scalp trade for a win. Like I punched in when I didn't want to, just punched right out for like a cent, paid fees. But then we did go long off this and lost 10 cents on it. Looking for a pop to short back into 170 as Apple gives up the ghost, down 2% here. No story for it. It just looks like it's maybe a technical failed break, something like that. I don't know. What's my level for Apple, Varsha? That's why I just answered. Like I'm looking to short back into 170. I'm sitting there probably way too tight to that level. We'll have to pick up another price. We're holding Baba short. We're holding Piton short. We're holding Rivian short. I'd like to be in Apple, but I don't want to hit the lows at 10.57. It's not usually the time of day that I want to short the low of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when there is smoke, there is fire. But like I agree with Neil there that, I mean, at this time of day, what can we do? We are 4 for 4 today. I mean, Intel is providing to be it as well. So we're really happy with the way Intel's obviously trading here today back in. We are now a dime piece. I mean, we like dime pieces around here. Let's put a bid right there at 36.12. I mean, you know, I wish we were pulling dimes like we're pulling dimes in this market like every single day around here. But there it is, man, 36.10 right into VWAP again. I don't know what else to do, guys, honestly. Like, we're just showing you the trades that we're making. I mean, we've talked about this before. Last week, there was a day we were 7 for 7. Yesterday, you know, we weren't too pleased about losing yesterday, but that doesn't matter. We stay with the grind. And yesterday, at our baseball meeting, we talked about doing procedures and doing it the same way over and over and over again. How to get kids, you know, to play properly, to swing properly, to run properly, to act properly. And it starts with leadership. And it starts with being consistent with your formations and with your processes. And I mean, I just come in every day and do the same thing. Find the trades we like. Watch the market. Use, like, we didn't have Intel on our radar. Like, it's not on the sticky note, but it's a chip name. We watched it do this move. We preferred the short. We went over there and shorted it. We got hit on NVIDIA. You know, then we went back in and made it PL1, playing momentum back in again. I don't know if we have lunch. Let me go find out right now. We do have lunch. The menu for Tuesday, April the 16th, with only 1 minute to go. As Intel says, you like dimes, what about 15 cents? AMD says you like dimes, what about 6 times that right now? 60 cents in the money for Intel. Today's menu is lemon toasted salmon fillet with rice and black bean and steamed broccolini. I say props up to that, but I could care less because right now we are spinning that money, guys, and it's been a hell of a day, and I want to thank every single one of you for watching. Make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe. It's a perfect day around here, and I'm about to go for that walk, call the wife, see what's good. It's Trader TV Live, and we always good, baby.
And with only a little bit of time to go, nothing new just yet, but I'm going to put on that Pac B trade off the low. It's too spicy to risk 3 or 4 cents to get to VWAP, which is at 175. But you know what? Like, every style is going to be different. And I've said this before. Like, what's weird? Like, Sean will say, like, you know, 5 for 5, 7 for 7, 9 for 9. All my best days in the last couple of months, it was one day like that. But really, it's just been about risk to reward. Like, I'll have losing stocks. Like, Micron, we're down about 40 cents on the dollar to what the NVIDIA win would be. Coinbase was a losing trade as well, but we're down less than we are up on Tesla on it. So it's really about that for you, whatever works out. And that's where I find my consistency comes to that, because I have found over time, most of the worst days are when you have like one loss, but it's like a loss that's more than you're making on that setup. So I just want to say, you know, keep into your style, stay with your grind, whatever it might be.
Right, just look at your
Long
P&L.
Nicola. No, you know what though? Here's the thing.
That's all that matters.
Actually, you know what? And I'll completely disagree with that, because if you take something like, I don't care, if you take something like an NVIDIA breakout trade, like the NVIDIA break is a setup that I've had maybe 1 or 2 days out of the last 7. It has nothing to do with like range-bound trading other stocks. And it's going to make or lose more money than those things. So
what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, look at your P&L.
No, but I say like more like at the end of the day, look at the P&L per style of trade. Because
Right.
if
and
I'm trading,
figure out what's bad for you.
yeah, like if I'm trading rebate stocks, then a lose on that has nothing to do with the win. So I'm trading each strategy as their own and then grading each of those strategies.
Exactly.
That's what ends up mattering. If you look at your overall P&L on a day where, okay, like NVIDIA had a breakout trade that was fantastic, it'll be skewed. So I always want to make sure that I'm staying within the pocket and grading each one differently, because that's what it's all about. You might trade 10 different setups in a day. You might trade 2 setups in a day. But you want to make sure that you're grading each one of those individually, not just stock by stock. If I'm taking an SSR bounce on Pack B, which I think I will, then I got to measure that against other SSR bounces, which I haven't had one all week. So you've got to make sure you're staying with your grind. We always talk about process, but there's no bigger process than that. Measure each strategy against itself.
And that's why we show the leaderboard, so we can show you what strategies are working profitable-wise. So, all right. Thank you, Neil, for that one. And let's go now over to the big desk with the big man in the polo. It's Sharif and Adara. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That in the beautiful teal there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif in the gray. Yeah, just a regular run-of-the-mill gray. And we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of early birds today. We have Bears versus Bulls, obviously, and we even have Adara chiming in the chat. So we'll wait for YouTube to do its thing and bring everybody on over. Personally, I am keeping eyes here on NFLX. This one really doesn't care. The market's down, the market's up. It goes its own way, baby. Breaking through that 622, up 2.5% on the day. Shout out to Netflix. All right, now we're getting some people coming in. We got the pet detective, baby. Ace Ventura in the house. JC Finance. Mateus Lane. We got Big Bob Dub. We got Richard's Automotive Workshop. I like that. ALX. Mr. Long Shorts. We got Adam DeLuce, Zach Griffith, Double M. We got Trinity 3R, Charan Tej, Jonathan Mansilla. Who else we got over here? We got Igor. We got Ponzi, Fonzie, Adam Khalifa. We got Hugh Jassy. We got Fat Figure in the house. What's going up? And we even have Nicole Harris. What's up, Nicole Harris? One of the OGs in the chat. Shout out to Hot Lana. We got Bullish Monk, who's me, the Piper, and Shannon Gregory. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I do all right. You know, watching Apple, absolutely taking it on you know what. But we'll try to make up for that beating we're taking in the personal account right now. See if we can get some good trades on. What do you have to look at there?
Yeah, I have a couple. I actually have 2 rip sells instead of dip buy. Rip sells ready to execute. One of them is on Clean Spark. To me, this is a bit of a clean look on Clean Spark. I like this kind of rangier look. I notice we keep bouncing off VWAP, so I would get out before there. Maybe saving a piece for the dream, though, because to me, this looks like it could be a flat bottom break. Lower highs. Also worth noting, the Bitcoin chart is kind of supporting what I'm seeing here, right? These lower highs. So I do have Bitcoin up. This worked for me yesterday. I was able to execute my Mara and Clean Spark trades by cross-referencing what we were doing on BTC itself, because I have talked about Mother Bitcoin. And so it's like, Adara, you can't be scared to trade these names as long as you are cross-referencing Mother Bitcoin and asking her if you can take Clean Spark Mara out to play. Like, I think as long as you're asking permission, I think it could be okay here. Also, Upstart. I traded this one yesterday as well. I have a rip sell ready here. I was trying to, much like Clean Spark, looking for these lower highs, trying to plan the rip sells accordingly. I'm not sure if I got the placement exactly right here. Looks like we might have had an even lower high than anticipated at this 21.58, but that's okay. I don't want to chase. We always say don't go chasing waterfalls, so chasing waterfalls. We sing this every day, I swear. But let's see.
You fail. You fail.
Oh, so Sean's humming it over here too, so shout out. But yeah, so let's see what happens here. I might have to move this to 58 or 59. I know I said no chasing, but swiper, no swiping, chaser, no chasing, I don't know. But let's see here, right below 60s. I think I might have been a little bit too conservative with the 63s here. I see you have taken a bite out of the apple.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get a mean reversion. This is not my style of trading, but we're gonna take an attempt at this apple bottom here. No, I did not mean that on purpose.
Apple bottom
jeans, boots with the fur.
With the fur.
With the fur.
And the whole bubbles.
We'll wet our beak here. We'll see exactly what we get here on AAPL. Big move down for Apple midday. We're not exactly sure what caused this. I mean, I looked back at my blotter to see if that need him headline came in a little earlier, and it actually did. So it came in earlier today, so that probably is not it there. We'll keep tabs on Apple. I mean, it was down 2% at its worst. It's pumping up right now. We're 20 pennies on the money on this trade. Let's see if it can break that 50 penny area. Katina, man, there goes. We're in the 60 penny area here. Let's see if we can continue to pump. Maybe 170 comes in. I mean, who knows, right? On AAPL, a bit of a tough look today for Apple, especially with, we're not really exactly sure what's going on. So I have to do lessons, so I have to get out of this trade, sadly, but yeah, that's just kind of the way it is around here. Let's load up the lesson du jour, baby. And for all my American friends, du jour is French for the day. Shout out to you guys. Always excellent in French and the metric system. You Americans are excellent, excellent. I'm just joking, of course. Come on, if I can't troll you guys. RSI reversal, Chilean nightmare. This is we're talking about today. Today's lesson dives into relative strength index and the power to identify potential reversals in momentum, especially for small cap stocks. And that's what we're talking about all week this week is small cap trading. So RSI can be a valuable tool, but remember, it's just one piece of the puzzle. And again, obviously, we have to introduce RSI to everybody because not everybody knows what the relative strength index is. If you already know, just allow me a moment here just to give some basics. RSI is a technical indicator that measures the momentum of a stock by analyzing the recent price changes. Its scale ranges from 0 to 100, with 0 to 30 generally being called the oversold territory, potentially indicating a buying opportunity, and that 70 to 100 range is typically considered the overbought territory, suggesting a potential sell-off. Basic RSI graphic over here. Thank you, Adara, as well. Always dropping the best images in the lesson. So you can see over here, the bottom scale, that's the RSI. The top chart, that's obviously the price chart. You'll see these dotted lines over here denote the 70 area, and then below that is the 30 area. And so when you're in these extended or lower areas, you're set to be in overbought or oversold territory, with the middle kind of just being I guess somewhere in between. So that's exactly what we're talking about there. But RSI is not typically just used that easily. We'll get into exactly how to use RSI. So the RSI reversal is the topic of the day. So the key to using RSI for momentum trading is identifying reversals. Here's what to look for. The first, the overbought reversal. This is what we're going to talk about right now. The overbought reversal. When the RSI reaches overbought territory, which again, just recall, is above that 70 mark, and then starts trending downwards. I'm talking about the RSI, not the price, okay? The RSI starts trending downward without a corresponding drop in the price. Without a corresponding drop in the price, it might signal a weakening momentum, okay? And that's what we call RSI price divergence. So it works for the overbought and the oversold territory, okay? This could be indicating to you a potential sell opportunity. Exact same thing, but in the opposite, the oversold reversal. What is this? If the RSI dips into oversold territory, which is below 30, and then starts to rise, even though the price remains low, so we don't see those higher highs on the price, it could indicate a potential buying opportunity as momentum might be shifting upwards. And here is an exact perfect example of that. Again, thank you to Adara. Look at how the price over here, this is the crest, and there's another crest. We're making higher highs. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to be able to see the higher highs there. Conversely, when you look at that exact same area on the RSI scale, you're seeing lower highs. So we have what we call here a bearish divergence, which means price continues to make higher highs, but the RSI is saying, go at it yourself, I ain't coming with you. That typically means we're gonna huadunk. And look what happens over here. The huadunk came in, and it came in plenty, oh plenty, baby. We dipped off that 40 on eBay. Oh wow, eBay was at 40. Back in 2008, jeez. All the way down into that 26, and then we seem to find buyers at that $26 area. So that's what we're looking for here in both the bull and the bear case. Price RSI divergence. Why is this useful though? right? So typically what your RSI does here is it helps identify situations where the price might be diverging from its recent trend, right? We always try to look at the price to try to gauge what it's telling us. What we could be doing is using some assistance here, and the RSI helps kind of, I don't want to call it a leading indicator, but in this case it absolutely is, because it's making lower highs when the price is making higher highs, or lower lows when the price is making higher highs. So it is leading the price action in terms of its indication. Here's an example. An overbought RSI, overbought, which means that we are in that 70 plus territory with a flat price action, so we're not making any higher highs, suggests that buying pressure might be fading even before the price drops. And that's how it's leading in nature. The RSI is making lower highs. The price is flat. I thought you were yelling. I was. The Katina man is doing things over here. And that's how it's kind of a leading indicator, because the RSI starts making lower highs, the price is kind of flat or still making higher highs. And that's what you need to be looking for. So here's how to combine RSI with some other tools. Remember, again, RSI alone isn't a foolproof signal. Here's how to strengthen your analysis. Again, obviously, you're looking at price action. Look for confirmation from the price chart itself. Does the price movement support the RSI signals? Your answer will have to be no in certain cases, especially when there's price RSI divergence. But what happens when the price and RSI are not jiving? We look to volume. High trading volume alongside RSI reversal can indicate a strong momentum shift. So we always talk about volume being that one of those important confirmatory indicators. Could not be any more accurate than using RSI and volume, especially when the price is not jiving with RSI. So make sure to keep your eye on the volume. And then obviously support and resistance areas, key areas of support and resistance. Consider support and resistance level on the price chart. A reversal near a key area of either support or resistance can definitely add weight to your price RSI divergence. So if you see the price really turning at that $200 mark on Apple, or that 165 mark on Apple, and the RSI is showing you that, you know, the price should have been turning because there's price RSI divergence, it adds another check marks, or as Adara always likes to quote me saying, a preponderance of the evidence, a balance of the evidence, whatever you want to call, whatever evidentiary standard you want to use, that is kind of what we're trying to say there. And here's another excellent chart of basically that exact same thing. We have the RSI near 40, even though the price is a little bit flat, and then you kind of get them in the same direction. This is GBP USD, by the way. Here's putting it all together. So let's imagine a small cap stock experiences a sharp price increase, pushing the RSI to say above 80, okay? However, the price stalls and the RSI starts to trend downwards. This might be a sign to you of weakening momentum and a potential short-term sell opportunity. And I couldn't say that I personally used RSI with small cap trading, but after having done this lesson, I think I might absolutely do that, because oftentimes we look for when the price exhaustion on a small cap gapper like SXTC, for example, or WISA even. I see WISA making moves yet again now. It's up 3 2/3. So we want to know when the price action for these bad boys has really got extended, and RSI is one of those tools we can definitely use to help us in our small cap trading. And remember, guys, I just want to throw in a few caveats here. RSI is just a tool. Always consider other factors like price action and volume. I said that, and there's obviously no guarantees. Markets can be absolutely unpredictable, especially small cap low floaters. Practice good risk management. That should go without saying, using stop losses at key areas of support or resistance, depending on whether you're going short or long. Hope that helps, Adara.
Ooh, yeah, I thought it was. I thank you for addressing that, because I was going to ask, is this a strategy that you've used? So yeah, thank you for mentioning that. That is something you want to add to your repertoire.
Yes.
Also, we got a super sale, super chat.
Super sale? Where?
I don't know.
Winners? I'm just joking.
I don't know. I woke up this morning and thought it was Saturday, so we're all here. We got it. Thank you so much, Ian Rispetto, for the $4.99 super chat. Any idea why Miss Lily is so weak today? Any news, etc.? Thanks. Well, I love that you called her Miss Lily, and I think she also probably appreciates it, so I'm joking. Let's see what she's doing, though, because I think I did see some a story on this earlier, I do believe, but let me pull up the chart for Lilly.
Mademoiselle?
Yeah, Mademoiselle. Let's look this up. Because I thought I did see something. Are you seeing anything in Eli Lilly?
I'll absolutely look right now.
you.
No problem.
Okay.
What is she doing,
It's
by the way?
it's nationwide insulin pricing settlement was called off. So settlement between it and Lilly and the purchase. Yeah, this is what I thought I saw this morning. And it's insulin drugs that would have capped prices and provided $13.5 million to resolve claims that the company inflated the drug's cost has fallen apart after an unfavorable ruling from the judge overseeing the case. So it looks like this could be a potential legal catalyst impacting this one. But I see what you mean, Ian. This one's down about 0.6%, so 2/3% to the downside. Also, volume isn't huge on this. Usually I find when Eli Lilly's reacting really hard to a really bad catalyst, she will see more significant volume, but she is down about 700,000, or she's trading about 700,000 shares right now, so not insignificant. Thank you for bringing this one to our attention, Ian Espedo. Mademoiselle is not what I will be trading right now, given the low volume, and also we are trading live, so buy Lilly. But also, appreciate that. Also, with that in mind, I want to quickly answer the question from Harris Rouge. Ahoy. Ahoy, hello, good morning. Are you using any tools to find stocks that match your strategy with BP now that you're live? So for one, I really appreciate that question. That was something I was thinking about a lot, and I spent a lot of the weekend actually thinking, what stocks can I kind of trade that I know are going to be a little bit more appropriate for me? So I realized a lot of these EV stocks and some of these crypto names are a little bit lower, and they move, especially with crypto, as long as I cross-reference Bitcoin itself, I feel more comfortable trading them. That being said, when I do the small cap recap now, I've also been paying more attention to those small caps, how they're moving. So I would say I'm just a little bit more, I'm not looking for any new stocks necessarily, but I'm more cognizant and I'm more aware of what some of these smaller stocks are doing, if that makes sense. I hope that helps answer your question, because I appreciate the question. I thought it was pretty helpful. Yes, Dad Trader, I am live. This is my second day live trading now. And right now, both of my stocks have weirdly decided for my shorts to find some support at 9 EMAs. But that being said, if it can't make a higher high, I'm staying in this. Upstart ended up being more of a true range than I thought it would. So I should have gone long at the bottom of the range, which I was hesitant to do, just given the fact that we generally had lower highs. But yeah, as long as Upstart keeps having these wicks above only on a wick basis, if we see a closing candle higher, that's what I'm going to have to say. Sayonara, we're going to have to get out of Upstart. There was a pun in my head, but it didn't work. Thank you so much, Trixie Hobbitree. Also, I love your name. And thank you for that nice compliment as well.
Yes, thank you very much for that as well. Shout out to Trixie Hobbitree. Great name. Mahmoud Adara Sharif, apart from the upgrade that SMCI got, what's your view on I think he means SMCI here, on the higher time frame? I think it's too overbought. Look, from a technical perspective, there's one thing, and then a fundamental perspective is a different thing. With respect to fundamentals, you'll have to actually look at, what they're bringing in, their PE, their all the different metrics there. They're trading extremely high. PE is about 69 versus the industry standard of 21.5. From a technical perspective, though, let's have a look. I don't usually do these very thorough analyses early on like this, but let's have a look here. SMCI. So we are in the lower. Okay, so a couple of things here. First and foremost, this is the daily chart on SMCI. You see here, Mahmoud, that we're holding up at the 50, the red solid line. That is the 50 period exponential moving average. We've got a definite support. You had support there on August 10th, and then again yesterday, April 10th and April 15th, held support at the 50 period moving average. It is now below the so the Bollinger Bands are separated by an exponential moving average in the middle. We are the lower end of that middle average there. We haven't really touched the lower end of the Bollinger Band, but I just wanted to point that out. Now, I don't have RSI on here, but I'll have a look at a little bit later because I have to load it up. It's hard to say, dude. Really, it's just really dependent, I feel, on what NVIDIA is doing. But there's a couple of headwinds with respect to this name because you see a lot of companies wanting to copy what they do, right? There's nothing really proprietary about what they're doing. They're taking NVIDIA's GPUs and they're putting them in servers and then they're servicing them. So you really feel like anybody else could come in there and kind of do what they do. But, that's just my little 2 cents there. You're going to have to do a bit more of your homework. Remind me a little bit later on to do a more thorough analysis from the technical side on that. Just tag me again, Mahmoud. Now, I want to look at Tesla. because I saw Neil throw this in the chat and I was already looking at this. Tesla is at a local top here. 157 and a quarter or thereabouts, just a little bit higher than 157. Seems to be a bit of a flat top. Now, before we jump in willy-nilly and short this and say this is a top, we have to take into account the 4 higher lows that it's put in there. So there's been 4 troughs that I can count, each, maybe even more really if you're looking on the 1-minute chart, that we've been consecutively putting in higher lows in a little bit of a recovery. I mean, we touched 154, now we're dancing with 157. But before you want to take the other side and say, okay, it's time to go long because we're putting in higher lows, you also need to account for the fact that this area, exactly where we're at right here, is the pre-market consolidation low. So look at what we trended at during the pre-market there, okay? Every time we kind of dipped in off 158, we bounced off this 157 area. That is until the bell rang and we absolutely gave up the ghost at 157. So we'll have to see something on a closing basis here to get us above this pre-market consolidation low on TSLA. Again, nothing really that substantial on Tesla. A lot of people wondering why the stock's not going up rather than going down, because what we've seen in the past is these job cuts result in the price of the stock going up because it has a material effect on P&L. So we'll continue to watch that. I'm watching Tesla like a hawk right now. It hasn't broke above or give me any sort of signal really exactly what it wants to do, but these higher lows are quite telling. So if Tesla does recover here, I'm definitely going to be interested in playing this some way, somehow. There it goes. Right now, here comes the $0.50 mark on TSLA. So now we're accumulating here, breaking above. So now we have to look at this candle over here. This candle printed at 1021. The best this candle could do was at 157.50 exactly. Here we are at 45s. I just saw 46 come in on the tape. So we're awfully close to that top. But just because we break 50 doesn't mean that we're headed north. Again, this is going to have to be... you're going to have to confirm this some way, whether you're using technicals or whatever other way you're going to use it. So we'll keep eyes on TSLA as it makes its way up. The other thing I wanted to mention, or the other name I want to mention, is AAPL right back down again into 169. The low of day today is 169.02 to be exact. So we haven't broken $169 quite yet. But we've been down there. We're bouncing up a little bit into the $0.25 now, but it's still, you know, an anemic bounce, relatively speaking. We're coming off essentially a 174 top, a 173.76 exactly to be exact. So we've dropped well over $3 here, and we haven't even touched noon hour yet. So looking at 169 on AAPL, looking at this other level, 157.5. There it goes on TSLA. So here come the 60s. Now we're coming into that $0.0002 territory. So Tesla putting in those higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if it does it on a closing basis.
Yeah, so Upstart had this nice little push up here. Notice Upstart was really kind of moving in tandem with the Qs. So I want to reflect on this trade a little bit. I am down a little bit on this trade, but I'm still up on CleanSpark, which we'll get to in a minute, because CleanSpark and Bitcoin are not besties right now. They're trading in opposite instead of in tandem, so that was a little bamboozling, but that's okay. Upstart, really what I should have been doing was I wanted to see that lower high, but I shouldn't have been like, oh, let's give it 58s. I should have gotten in at 65s. That would have been a little bit of a cleaner trade. That's okay. I'm out of it. We didn't lose too much in this trade. I managed it appropriately. We had that oomph that I was looking for, that viciousness, and I got out. So I'm not going to beat myself up too hard on this. We're going to take it as a learning opportunity. Also being used as a learning opportunity is the bamboozlement that is CleanSpark. Really happy with this first trade here. Very proud of what I did. The entry style was the same as Upstart, but I think I managed it better, if that makes sense. Okay. So I got involved when I was seeing opportunity for a lower high here. Then I added, because I noticed we were having this hard time getting above 40s. I was going to get out at 45, so giving this about 10 pennies. Add at 40, so I was really happy with that here. Then get out some at 25s as planned, then get out the rest at VWAP. So all of this went according to plan. Then I noticed we held VWAP really well. And Bitcoin was creeping back up. So I said, Adara, let's try to get along here. In the end, we got out. I think we made like 2 pennies on this. And I just got out because I was like, Adara, Bitcoin and CleanSpark are not necessarily moving in tandem. And you don't want to take this long I mean, I did take it because we were holding view up, but another part of it was that we were kind of curling back up in Bitcoin. So I was like, you don't want to take the trade with that impetus. You want to have a stronger feel for it. So that's why I had to make a clean break from CleanSpark. That being said, these are some pretty clean trades. I'm really proud that I did the averaging in and that I averaged out. And of course, it was all planned. So yeah, I'm pretty proud with what I did with CleanSpark. That being said, if Upstart wants to start becoming Downstart and heading back to the downside, I'd like this entry for a short better, but we are not getting involved too early.
All right, keeping an eye on TSLA as it skyrocketed up there into 158.19. Gave up the level on 158 quite quickly. So the look here is, now does it come back in to that key area of resistance that we ID'd, that 157.50, and hold it? Right, that's what I want to see here. So I've got a dip trade hanging out at 157.50-ish to see if I can defend that level. The ascending wedge here looks like at least it worked out intraday. It doesn't have to work out on the long term, obviously, because we're trading intraday. But yeah, that aggressive buy through 157 really pushed this bad boy up, and we touched 158.19. That is technically now the high of day on Tesla. Okay, so keep your eye on that if you want to trade TSLA. But I should also mention that Adara brought this to my attention yesterday. I totally forgot about this. If you don't want to trade TSLA because, well, you're not a fan of the $160 name or whatever the reason is, there's TSLL. It's a derivative, much kind of like the NVDL that we trade instead of NVDA. So that could be a possibility for you. So I've got that order out here to defend that level. It looks like it's coming back into 158 though. Chart. So we'll see if it makes its way back up there on TSLA. Let's keep an eye on AAPL. Let me just see what Zed. I'm up big on Apple, thinking go down to 165. I don't know what EOW means. What is EOW?
End of week.
End of week.
I know this from my retail days.
I like it. Thoughts? Good question. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to have to see what the price action brings. I mean, if we have more issues there geopolitically, absolutely, I think we can hit 165 on Apple. But we'll have to see what the week brings. Now, I haven't looked at any small caps today, and that's not appropriate because today, I mean, all week is small cap week. So let's get to the small caps that are moving today. So we saw the big boy on the block today up into that $4.63. This monster started moving yesterday. It was an IPO, I believe, because I don't have any data from prior days. No, that's completely incorrect. It was a split on April 15th. So split yesterday. Huge. I don't know what this split is, but anyway, the point is it's up big today. It had a nice move up yesterday. 4 a.m. started really moving, got into that $3.10 area, $3.12 area. It did dip below the volume weighted average price for a little bit after the bell and wasn't tradable, but it quickly reclaimed that. And look what it's doing right now. So how do we get into this? I mean, personally, I'm not going to chase it at these levels. Got to come into an identifiable area of support. The first area I'll be looking at is $4. Owing to the whole dollar level. And then I'll be looking at that 360, 3 2/3, owing to that double top over here and the area that we rejected off. So former area of resistance should flip to support sometimes, not should, but it sometimes does. So looking for WISA on that. The other one, PRSO. No deets on this one. Let me pull up the deets on PRSO. So what is this stock?
I couldn't find anything, I don't think.
Yeah, $4.2 million market cap. So needless to tell you, it is a very small company. And the float on this, wow, 2 million shares. So not minuscule, but not big either. It's been putting in higher lows here incrementally. It looks like the closing prints are really respecting that 20-period EMA, even though the wicks are coming below it. Now we are above the volume weighted average price, but we are rejecting that $2 level. So $2 proving an elusive target to attain here for PRSO. It's been able to wick above it, but can't close above that level. So possibly a range trade here or a possible flat top break through $2 and look for that on a closing basis. The only time we closed above $2 was that print at 825 where we got up to, where do we get up to there? 210. Every other move above $2 has been a wick. So That's not really that good. Go EV, this one, Adara brought this to you earlier. We're still not even really sure why this monster is moving, but Go EV having a good day today. It's up well over 15%. Yeah, up 16.5. 330 is the top now. It's broken down below the volume weighted average price and is ranging between that 10 period moving average and VWAP. Kind of a weird little look to it. Let's see if it can continue maybe to curl back up. But I got to tell you, my spidey sense says this is probably going to retrace because we don't have a catalyst on it.
Yeah, AMD, sorry, this
Yeah,
one
go for
moving.
it.
Thank you to Joanna Brewster, Day Trader Cut, everyone mentioning this one. The news on this, we did have some catalysts this morning. Lots of analysts loving this guy. Evercore ISI, $200 price target. HSBC upgrades to buy, $200 price or $225 price target. So AMD, lots of analysts loving this guy today. That is for sure. Basically, chart-wise, this one is kind of a nice continuous move to the upside. What I do find interesting is we had a little bit of a top earlier at this 164 area. Again, we always like these whole dollar levels, so I think that's certainly key. Then we kind of curl back down, bounce up again. Initially, we reject off this 164, then come back, bounce off the 90 MA, which was also, ironically, or not ironically, but interestingly enough, around this 163, 60 area, so definitely some previous areas coming into play, and then we bounce right back up. That being said, now we're falling from that 165 with the swiftness. We just talked about how long it took us to break 164 decisively, so this could be a bit of a technical level. Let's see if it bounces off this 164, because 164 was absolutely a level for this guy earlier today, at least based on my analysis of the chart. Not having any new news on this, my Benzinga is up. Also, that reminds me, some people were asking, why are some of these cannabis names moving? I know Benzinga is having a cannabis conference today, so that could be in relation to that. Yesterday as well, we had some headlines for cannabis. Marijuana companies asking the federal court to set oral arguments on the DOJ claim that cannabis tourism justifies prohibition enforcement. So that was just as reported by the aptly named Marijuana Moment yesterday. So
Can you say that again? Cannabis tourism?
so basically, cannabis companies are asking federal court to set the oral arguments for the Department of Justice claim that cannabis tourism justifies prohibition enforcement. So they just basically want, I guess they want to hear what the arguments are.
So that's interesting. No,
It
it's
is.
nothing really to do with you. I mean, cannabis tourism to justify enforcement so they don't want people coming into the country to smoke weed.
Yeah,
like
I
they
guess
do in
that's
Amsterdam?
what they're saying.
Interesting.
I think, yeah.
Huh.
I mean, it's the headline. You're right. Is worded away.
Yeah,
For
it
sure.
is.
That's for sure.
It's interesting there how they're thinking. Okay, we can't just all stay silent so quickly, Remy.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Interesting. So Ramin's saying, oh.
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so in Ontario, if you don't have an Ontario ID, they won't sell you marijuana here. You're going to have like a local ID because I guess they don't want tourists
That
coming
makes
in.
sense.
But that's interesting because it's federally legal. So people from Winnipeg like yourself
Yeah.
can come in and buy. I mean, I don't see that's interesting there. Yeah, well.
Thank you thank you seriously,
Ram.
Ramit, for letting us know. So it sounds like this isn't just based on what I'm hearing here. It's not just a U.S. thing. This is also a thing that people are concerned about in Ontario as well. So I didn't know that, and I
Right.
don't know, of course, what the case is in other provinces. But that's fascinating. I want to look more into this. Also, SQQQ. So I was talking before about Upstart. I was a little bit too. I was starting up a little too hastily on that one. I got involved in the short too early, and then it kind of backfired a skosh. Now at SQQQ, I try to be more conservative with where I want to get in. Initially, I was interested in 37s. Then I switched to 38s because I'm like, we're not getting any traction at 37s. And now SQQQs decide to exist without me, which is a little sad. But the reason I like this, look at this range. I noticed the Qs have a range. And also this brings me to, I think it was Harris in the chat earlier asking, what do you look for? Has it changed how you look for stocks when you have less buying power when you're live? And I said, I just think it makes me think about stocks differently, right? So initially I'd probably want to trade the Qs or the TQQs. Now I'm like, hey, Adara, if you like the Qs, see if you like what you're seeing on the SQs. So of course, I'm not going to get involved in this unless I see confluence, unless I see what I like on the Qs. So we're going to have to, I didn't realize I said confluence right away. I was like, why did you press that? But yeah, so let's see. Right now, I think the Qs could be trying to have a break higher, and I'll explain why. I do have the Qs on my side chart. That's why I was looking yonder. But the Qs, as you can see here, on the 5-minute, we still are range bound, but we've had these higher highs, higher lows, and this chopping and churning up off the 90 MA. So I think we could have a bit of a flip in the Qs, which would obviously not be optimal if I'm trying to go long the SQQs, because that's going to be a flip it and reverse it type move, and I want no part of that. So let's see what we do here. I'm going to keep this dip buy in place because I still like what we're seeing. I have no reason to say no right now, but all I'm trying to say is I will absolutely be watching those cues like a hawk.
Watching like a hawk.
Watching like a hawk.
Yeah. In Tesla and Apple, took the long on TSLA because I did like the defend of 158. I had my dip trade set up at 154.55 to trying to defend this level here, but I did like the fact that it broke above 158 and then defended the level, so I took the long. I'm not going to give this too much room. If it breaks down below 157.70, I'm going to get out and then look to actually defend that 157.55 level. So we'll see what TSLA does. I'm also long AAPL at 169.05, looking to defend essentially at 169 level. So I'm just going to send it to you while I put in my stops.
Yeah, I mean, Apple has me wishing there was an Apple derivative, okay? Because look at
Oh, wow, it just dipped. I have to get out of that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
This is, we broke to the downside because I was like, oh, I love this little range. It's so beautiful. 169 to about 169.40, 169.50 gives you about 50 pennies. Gorgeous look. So, yeah, this Apple, though, it did decide to take a little bit of a chunk out there to the downside, which is unfortunate. Right now, though, Anton asking about Mara, saying Mara's ready to go. Yeah, I think it is. The only thing I see with Mara, though, is we have a bit of a flat bottom here, this 1430 and lower highs. I would be cognizant of that. Also, Bitcoin is not at its most bullish right now in the 5 minutes. So we had a little bit of, we talk about buying, or Michael Noss will talk about buying the smiley face or the roundy face, as Sharif once called it, and selling the frowny face. And right now, we are a little bit downturned in BTC, right? Mind you, that didn't really stop CLSK, which has been more or less moving in a range. And that one I was getting a little bit involved in earlier. Of course, I like my ranges. But Mara, to me right now, I want to see what we do at VWAP. And again, I think with these Bitcoin names, just from what I've noticed, they really do like listening to other Bitcoin. So I think what Bitcoin is doing to some extent will matter to Mara. Right now, this inability, because I was also considering going long here off that 9 EMA, because this 9 EMA has been curling up. I'm going to keep my eye on Bitcoin and see what it does there, because I think we need to see a break above VWAP right now, especially with these lower highs and this flat bottom at 1430. Also, I'm not in anything right now. I'd like to get back involved in some stuff. CLSK is still rangy, so if Bitcoin still keeps turning down, I'm going to get short this again. Obviously, I did leave my long a little bit early, but I left my long early because Bitcoin and CLSK were not getting along, so I was like, I may as well not be basing my trades off that. I need to work on, especially if I'm going to trade more Bitcoin names or related names, which I think I will, I need to work on using Mother Bitcoin as less of a strict rule and more of a guide. More of like giving you a sense. Like, I guess the curfew needs to be a little bit less strict for me, I think, with some of these Bitcoin stocks, if that makes sense. I like it.
Dan the Man Emmons, I am still long NQ 17840. Stop is at 17823. Targeting 17964. Sorry, 946, excuse me. 17986, 18037. Shout out to you, Dan. Great levels. I know that you hit all your levels yesterday, so shout out to you, my man. I got out of Apple quick there as it gave up the ghost at 169. A couple of attempts there at 169. Third time was not a charm. It touched 169 here and then a little bit there and then boom. The flatten key, which is kind of like our get out of dodge key, wasn't working, so I had to actually take a little bit more of a hit on this than I would wanted to, but got the best of it as it tanked about 50 more pennies after that. So keeping an eye here on AAPL for a possible another move. Now, still in this Tesla trade, we're finding a lot of resistance, I gotta tell you, at 158. So I put my stop a little bit below this trough over here in the mid 15770s. We'll see if we can break and hold above 158, but it is a bit of a tougher day for Tesla here. So we need to realize that. Even though I was putting in, you can see the higher lows coming in here and the higher highs as well, but there's going to be, a top to that at some point, obviously. So hopefully we don't catch that top. Let's see what else everybody is up to here. All right. Well, nothing really that interests me here, so let's look at some of the
Affirm is
small
so
cappers. The small caps are a good look today. WISA just dipped nicely into $4, right into 4, and then got held up. So this is the level we were talking about, possibly here, the whole dollar level, or this $3 and 2/3 level on WISA. We're gonna have to load that up on a screen. What do you got with Affirm there, Dara?
Well, I noticed it on your screen.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, I like
It's
it.
rangy.
Yes, that's why I was like, I mean, we know. Usually if I see Sharif's screen and gasp, I'm noticing a range. I feel like that's kind of, and I feel like Sharif is now kind of in tune with that as well. But yeah, I like, you know what we're gonna do here? Really small size. I want to put that out here. I want to go short 44s, and I want to take it to about 30. Where is this? Like, we'll give it like 34s, like 10 pennies, because I like this range, and I want to play the range I'm seeing and not the range I want to see. Now, that sounded really philosophical and weird, but let me explain what I'm talking about. Upstart. I noticed we were kind of getting into this range earlier here, like at the bottom, and I didn't go long because I was like, oh, but Adara, we're seeing lower highs. Don't do this, right? And then if I'd gone long, it would have worked way better than me trying to go short. So I think it's like, Adara, what you're seeing, you have to get involved in. Right now, Affirm's in the midst of its downturn. So if I can get a pop up a couple pennies and get in as we're on the downside, why not do that? Is what I'm trying to say. If the aggression's all directed at me there. I was just like, Adara, what are you doing, girl, with that upstart? So if I like this Affirm, why not confirm my suspicions and take this Affirm short? I think I got lost in the sauce there halfway through. And now Affirm decides I might want to break up a little bit.
Was it spicy sauce?
Was it spicy sauce? If I have a negative reaction, it probably is. This is when Affirm decides to break up. We're going to give this about 10 pennies. I like this 55 level because to me that was definitely a top earlier. And then also that pre-market area. So I'm interested to see what we do here. I think Affirm does not want me here. I think Affirm will be confirming my need to leave the trade. So there we go. This was certainly a little bit of a bullish surprise here for me in Affirm.
Yeah.
We had this little churn to the downside. We were kind of down on the day. Okay, we have to leave Affirm. So yeah, bye-bye Affirm. It was nice knowing you. Thank you for letting me visit. Now we're turning down a bit here at 55, so I'm going to watch this. I want to see that viciousness. I talk a lot about the swiftness, the viciousness. And you know what? We're going to get out here because really small position, by the way, I want to confirm there. Because I don't want to be like, oh, just give it a couple more pennies. No, Adara. We are beyond that. If we hit your area, you have to say bye-bye.
Nice, Adara.
So time to leave Affirm if Affirm will let me. I know you were saying Apple wasn't letting you leave. We just got out of Affirm.
Yeah,
so there
the
we go.
flatten key wasn't working. I had to actually go in and enter an order to get out. So but thankfully it didn't tank on me too much. But yeah, that is something to be aware of. I don't know if you're going to have that issue. I hope you don't, obviously.
Fingers
but
crossed.
Yeah. So flatten, just so you understand, guys, we have certain keys here to help us get out of positions if we're a little bit in trouble. The flatten is a market order sometimes, so they have issues sometimes in the aftermarket and the pre-market, but typically we don't have an issue with that during regular trading hours. So a bit of an unusual one there. I'm keeping my eye on Tesla. I'm not going to be in this one for much longer. If it dips in the mid 70s here, looks like we're going to cover this one as it is not breaking 158. So this might be a short on right now on TSLA as it did break that 158 area, and I'm going to go short here. I'm going to actually flip on Tesla, so we'll see what we can get to the downside here. I'll be looking to cover around the 50s because that's where we had that bottom earlier on TSLA. So looking for possible support area at 150, 157.50, excuse me. And here comes that 157.50 area. So let's put a beak wetter right there, and we'll see if we can get that covered once it makes its way down. And there it is, we covered that. So I'm happy that I flipped the script on Tesla. I knew that it wasn't gonna pop up from the mid 157.60s, that this was likely a short at least for the short term. Keep your eye though on that 157.50 for an area of support, because this is 157.50 to 157.25. It's a bit of a 25 penny range. Because this is the area here that we had topping tail candles on, but the majority of the prints were all ending up at 157.20. Like, look at that. That's what we did here. Initially, all the closing prints are all south of that 20 penny area. So that's what's making me think, this might be another long at 157.20, 157.50, but we're printing on it now. Nicely in the money on this one. About 30 pennies in the money on TSLA here as it comes back down. Yeah, that's basically it there. What else is going on? We haven't really looked at any other Mag 7 names. All right, I'm covering Tesla for the rest over here. Let's look at some of these Mag 7 names. Google, awfully strong. What is going on with Google? Nice recovery off that bottom, 153, let's say, and a half. Technically, the low of day is 43, right back into that 154. 70-ish, still below Friday or yesterday's closing print at 154.86. So we're still below that, and that was the IB high as well at around 155, just a smidge above 155 for Google. So keep your eye on that 154.90-ish, 115.10-ish. Let's say that. Tesla continuing to come down here. So not a bad short there off that 158 rejection Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, I think Tesla, speaking of rejection, I think hopefully Tesla doesn't reject at this base because I know you were trading TSLA and just as you were saying, this could be holding, I was thinking this could be holding, and I'm getting involved in TSLL.
Dang.
So I like this kind of bottom of this area here. We broke above it, and if we hold it, which I noticed we kind of were, and I liked what I was seeing as well, on TSLA, which is the big sister or older cousin of TSLL. TSLL very much looks up to her. So if TSLA is doing her thing 21, I think TSLL might want to as well. This might be another issue of what I call my conservative placements, which is that I go like a cent, or in the case of mega caps, like 10 cents. But in the case of my little babies that I've been trading lately, as I get more comfortable trading live, I'll call it like a penny or two, where it's like if I need to work on having the placements more sharp. So I wanted to get involved 39s because I didn't want to get involved too early. But now it looks like 40s might be the place here for Tesla, right? But or TSLL. But I still don't want to chase, so I'm going to keep it here for now, wait and see what happens. That being said, though, the conservative placement did burn me a little bit here for the SQs. I should have gotten 37s instead of 36. We popped back up here. I'm not getting back involved in this, though. We are seeing this range here of like 4 pennies. If I took this with a decent share size, there could be a possibility here, but I don't really want to do so yet. Also, I want to note here, we are seeing, I mentioned this earlier, but I think the divergence between CLSK and Bitcoin continuing to be, Siri, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, stop interrupting.
Siri, she was like, I didn't hear that right. I'm like, okay, you weren't supposed to. But yeah, so CLSK continuing to these lower highs I was noticing, but it does so while Bitcoin is making this very bullish 5-minute candle. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm noticing this interesting little divergence in between what we're seeing with the CLSK and the BTC here. Let's take a look at Mara as well, because I know someone was asking about Mara. Yeah, so Mara, like I said, I want to see what we did at VWAP. We have this wick up into VWAP and we cannot claim it. So I think Mara, for whatever reason, and Bitcoin, and also much like CleanSpark, looking a little bit more bearish than Bitcoin is for me right now. Darren asking if there's an SMCI little sister ticker. I don't know.
Oh,
do you know if there's
I don't think it's not big enough, but we can check. Neil's going to have a look. I appreciate that. Thanks,
great,
Neil.
Thank you for that.
I don't know. That'll be really interesting because it is a monster. It's like I'm expecting them to split any day now. You'd think they'd want more retail investors, but yeah. We'll have to wait and see.
Also, I just want to, quickly here, the reason Nike moved was Adidas reported its quarterly earnings, is what I'm seeing here. So people were asking what happened with Nike, and I mean, wow, Nike. We had this drop here from this just shy of 94 area, at least on a closing basis. Then we're coming here, but look where we found support. That's right, previous resistance, 93.25. I mean, we'll have to see if we hold the support, but at least on a wick basis on this 5-minute candle, we're holding support at 93.25. I think this could be an interesting look here, at least for myself and for how I trade. But of course, take that how you will, everyone, and not advice, just my take on the chart. I want to see what we do at this 93.25.
Really?
Though I will not be getting involved in it myself. Also, Tesla and I think Little Sister both holding up really well here. So TSLL, if you want to drop just 1 penny lower, so I can join and ride the little baby Cybertruck. Instead of the we'll call it the Model 2, because it's not the Tesla's the Cybertruck, right? So the TSLL will be the discount Model 2. So we're going to be riding that Model 2 to the upside, hopefully.
I like it.
Let's see.
Neil says there might be a 2-time levered SMCI derivative trading on the London Stock Exchange. And Neil, is there a ticker for that? We don't have, well, I'll have to get permissions for it myself because I don't have access to LSE on here, but I have it on my own platform. So we'll get that for you guys. Don't worry. If there is one, we shall let you know. All right, keeping eyes on TSLA here because it is defending that previous level that we talked about. That is that 157.20 level. So we took this bad boy short and printed on it, but it is defending that key level. So is this time to go long again on TSLA and play the ranges that put in a bit of a bottoming tail candle? Let me see, 157.60. I'm gonna go long if it breaks 6-day. We'll
that
see.
voice.
I know. I know. I'm trying to convince myself I should, and then sometimes the weird noises come out, and I do apologize about that. I'm looking to see if I want to go long on TSLA, as it did hold that 157.25 level, which was previous area of resistance, and we use that area as a new area of support once it is reclaimed. So we'll continue to watch that. But I feel like there are other better trades that I could be having here, rather than trying to fight a name that's down 2.5% on a day on a long. So I think I should probably catch myself here before I make dumb mistakes. There are better trades. I'm talking about you, Softy. I'm talking about you, Google, and Amazon. They're all putting in higher highs, higher lows. Well, not higher highs in the case of Google. It has to break above that 155.14. But you see the micro trend there bottomed out at 153.5, and it's been popping up. It's knocking on the door of 155 now, so $1.50 off the bottom. Much in the same can be said for AMZN, 182.25 LOD, and it's trading at 184.33 now, so nice recovery there. The only one that really hasn't recovered in Mag 7 world is the one that was not tanking yesterday prior to the geopolitical news, which is AAPL. Apple is in a down and to the right that is completely secular of a move than any other Mag 7 name. If you can look at the chart, Apple over here, the chart doesn't jive with the others on the day. So AAPL is the crappy one today. Well, if you're long, obviously. If you're short, you're probably singing this one's praise. Anyway, Meta as well doing its thing. Coming into that 503 level, we had a bit of a resistance area last time we made it into this area, this general area, 502.75, 502 2/3, breaking through that level now, trying to maybe take that 505 level that we couldn't take there at around 10 o'clock. Meta, nice, not a bad look, up 0.5% on the day. So we'll look to be getting in some of these names. I was about to talk about the futures, because we were doing the dance with no pants at 17.9, and now we've cleared 17.9. Here comes 17.9 and a fifth. We're trying to break above that 20 area. The high of the day is about 10 points higher than where we are right now at 17.931. But I got to tell you, it looks like a very rangy day today on the futures, and I'm really inclined to take a short here. Adara, I don't know what you feel about these levels. Look at this quadruple top over here. This looks like an interesting range trade on the future. And every time I tried to take that break of 17.9, I think this was like a couple of weeks ago, before I went on vacation, when we were ranging and I tried to look for a break or hold of a key 100-point level on the futures, and I kept getting cut up because it was actually ranging. And this is exactly what I saw last time around. So I am very inclined to possibly take a short on the triple Qs here. I'll send it to you while I set up.
Yeah, I think I want to go long the SQQs, so we're on the same page. And I was noticing, because initially I was worried we're kind of going to be breaking up on the Qs or breaking down on the SQQs, because I'm seeing the same thing on both, which is on the SQs, this move down off the 90 MA, on the Qs and move up off the 90 MA. That being said, like Sharif said, we've had this massive respect for these two levels. So on the SQs, we're talking about 1135 to about 1150. So I like this. I don't want to be too hasty on this either. Adara, breathe. Do it. Okay, small position. There we go. We're going along the Qs. We're also, or the SQQs, mind you. I'm also trying to go long Tesla here. I'm still not sure if I'm going to be allowed into the Model 2 because we're talking TSLL and not TSLA. Tesla holding up really well at that level still, that 157.50-esque. So Tesla, TSLL's equivalent, which is roughly that. We just got a little bit of a move down here. I'm watching. I'm going to see what we do at 34s. Initially, I drew 35, but that's because I was trying to get it at 37s or 38s initially. So adjusting that, I want to see if we break below 34s, because that was that lower wick we got earlier. I never want to stay in a long when we're at low of day. That is just not going to be my vibe. And it looks like I am out now. We're going to be getting out. So that's okay. Really small position. Just like I said, practicing, getting involved in trades and being more comfortable taking trades, trusting my instincts a little bit more. So, and honestly, I have to say it's pretty fun as well, too, like learning, getting to take this next step on this trade journey in front of everyone, too, because it's like you're learning live in front of people, right? So the win and for better or for worse, I'm, sharing all these opportunities and experiences. So pretty nice. Got a little bit chopped up there. We're still positive on the day because we did have that little clean, that clean spark trade, I guess, was pretty clean spark. So happy with this one. Honestly, this is so rangy. I need to be looking at Clean Spark more because Clean Spark has been kind of, to me, the range of the day. And I keep missing it because I'm like, oh, what's Bitcoin doing? It's like, Adara, at this point, Clean Spark and Bitcoin are not really besties. You can look at it, but don't rely on it. That's what's going to be happening here, at least for me, I think. That being said, Tesla's still holding up well. So I'm still interested in entering that model, too, there for Trestle. How are you doing on your
I'm like 4 pennies out of the money right now on the TQQs, but let me tell you, man, I don't know. This could be a run. And the reason I say that is not specific to the futures of what I see on the futures chart, but what the Mag 7 are doing. Well, obviously, let's call it the Mag 5 today, because Tesla and Apple, well, they're kind of a little bit of Debbie Downers today for sure, bringing this market down. Everything else, really, to be honest with you, other than Apple and Tesla, green in Mag 7 world. Even Netflix Netflix is the beast today. Let's be real about it. Netflix is up 2.25, outperforming even Nvidia and AMD. So they'll report Thursday night. Okay. So they report Thursday, and I've seen this before. A lot of people doing buying before the earnings report. So we'll keep eyes on the Mag 7, obviously, as well as the others. Let's see if we can get a nice move down on the future. We're short here, baby, on the TQQs, playing the range, and Adara Panera trade. Shout out to the Katina man, baby. He's back from the walk and talk. Did you drop a... There is a hotline walk and talk, baby. So if you follow the Katina man on the gram, get on there. He dropped hotlines, baby. So, and I always listen to the walk and talks, I'll tell you. Adara is killing it over here, bro. Here we go on the future, and we fill on the future. Please, does dang punch about this one. Taking that top down. There we go on the TQQs. Let's see if we can make it down a little bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, whatever. Congrats on those Qs. That nice little move down there on the side chart, as you can see on the Qs. Tesla, we did dip a little bit here. We're giving this we're going to see what we do at 35s to 34s. And I say that because that was where we had that little dip earlier. Lower lows, no go for me for this TSLA.
All right.
That was too many L's in a row.
That's okay.
But yeah, so let's see how we do on this Tesla. Like I said, the little sister of TSLA. I'm going to watch too, because what's nice is these two actually are very similar looking today. And Sharif was mentioning this earlier too. If you're going to be trading these names or the derivatives, you have to see what the sister name is doing, right, to see how we're doing. Right now, Tesla has the same kind of situation. What we do at this next lower low, which is going to be that 156.70, is very similar to the area I'm looking for at 634, 635, right? So I'm going to look for that confluence between these names. That being said, it does look like we could be looking to break a little bit lower. Elon saying, hey, Derek, keep it up with your journey of trading live. Thank you so much. Today, the market could close green with 2 beers. Some other people in the chat, shout out to Trader CL, was mentioning, do we think Papa Powell could be a bullish event? I don't think they said Papa Powell, but I am. But yeah, Pete, we'll have to see how Papa moves this market, because we do have him speaking with BOC Governor Tiff Macklem at 1:15.
He's also dropping hot lines with Christine Lagarde, the ECB president. So it seems like as if it's like a central bank meeting.
A festival.
Bro, she's killing it. I don't know how she does it. All right, just covered my trade on TQQs. 25 penny winner. Look at the TQQs head down. There's that move down below 17.9, Katina man. So now let's keep an eye on the long. Okay, we just dipped aggressively from 17.936 into 17.9. Now I'm hesitant to try and say I'm going to guess 100-point levels, but the point of it is, I just need to be aware of them, okay? We don't have to take them, but we just need to be aware of them, because if it starts turning there, we want all the smoke. So let's see exactly what we get here. The TQQQ still, well, the future in general, on the way down. And let's see what it's being precipitated by. Well, Softy, aggressive down. Meta, aggressive down. Likewise with AMZN and NVDA. NVIDIA just dropped $4. In 1 5-minute candle there, Katina man. So shout out to the Katina man who had like a big banger today on NVDA. What? He has INTC short?
Bless you.
Okay, so he's short Intel right now, and he's printing almost as much as he printed on NVDA. Big move down for the future. I'm disappointed in myself for having covered too quickly there, but we didn't have the kind of sharage to allow us to kind of, wet our beak multiple times. But the point is, we got the trade right, and that's really all that it is. But wow, look at the future. This was really a level, eh? This was a level, and that's why I looked over to you, because you're the level queen over here.
I should have stayed on my long.
Right, and this is what I was looking at, guys. This is it right here. How many times are we going to touch this general area in above that 17.9 and then turn back? We did it once, twice, OB thrice, and then a fourth time came in. So we're holding up at VWAP right now. Let's see what we do.
Oh, levels. This is, I gave up a little bit too early. I think I got out here around the low of day. I didn't like that breakdown. I should have waited. I should have been a little bit more patient, but that's okay. What I'm going to learn from this trade as a dare, just work on those entries, work on being a little bit more confident. Thank you for calling me the level queen. I think, a little bit ambitious there, but it's something to work towards there, I guess.
Yeah, why not?
Appreciate that.
And you range trade well, and you have excellent straight horizontal lines on your chart. They're very good.
That's a read. So this comes from, I used to draw my lines, and I'll show you guys on this chart to kind of show what I mean. So, for example, for the top of this range, what I would do before is I would do this.
That's very stressful
and it
for
would
me.
be very crooked, and it looks crooked on the chart, and then Sharif would be like, Adara, please don't do that. And so now it's easier for everybody if I just apply the line this way. So that is what that little nitpick was referring to there. So shout out to Sharif. Also, I was going to thank you, Joanna Brewster, for the shout out with Fedstival on the wordplay there. I mean, why not? If we can make a pun, we can. Gatekeeper asking the question we all want to know, though. Is this where we all get bamboozled again this afternoon?
Well, I mean, you tell me. Because here's what I want to say. We always look for the take of I always look for the take of the 100-point level, right? Whether we're breaking down below it or above it. And the problem with that is on days when we're rangy, and I learned this before I left on vacation because I ended up having a bad red day that day because I kept trying to take the break or the drop below that 100-point level. And then I ended up reflecting on the chart when I was at the airport. I'm like, what the hell did I do? And it ended up being so obvious that it didn't matter that 100-point level that day. It didn't matter what the closing print that day. It was a range trade. And that's what I saw today with the 17.925 short on the future, and now we're bouncing a little bit here off at VWAP. We did wick below VWAP, but we're trying to close above the volume weighted average price. Big Kyle Burdett planting potatoes and short the SPY 505. Shout out to you, Big Kyle.
Love that.
I didn't even see where the SPY is at. I nary trade the SPY. But yeah, that's a great short there, my man. You're printing because, you're over $1 in the money. 503.58 there is the low on the SPY. Let me tell you, the NQ outperforming the SPY. The NQ is flat as we speak. The SPY, or the ES, is down 0.17. The Dow is the king of them all today, up 0.25%. And the Russell, typical, true to form, the worst of the bunch, down 0.6 on the day. The rest really taking it on the chin. But you know what else is taking on the chin? AAPL. This thing cannot catch a break. It just printed yet a newer low. 168.27. 168.27, Katina, man. New low of day on AAPL. And now I'm trying to discern what this thing is respecting on the day. What levels is Apple, what can I work off here? And what I see is a nice rejection off the 10 EMA. So if this makes its way back into the 10 EMA, we want all the smoke on a day where it is the weakest of the bunch, 2.5%. Well, not the bunch. Tesla's still weaker, 3%. 2.5% though, nothing to sneeze at here. If you are short inclined, 168.25. Let's zoom out a little bit here on AAPL, because I want to tell you, there is a 168 level here that can be defended on Apple. This is the daily chart on Apple, and we have not closed below this level, I think, since the fall. Yes, October was the last time we closed, below that 168 level. So 168, in my book, is a long. All right, and we're awfully close to that. 168.27 short today. This is the daily on AAPL, and the last time we touched 168 No, so that's incorrect. The last time was on April 10th. Prior to that, though, it was March 7th. Neither of them closed below 168, so I'm going to be looking to go long Apple near 168. Adair.
Yeah, well, this is pretty funny too. Renzo saying, leave Apple alone, it's already dead, with a little crying emoji. But yeah, the Apple certainly, we've been talking about this, having its own move compared to what the market was doing. Apple, you were taking advantage of that range trade to great effect yesterday when the rest of the market was doing things. Apple was just ranging at 165.
Yeah,
so I think,
75.
Oh, sorry, 170.
Like $10 ago.
See, that's why I didn't feel right to say.
Yeah.
175. But yeah, so I think that's really cool. Speaking of ranging, though, SQQQQs, I'm joking, there's 3 Qs. I like this. I like that we're seeing this lower high here. I was initially interested in the 50s, but now I'm like, we're going to start building the position at 47s. Now, I will be willing to add if we get to 50s. If we break above into this 54, 55 area, I will be getting out. And then we're going to be looking to taking profit around the 37, 1137, 1135. So I'm comfortable with that. It looks like, once again, we are setting our areas of entries a little bit too conservatively. So that is one thing, like I said, that I'm trying to work on. I think it comes from being a little bit nervous still as I start live trading. But as Sean says, and something I'm always trying to learn from, is a scared trader is a deficient trader. So I need to work on that. I need to work on being a little bit more confident, especially because we're talking 1 or 2 pennies. What happens is I get a little spooked because we have trades like Upstart where, I want to say here, I'm very happy with where I got out of this because it could have broken up a lot higher. But basically with Upstart, I wasn't confident in the long, even though we had this range, because I was like, hey, but we're seeing lower highs. Why was I British? I don't know. And then if I'd taken the long, it would have been a fine trade. I would have gotten out at the top and we would have been all good. So I need to trust my instincts a little bit more. Someone once said in this chat that I thought was really cool, new traders have the instincts of a baby. And I mean, maybe not untrue, but I think you have to learn how to hone your instincts. And that's what I'm trying to do a little bit more.
I agree. Yeah, no, there is that sense where if you're a newer trader, you overthink less because you know a lot less, right?
Yeah.
So, in some ways that can be a blessing. In some ways, you know what I mean? Like, all right, let's get to the blessing here. It's blessing the longs. WSA on the way to $6, a cool 236%. This thing is an absolute monster, bro. What the hell is this thing doing? 110 million shares traded on the day. I'm going to give you the deets on this. The float is big though, guys, okay? It is not a small float, despite the fact that it's not even a small cap gapper. It's $1.5 billion market cap. That's probably after the good couple of days that it's had. But anyway, 225 million share float. It's a little on the larger side. You wouldn't know it looking at how it's trading. It's trading like a $5 million floater. Right now, this thing is absolutely pumping to the high side. It's giving you decent areas of retracements to get in. You're not having to chase it. It's giving you pullbacks over here off that 4.5 rejection into 4. You buy off 4, and then it skyrockets into 6. You got that 5.5 rejection, then it came into 5. You buy off 5, and here goes. It's breaking 6. New HOD on WISA. So let me just pull this up on the side chart. Yeah, 612 is now the high of day. That might not be lasting for all that long as we're right back above 6 again. I'm going to need this off a key area of support. I just won't chase it at these levels. It's too much of a lottery ticket here, whether it continues to head up or down at these random levels. But WISA, very, very strong. If you were a small cap trader, this is kind of what we want here. And I'm not going to say you don't see this kind of stuff midday, only pre-market. I know some people think the best time for the small cap gappers is the pre, but I don't tend to agree with that. I think they have a good time at it in the pre, no doubt about it, but they do run like you see WISA. And we had a couple of small gappers that were moving yesterday too.
Yeah, I mean, some of them don't always run at one time, but there is one time that something always happens.
Oh.
And it's now. And it's Neil. And it's his lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, as always brought to you by Real Trading. Make real trades, get fast executions with Real Trading, and have the best trading platform out there for my money. Now today I want to talk about something that's important, because we always say the cost of doing business in trading is going to be when you take an L, right? Like if you win 100% of the time, then you're an algo, or you're cheating, or something along those lines. So you've got to properly assess your winning trades versus the amount that you paid to get them. Because what you're going to find is the ones with that hyper efficiency are the ones that you want to scale. And the ones where you had to pay a bunch to win a little are obviously the ones you don't want to. Like, let's be real. You go to a swap shop and you're buying baseball cards, whatever the heck you want to get. But at a certain place, man, you're only ever flipping and making 10% margins on what you pick up, but somebody else always gives you a good deal. Maybe you want to wait around for that shop to open up. That's what it's all about. You always want to be getting a good deal in life, and you want to be getting a good deal on your trades. And that starts with properly assessing each trade versus its own risk to reward. So I'm going to start with probably the easiest example of how you assess risk versus reward in a trade, and that's going to be when you have some type of a setup that is a very simple one entry. Usually you're going to have a very tight stop, and maybe it'll be a range-bound trade. How you get out of it is always going to be different. But if you look at a breakout strategy, that's usually pretty simple. Because when you take a breakout trade, I think we can all understand, like if a stock goes above X, you then trigger as it breaks that price or breaks below Y, you then short as it breaks that price. You have one entry, you set a stop order. Usually you're looking to run on momentum. It goes, great. It doesn't, you're going to be out. But let's look at NVIDIA here just as an example. So NVIDIA, oddly enough, it gave the same setup. It did the same thing as it did the day before, where you get a fake out to the bottom early at the open, and then it breaks out the top. So similar setup today. This is not a mean reversion trade. It's already made the move back up. It ends up breaking a high, so it's an 870.50. It's not an even dollar break. It breaks an 870.50 high. Now, depending on your stop placement, I think there's two places. I had it at the even, so 50 cents plus slippage is a risk. Now, if you had it at the pre-market high, that's reasonable as well. Then you can say I'm risking it back into 868. So if you're having a wide stop, you're risking $2.50. Tight stop is risking 50 cents. From there, you have to ask yourself how it is that you are exiting the trade so you can properly judge this. Now, as you can probably imagine here, because I had a 50-cent tight stop, I'm scalping on the way out to a target in front of 875. So when it goes and pushes to 872, the initial push, I'm going to get just over $1. And then on the second leg, going to get just about $2. And then on the last leg out, going to get out 74.5. So when you think about these three exits, you're going to get $1.25. The next push is going to get to, that's $3.25 in gross, and the next one is going to give you $4. That's $7.25 in gross. So I'm making 2.4, maybe 2.5, right? So about that 2.4 to 2.5 range on a 50-cent risk. Give it slippage, and let's call it 60-cent risk. So it's about a 4-to-1 risk to reward. Now, I said this in the live show that this particular setup on NVIDIA has been working 8-9 times out of 10 recently, and it's generally like a 70% style trade. So if you like that win rate with a stock that's also giving you, when it goes all the way, a good 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio is a fantastic trade. You want to take it every single time. Now, that's the reason why, despite looking short originally today on NVIDIA and looking short on the chips, a lot of the chips in general, I flipped to a long trade because that particular setup was just really, really good, risk to reward. Based on what it's costing me when it loses versus what it's winning when it works is just absolutely fantastic. So that's one that you want to make sure you're taking each time. And I'll go from looking at one thing to, oh my goodness, that's an A+ setup. I'm going to go ahead and take it. Now you've got to also consider, and I started by saying where is the out and how much are you risking? When a trade wins, you're going to just look at the P&L that it was up, and sometimes you're not going to look at the overall of that trade. So I'm going to give you one more example here for something in Coinbase. It was a VWAP retracement trade with the trend to the downside. I did have an in and out flat. We're going to pretend I didn't keystroke for 10 cents because it doesn't really mean anything. And then when I get back into the trade, it's essentially at the same price. This is the trade that we're going to judge. So we come back into VWAP here on Coinbase, and it's at 215.5 is that little wick up there where I want to give it just above. So I want to short back into this level. It's got a consolidation $2 lower, and I want to take some out in there and then try to hold it to the low. That's the setup that I'm working with on this trade. Now I go into the short. I get that little scalp trade. I end up not getting $2, but about $1.50 and reload the trade. Now, if I don't reload that trade, I'm risking $1 change, scalping half out to go 1-to-1, and then holding for a potential $4 move. If I do reload the trade, then we're back into square one. When this was down here at the low, you're sitting in a $2.50 winner, and you're at 2-to-1 on your trade while still holding half of it. At that particular point, it ends up running the stop and losing. However, when you're losing 150 on that trade, so let's say you have 100 shares, you lose 150, it's easy. So you lose 150 on that. You take 2 entries, it's 200, so you lose 300 on that trade. When it's 2 in the money, you're up 4. So when it's sitting in the money here, you're actually up unrealized more than you're down when it loses. However, the setup isn't to just take it out there. Like, I understand, just like the NVIDIA trade, okay, if I'm reloading this and I'm taking some out for half, the point of that trade is to risk a little bit more of your gains and hold it into that bottom. So when I end up losing on this trade, I remember that I'm losing a fraction, a small fraction of the potential gain. Because that was a $4 target if it does consolidate and break down. So I know nobody wants to turn a trade that's in the money into a potential losing trade by not taking all of the profit, but you've got to remember the overall strategy. Coinbase is something that I thought could give me a $4 to $5 winner. It eventually actually did that move twice in the day. So you've got to judge the strategy on its merits. I can't just look at that and say, oh man, Neil, you were down, you're down on Coinbase. That was a bad trade. No, that was a trade that I was in the money, I scalped some out, I limited the loss by taking some profit, but then I held for the bigger winner, and it would have been my number 2 stock had it gone all the way to the bottom. It's all about that risk to reward. And for example, if you are looking for that bigger move, and that is your A+ trade, just like NVIDIA, then you should be okay with taking, if you can, a small L. Because the reality is, if something is going to give you the extended move, you've got to give it the chance to do so. If I simply grade that against a standard scalp trade where, oh, I'm trading it inside of the range, I should never let that go. I should never let that $2 range trade get away from me. Never. Because that wouldn't make any sense. If you're only scalping inside of a range and you don't take that profit when it goes back and forth for 25 minutes, then you're doing yourself a disservice. But if you're grading it as a bigger move, then you've got to understand that requires you to hold it, and sometimes that will mean turning a profitable trade into a small losing trade if you've scalped some out, or maybe even a big losing trade if you've taken nothing out. You might have a more swing trading strategy where you're getting in that consolidation and you're not scalping anything out. And if that's what you're doing, understand that has probably a lower percentage win rate, but when you do win, it's going to be bigger. So ensure that you are grading it versus the trade that you are making. I can't pretend if there was a scalp trade, that looks terrible. Why would you sit there $2 in the money and not take it when it shows you the range? But it's not a scalp trade. It's a trade where I'm holding for the range into the bottom. Now, here's where things always get tricky when you're judging. What if your strategy is something you don't take very often? And I say this is one thing I'll say all the time, and actually one of the reasons why I wanted to do this lesson for today, because we actually ended the show sort of talking about this. So there's something called like a short sell restricted bounce play. So a stock's down over, let's say, 10%. I'm looking for it to make a defined low at a key price and then take a reversal trade. Well, the last time I traded one of these happened to be 2 weeks ago or so on Tilray, and then today I'm trading one on Pacific Biosciences. Now here is the key when you're grading your day and at the end of the day. Now, regardless of how much I'm up or down on the session, it doesn't matter. Like if I give everything back on Pacific Biosciences that I made today, the only thing I should care about is what was my P&L risk to reward on Pack B versus the Tilray trade that I made SSR 2 weeks ago. Because that's a very specific strategy. And again, it's just about what is your risk to reward. In this particular case, it makes a bottom at 150. I tried that one. I'd already tried one at a bottom at 160. So I have one trade for a 3-cent hit where I'm trying to make a move into 175. That's about a 3-to-1 trade if it makes a move. And then I take a second shot at it. What matters here when you're grading this trade is it's a very specific setup. There is a big difference. I'm just going to use an example here. Like, let's say I went long Apple at an even dollar level, which I did do today. There is a big difference between taking a bounce off support in a big cap name and taking a long in a stock down 45% because it's SSR and looking for that setup. I can't grade those two trades against each other. Are they both buying the dip? Technically, yes. Are they buying off the low of the day? Technically, yes. But they don't behave in the same manner. I'm going to hold this to a different range. I'm going to wait for a different setup or price on the Pac B. It's going to be a much more depressed stock without as many fundamental buyers when you're doing it on Tilray or Pacific Biosciences. So it's really important when you're grading both the wins and the losses on that setup that it's against a similar trade. And I'll take it a step further. When we go back over to that breakout on NVIDIA, I would say that the breakout in NVIDIA, the first idea that I came up with and showed you guys today, that's vastly different from taking a breakout in, say, GameStop. So it's not to sit there and say every single trade is completely unique. You will find overlapping setups. There's no question about that. But you've got to look within your own strategy, find the setups that you can go back and check and say they look the same, they behave the same, I can grade them all together and then lump those into a category. Because I can tell you this, the single biggest issue for most traders in terms of getting profitability that I've seen over 20 years, it comes down to not putting risk or capital towards the things that work for them. That's the number one problem. And if you're not actually breaking down your strategies as different, then you're just going to see, oh, I was up on NVIDIA today, but one was a breakout and another one was like a dip buy, and you had a great breakout trade that was 80% of your gains and 20% of the risk, but the dip buy that you bought was maybe 20% of your gains, but you actually risked 3 times that you did on the breakout. So you're up on it, and then you're leaving it at that. And that doesn't work. Because clearly one trade's better than the other. And what that's telling you is you might want to drop the other one and double the risk on the one that's more efficient. And if you're not getting that information, then you're wasting what the market is telling you. And the worst thing you can do is when the market's telling you something is really good that you are doing, you want to put more into it. And if you don't pay attention to each individual strategy, journaling helps. Marking down your win, do whatever you do, make a sticky note for your setups. I use an iPad for all of my ideas and go back over them, rehearse them on the train, whatever you got to do. Go over each individual strategy and see what's working for you. Put more capital to the ones that do and ensure that you're risking down on the others. You can always be developing new things. But if you can't grade the trades based on their own merits or each individual merits, you're going to find yourself in trouble. That is the lesson of the day, brought to you by Real Trading.
Shout out to the Neil, eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Thank you very much for that, Neil. I'm just going to go over some trade ideas for myself that I've been looking at while Neil was dropping hot lines. We'll send it to Adair, and then we'll start the lesson. So, Ram, if you could. We are moving up here on AAPL, and I see a lot of people have different feelings about what Apple is doing at the moment. I looked over to the Katina man while Neil was dropping hot lines, and I said, what do you think about 170 on AAPL? And he's like, it's like 160 on TSLA. So I'm looking for a 170 pop and then drop. Let's see if we reject the whole dollar level. We kind of danced with 169 a little bit, but that wasn't the same thing. This is not the $10 level. So I'm going to be looking at 170, but I also want to tell you that I am looking at 170.50 as well. And that it's owing to the volume weighted average price because VWAP still well above, about 50, 60 pennies or so above the whole dollar level right now at 170. So nice recovery from Apple off that 168.25 low. It coming into 170 right now, but I still feel this is a short until otherwise proven, okay? So we'll continue to see here. It is 4 minutes of uninterrupted green candles now on the 5-minute chart. So yeah, we'll see what we get there. The other one, everybody's talking about this one, WISA. W-I-S-A. And so I was just talking to Nicole Harris in the chat. I'm like, I don't have levels on it. I'd like to get it on a dip trade, ideally a whole dollar level. And look what it did. It dipped into 7, but you'd have to give this literally 50 pennies worth of room because you ended up getting the closing print right above 7. But look where the wick went to, man. It went down into the mid-60s. So you're going to have to give this an awful amount of room. Otherwise, you're going to have amazing timing. Here we go again, right through 8, 8 1/3 incoming, likely 8 1/2 by the time I'm done this sentence. And we're likely going to halt again to the high side. Last time around, we did halt at $7.85 or thereabouts. WISA up 370%. This one reverse split a few days ago. There isn't a headline really. I mean, here it is, if you want it. The company's unit, WISA Association, has executed its 4th 5-year WISA e-licensing agreement with a 4th major HDTV projection TV brand. WISA e-license allows the brand to integrate WISA e-software into its products, thereby offering consumers wireless, immersive, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. That's vis-a-vis one of our sponsors, Benzinga. Anyway, keep your eye on WISA if you are small cap inclined, but make sure you're managing risk because it's awfully dangerous there.
Yeah, right now I am in some trades. I wish I had a better transition for that. I am in 2 trades right now. And one of them is basically flat, which we'll get to in a moment. And one of them is starting to move in the direction I want, which is the SQQQs. I was mentioning I like this range. Sharif was shouting out this range. Sharif made the most of this range. I had a good entry initially for this, then I panicked and got out, and we ended up going back up, right? So this is what I like to call an avenge trade. I'm getting in because I like the levels. I wanted to short this, but I wasn't aggressive enough. Here, though, I see what we're seeing. I like what we're seeing. I said seeing too many times in that last sentence, but that's okay. I've liked this all day, this bottom at 1137. So I initially started to get in 1138, added at 1137. Happy with the position I have. It was a planned addition because I didn't want to get the whole kit and caboodle in right away. I wanted to see what we did, right? Happy with the price I have. Happy with the areas I have. I'm going to take out 5 pennies with half the shares, saving a piece for the dream. That dream is going to be up here in 1147s, 1148s. So right now I'm happy if we break below here into that 1135, 1134, that's when we're going to have to take a look and cut it short. This is pretty tight risk reward. I'm aiming for no more than 5 pennies of risk because I want about 5 penny reward for the smaller part of my position. I'm comfortable with that. Also, quickly as well, Stressel, instead of stress law in the TSLL, it's going to be Stressel because there's 2 L's. So here I am. I'm at 639. I'm happy with where I'm at right now. If it would like to move it either way, I'd love that because right now we are stagnant, but I like this area because this is previous support. Support can become resistance. I like the look on this so far. I think we can go lower. I'm noticing that we have this bounce here, so I'm going to get part of the position out 35s, save a piece for the dream at 32s. That's the look here for TSLL. Hopefully it's not going to be too stressful for us in TSLL.
All right. I want to point out PDD here. For whatever reason, it decided that 112.70 was not the price it wanted to be trading at. So it popped up into 115.45 in 1 minute candle. It's retracing down now below 114. I don't have a headline on why PDD just jumped up big there off that 112 3/4 into 115.5. So PDD doing something anyway, retracing now. Once we get the headline for PDD, if we get the headline, I will share that with you. But good call out to the individual who mentioned PDD there, popping up midday and on volume. This 1 minute candle had over 250,000 shares traded in that 1 minute candle. So there was a volume to support the move, but it is, as you can see now, breaking down below 114. It looks like it's headed back south. So I don't know if this was a fat finger or whatever, what the hell is going on here, but something's afoot with PDD. Now, I mentioned I'm looking at Apple. I won't be able to trade this because we're going to have to start the lesson now. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, let me just load up that bad boy, and we're going to get the RSI reversal lesson started. Okay, so we're talking about small caps all week, and so today's lesson should be viewed from that lens. When we're talking about RSI today and everything else we talk about this week, view it from the lens of small cap trading, okay? We dive into the relative strength index today, and it's powered to identify potential reversals in momentum, especially for small cap stocks. RSI can be a valuable tool, but remember, it's just one piece of the puzzle, so let's not rely on it too much. Just before we get into the actual nitty-gritty of the lesson, let's just explain to the newer viewers what RSI is, what relative strength index is, and essentially at its most fundamental, at its most basic, it's a technical indicator that measures the momentum of a stock price by analyzing the recent price changes. It has a range on its scale from 0 to 100. And the 0 to 30 area is what we call the oversold territory. And when the stock is trading in that range, it potentially indicates a buying opportunity. Conversely, that 70 to 30 area on that 0 to 100 scale is considered the overbought territory. It's suggesting a possible sell-off could be ensuing. And so here's a basic RSI graph. You have the price on the top, indicated by the Japanese candlestick bars, and then you have a line graph on the bottom, which is the RSI. And then you'll have dotted lines at that 70 area and another dotted line at that 30 area to denote those overbought and oversold territory on the chart. So we're talking about RSI reversal today. What exactly is that, right? So the key to using RSI for momentum trading is to identify reversals. Here's what to look for. The first thing we're going to talk about is what we call the overbought reversal. So this is when the RSI reaches overbought territory, again, that's above a 70 print, and then starts trending downward. So the RSI starts trending downward, whether below 70 or from wherever it was, 80, 90, it starts trending downward without a corresponding drop in price. So RSI starts making lower highs, but you don't necessarily see lower highs on the price, okay? This might be signaling weakening momentum, and it could be a potential selling opportunity. What we're describing here is RSI price divergence. That works for both the long and the short, depending on where the RSI is hanging out. We just talked about the overbought reversal. Now this is the oversold reversal. Same thing goes here. If the RSI dips into the oversold territory, which is below 30, and then starts to rise, even though the price remains low and there's no corresponding rise in the price, it could indicate a potential buying opportunity as the momentum might be shifting upwards. Again, this is an oversold reversal, talking about RSI price divergence. And here it is illustrated graphically. Look at the top. The top is the price action. You can see here we're making higher highs on the price, but when you look at the RSI's highs, they're making lower highs. So what we have here is an RSI price divergence. There's different types of divergence. There's bullish divergence and bearish divergence. When the price is making higher highs and the RSI is making lower highs, this is a bearish divergence. Conversely, when the price is making lower highs and the RSI is making higher highs, that's a bullish divergence. Okay, so keep that in mind, or higher lows, excuse me, not higher highs, higher lows. So that is what we're talking about when we're talking about the RSI reversal strategy. So why is this useful though? What can we use it for? So RSI helps us identify situations where the price might be diverging from its recent trend. For example, an overbought RSI, overbought, so above 70, with a flat price, so we're not printing higher highs and higher lows, suggests the buying pressure may be fading even before the price starts making lower highs and lower lows. Price is flat, RSI is coming down, something to look out for. This is why it is useful. We look for price action, RSI divergence, okay? But it's not the end all and be all. So how can we combine RSI and our analysis of it with other tools, okay? Price action, we just talked about how to look at price action and compare that with RSI, so I'm not gonna repeat that. But volume, the other thing you should be looking for here. So high trading volume alongside an RSI reversal can indicate a stronger momentum shift. So it's another one of those other boxes that you put beside your checklist that you can check off to see on the balance of the evidence where everything is pointing. But that's not the only thing you can be looking at. When RSI and price actions start to diverge at key areas of support and resistance, it gives them more credence. So consider support and resistance levels on the price chart. A reversal near a key level can add weight to your RSI signal. So make sure to keep that. And here's a perfect case in point. Thank you, Adara, for adding this in again. There you see here example of the RSI really diverging at the key area of support. Putting it all together. So how do we use it all together? Let's imagine a small cap stock experiences a sharp price increase like we're seeing on WISA, pushing the RSI above 80. However, the price stalls, let's say at $9, and the RSI starts trending downwards. This might be a sign of weakening momentum and a potential short-term selling opportunity. Obviously, with WISA, at least on this floor, you're going to have to secure shorts, so it's not just as easy as hitting short 860, which I see right now, is the HOD on WISA. And yeah, that's it. So remember a couple of key points here to remember. RSI is just a tool. Always consider other factors like price action, volume, support and resistance. You can even use moving average, convergence, divergence, stochastics, Bollinger Bands, whatever you want to use. Just make sure that you're using them well together and you've practiced that. And there is no guarantees. Markets can absolutely be unpredictable, and make sure to practice good risk management strategies, which obviously includes the use of stop losses, Adara.
Yeah, we love risk management here. Stop loss gang over here.
Stop loss gang, baby.
TV live. So yeah, happy. Thank you so much for going over that one, Sharif. Also, I think too what's interesting is I'm seeing some mentions of AMC. So let's see what we can watch here. Let's see what's on schedule to be showing in the theater here at AMC. This is a nice look. We're up almost 10%. Bit of a double top here, though, at 724 in the 5. However, we are still holding this 90 MA pretty well. And this, to me, is an interesting area, this 272 area. Bit of a double top here with topping tail candles to match both times, but we held it better the second time. So are we going to use this area as support now as we skirt back towards 272? Are we going to skirt? Yeah, I enjoyed Sharif saying that, so I'm going to kick out of that. But yeah, so I think this 272 in all seriousness could be a level. Speaking of stocks that have had interesting journeys, let's look at GME, and by that I mean meme-ish stocks, but I didn't want to say meme stock, but I just did, so that's cool. GME up about 3.5% right now here, and this one, a little bit, we have this continued upward momentum here, kind of a similar look to AMC, but in this one, I wouldn't say it's really as much of a double top look. I think we are continuing to try to go higher. However, I mentioned 272 on AMC. What I like with GME is this 1032 level. That was a clear top earlier, right? Look where we find support, 1032. I like it. It's not one that I think I'll get involved with, but I did want to cover that because some people were mentioning these ones, so I think this is a nice look. This is great. Hold my beer, because I was making that joke about seeing the movie, saying Planet of the Apes movie, like AMC Apes. I have to give it a round of applause because that was fantastic. Thank you. Hold my beer. I think that's a fantastic look there. Also, someone asking what I think of gold. A couple people are asking what I think of gold.
I love
so let's
gold.
Take a look. GLD.
You don't know that from Austin Powers, Gold Member?
Oh yeah, Gold Member. I've seen the one where he raps to Mr. Evil. I know that. I at one point.
That's such a good
one. I could do that whole rap at one point.
When he's in jail, right?
Yeah.
When he's in jail with Mini-Me?
Yeah.
That's so good.
Just the two of us. I literally it's somewhere in my mind that whole rap lives and exists, but.
You and I.
Oh, you do it better than me.
That's so good.
But yeah, this gold is trying to have a breakout here. I like this. Around this 221.35 here, trying to make new highs of days on the GLD. We had a massive topping tail candle earlier here at that area, but gold saying, nah, I want to go higher. So let's see if it does this. I think I like these higher lows here throughout the day. We're slightly positive on the day. I think that break above on the gold ETF of that this area will be key, but I think we are setting up for a flat top break. And we don't have a flat top break button, as Sharif was lamenting yesterday, but I think we could have a flat top break moment here on GLD. Also, my trades are more or less flat. I'm just kind of waiting for them to decide what they want to do, so I have nothing to report on that end.
All right, I'm just looking here at AT&T. Not that I want to trade AT&T or there's any news catalyst on the day, but our friend Elon in the chat, I know his name's Elon, wanted me to have a look. He goes on to say, hi, Sharif. Would you say AT&T in the daily chart a confluence, you knew what I was doing there, of RSI bottom, bullish divergence, hammer candle, and Bollinger Bands? Holy, Elon, how many technical indicators do you want me to look at? But you're bang on, Elon. we are touching the Bollinger Band on the lower side of the band, so you're right there. We are well below 30 on the RSI, on AT&T as well. We're like in that 20, below 20. It looks like 19 or 18 or thereabouts. And a hammer candle. We're putting in a hammer candle right now. We haven't closed on the day though, Elon, but good observation. I'd like to see this a little bit higher, or I would have liked a longer wick to the bottom. But, you know, you don't get to be choosy with this type of thing. Good look for you. I don't know where you're seeing support, though. So where is 16 here as a level of support? What I do see it as a previous level of resistance. And that takes us all the way back into October 31st when we couldn't break through that 16. Then we ended up breaking it late November. But I guess maybe you could make the argument that 16 over here was an interesting area of support. This takes us back to January 11th. But I see your point, Elon. I like how you're thinking. I like how you're looking for multiple checkpoints, right? Lower end of the Bollinger Band, RSI, support and resistance. You're doing all the right things here, man. I'm really impressed with how you're seeing this. I don't know if this name, though, is really the name to be looking at here. I don't know. I personally haven't looked at AT&T in quite some time, so I'm not really familiar with its price action. But shout out to you, man. A great look there. Let me know how that trade goes for you if you end up taking it. Now, quickly, I want to talk about Apple because I was really interested in shorting Apple at this area here, but we had to start the lesson, so I didn't take the short. So when I was done the lesson, I started looking at where it was. Well, lo and behold, it got into that 169.25. Well, what is that 169.25? Surprise, surprise. It's actually a former resistance level that we just dealt with at around noon. We moved into 169.25, then tanked, went down to 168.25. In fact, we broke down right into 168.25 within about 5 minutes. So when we came back to 169 as a quarter, this time as support rather than resistance, surprise, surprise, we held. So we're putting in higher highs and higher lows on the dead one on the day. I got to tell you, though, that 170 or that 170.50 is still an interesting level for me on AAPL to take the short. It's either going to be the whole dollar for me or the volume weighted average price. That's what that 170.50 is. It wasn't just the 50-point level that I was talking about there. That's where VWAP's hanging out on my chart. So nice, I guess maybe recovery off the lows for Apple, but I'm still looking short on this name for now.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Jean was asking here about BTC. Feels like the dump might be over. Yeah, I've had my eye on this one because I've been interested in trading some of these crypto names. And yeah, Mara looking nice too, but let me, here it is, pull up BTC on the 5 minutes. So this is, yeah, I see what you mean. We had this slightly lower low here. Then we kind of try to see these curls back to the upside here. We're just shy of that 62,200 level. Sorry, guys, numbers. So I think this will be nice, but generally, too, it is worth noting we haven't made a new high above these earlier areas, right? So I think breaking above this 62.3 would be nice. What if we do 62.5? I think basically, in order for me, I think to see a really nice continuous move back up on Bitcoin, I kind of am curious to see it reclaim these previous areas it failed, right? Because that's why I liked the short earlier in CLSK, because we had these lower highs. So I think in order to start eclipsing those and going back to the upside, I think that could be a nice look for BTC. And I'll also look at Mara because I think that is, very apt if we're going to talk about a BTC-related name. Mara is maybe one of Mara and Coinbase. If Mara fails this VWAP again, I'm going to take this short. I was talking about this earlier. Mara has generally had lower highs. We've had generally lower lows. Bitcoin on this 5 minute, I was just talking about how we were near 22. Now we just broke below 62.1. So I think we're struggling a little bit here with BTC. I'm interested in this 1450 short. I'm going to keep an eye on this. But yeah, I think Bitcoin could curl back up there. That being said, Michael, I just think we need to keep saying the move above these other highs. Again, not advice, just one new trader's take on the chart. Also, I think Carson in the chat was clarifying he meant GOLD, not GLD. So I apologize. I thought you meant gold like gold and not gold like Barrett Gold. But Barrett Gold actually looking nice here right now. We're kind of skirting off the 90 MA. The one thing that concerns me for this one is look at these topping tail candles we have. We start getting these very bearish candles here around 12:30 doing the wick shimmy dance, as Sharif was just saying. So I think seeing a bullish candle kind of dance up here would be nice. We are still above that 9 EMA, but I think these 3 bearish candles in a row, especially with these wicks of failed buying story in the upside, I think that could get a skosh dicey. That's something I'd want to keep an eye on. Also, I'm out of TSLL. This was a pretty small trade. I basically was noticing that we were struggling a little bit more with this area with Tesla than I thought we would. And I was like, you know what, Adara, we're getting chop and churn. We're getting tighter. You wanted this as a range. It's not a range anymore. Get out. So I got out. Please just punch. SQQs were still in, but the TQQs are getting tighter and tighter, much like what I was seeing with Tesla, or not the Qs in general. So I'm trying to play this as well. Michael Moore also, good morning. Would you mind going over Apple? Yeah, I am not. I would say Sharif is much more of an expert of the dead one than I am. I know you are an Apple whisperer. You're a ghost whisperer because Apple's the dead one.
Oh,
but
wow.
Yeah, so AAPL is a fascinating one, though.
I don't know if I want that moniker.
Oh,
I don't want anything visiting me.
Oh, I see. For a second, I thought you were being serious. And I was like, but yeah, so I think what's cool is I like how we're writing this 9 EMA. And I mean, Sharif's take on Apple, you've been watching this one way more than I have today. But look at this. We had this kind of range area here earlier, too. I know you were watching this pop up here. Then we get to 170, almost, or I think, did we touch 170? And then we reject, and we bounce again off this 169.40, which was near the high of the range earlier. So I think there's something with this previous area of resistance becoming pseudo support.
I agree.
On AAPL to me.
Yep.
I hope that helps, Michael Moore. Also, Selfability saying, please, just papaya. I like that. I'm going to have to try that. Switch that up sometimes.
Is that Michael Moore, the documentary maker?
I was going to, is it Bowling for Columbine?
Yeah, or what is it? What was the other one? She keeps interrupting us, eh?
I know.
Nosy little Siri. Goodness gracious. Did I tell you that I got my old man, well, my parents, a Google speaker, like that Nest.
You did not tell me this.
So listen to this, okay? And I always go on the weekend, you know I always go up there. And every single week I go, it's in the kitchen, it's unplugged. He's like, it keeps listening to me. It talks when I don't talk to it. And it's making noises. Like at one time, he gets up super early, like at 4 in the morning, to make a coffee. And then I started talking to him and he freaked out. I'm like, Bob, like it just, you know,
That's
it
very
activates
sweet,
sometimes.
though.
Yeah, he's like convinced it's listening to him. But I think a lot of people would be convinced with him too. BPI, are you talking to me? Oh, okay. Yeah. I think a lot of people believe that as well. So you know, I'm not trying to mock my old man or anything. But
no, it's just sweet. Like he just doesn't. I understand. He doesn't want it eavesdropping on him, right? Like we can.
No, he doesn't want anyone listening from Google because everybody's interested in his business. He's so, you know. Like,
he wants to protect trade secrets.
Come on. All right, guys, let's get right back into business here. People were asking me what's going on with Fisker. Shout out to you. Who was that was asking me? Ben A. Look, yes, I see Fisker up 27, 26% yet again. Funny thing is, Katina, man, that Magna got downgraded by Evercore ISI, and anybody who's been following Magna and Fisker and all that knows that Magna makes cars for Fisker in Europe. Magna, a Canadian company owned by the Stronix, like right up the road from here where we are in Aurora. But that's the issue there. Now, what I'm seeing is there could be a positive catalyst here yesterday. Later on, Fisker signs new dealer partner in Miami and adds new dealer partners in Europe. Okay, you know that's a bit of an overhead cost because you're using dealerships now rather than direct to consumer. But I guess, you know, direct to consumer is not working. Why not try the old way? Anyway, I don't know what's going on with Fisker. It's 6 pennies, 6 3/4 pennies right now. But that's a look. It's a good day. 26 3/4%, 27% or thereabouts. Let's go back into AAPL because this is the trade that I've been focusing on the majority of the day. And it came right back into 169 1/4. In fact, it held it to the T. And then bounced right back up. So that former area of support, Michael Moore, of 169 1/4 resistance, acts as support this time around. I'm talking about this exact area right here. This is what we call a crest, and this is what we call a trough. So the crest peaks at exactly the same area that the trough bottoms. That's an area of previous resistance, now support. Let's see, though, what we do at 170. I've been waiting for that 170 level to come in, either 170 or 170.50 because VWAP is at 170.50, and I'm looking to short AAPL again. Now, it is a little bit rangy now, a little bit in between that key area of support at 169 1/4 and that key level of resistance at 170. So in no man's land, in my opinion, right now is AAPL, so I'm going to wait for it to establish a level, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do there. No worries, Ben. Thank you for joining Adara and I today. Taxi driver, Tilray, 420 by 420. I like the way you think, brother. I like the way you think.
420 Bud Monster might agree with you.
Yeah, 420 Bud Monster be all over that. If he's not the #1 shareholder already, so let's find out. Let's look at TLRY and see what's popping off on the, well, here's the daily. And I got to tell you, we haven't been at 420 on Tilray since last December. We got a nice pop up there last December on Tilray into what? What was that? $5.12, $5.10 thereabouts. So I don't know about we get 420 by 420, and especially this nice big move down here. Now, what I did see though was it was the first time. No, that's not accurate. I was going to say that it was the first time we closed above the 200 period moving average, but we did that here in August. I guess maybe it's the first time in a while that we closed decidedly above the 200. But look at that. We give the 200 right back up. We move into $3 and then we tank back down to 180. So still lower highs and lower lows. I got to tell you the truth, man. It's still not a good look for Tilray. Let's see what we get. Where's RSI here? Yeah, we're gonna be using RSI a lot more now. We're gonna put it on all these, just like we're using the what are they called again? Pivot points on some of the side charts. So yeah, tougher look here for RSI. I don't know if we make it up to 420. We're gonna need definitely a catalyst for that. All right, let's find out what our friend WISA is doing. We were looking at WISA earlier. Okay, so it's kind of giving up the ghost a little bit now. Sell to $7. And it seems like it's bottoming out maybe here at 6.5, doing some wicks into that $6.50 level. Look, for a $6 name, it's awfully spready, 10 pennies, 15 pennies at times. Right now, it's a little bit tighter at 5, but make sure you're practicing sound risk management with this one. Otherwise, you may not have an account to trade with tomorrow. And make sure if you're not gonna, have tight stops, and I would suggest you don't have tight stops on this because obviously rangy. Drop the position size a little bit, guys, okay? We don't need to have huge position size here. A couple of other things before I go on. What's going on, Katina Man? That's right. Yeah, the Katina Man agrees with what I'm saying. Other thing I wanted to mention, we have a new small cap gapper du jour, BSGM. Just started moving, BSGM. Let's look at this one. Popped off big there during the open and then basically tanked below the volume weighted average price, not tradable. Then look at these two 5-minute candles over here, both with more than 250,000 shares per 5-minute candle. So that's about about 500,000 shares there in 10 minutes. That's traded on this bad boy. What is the deets on this? So $17.25 million market cap. The float is 7.25 million shares. Is there a headline? I'm looking. Nothing from today. No, I don't see a headline. It's just saying that it's moving, but nothing specific with the name. Anyway, is this? No, it's not halted. It's trading at 192 right now. Looks like $2 incoming on this name. You're not going to catch me chasing it. It's going to have to come down into 160, 150. I'm going to have to get it off a key support level. Otherwise, I'm not chasing this name. BSGM up 70% now. Good move up there midday.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get into this Papa Powell talk at 1:15. Some people mentioning it in the chat. I think you have to register for this one, which is weird because it's like I was trying to find a way to go and it's like, oh, register for this Washington forum virtually, and I was like, I can't just click a link. So, and yeah, this isn't for in person either. This is for virtually. So, je ne sais pas. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get into that because I would definitely be interested in this. Right now, though, I'm interested in the Qs, figuring out what they want to do. I am getting a little bit nervous here in my SQQQs because the Qs themselves, the older sister of the SQQQs, we move from a range to this kind of chop and churn to the upside. So I definitely do not want to be long in a short inverse ETF, aka I don't want to be short the Qs right now. So that's why I'm trying to get out here around 40s, 41s. I know we can reach that area. Right now, we just want to exit the trade because I am feeling like it's getting a bit dicey here, but I don't have any reason to leave. Like I said, my impetus is this break below 35, so we're going to be washing out here. I think if I'm losing confidence in the trade, I don't want to overstay my welcome. That being said, I'm so happy I got out of Tesla where I did here. I got out because I was noticing we weren't really able to break. I was initially interested in 35s and then a piece for the dream. We ended up getting out at 36s, 636, because I was like, Adara, this range is getting tighter. We could be breaking out. TSLA was kind of breaking out, so I wanted to be cognizant of that. But yeah, some nice look. Congrats to anybody in that Tesla long for that breakout. But now we're getting near that earlier high. This was an area that was high in the pre-market. We tried to make it again earlier today, that 158 and change. I'm going to be watching my TSLL to see what we do there, because we might have to take this short once again. Tesla, I think, really beholden to certain key levels today for whatever reason. I don't need to know why Tesla's doing these levels, but I will watch and see that it's doing it, and I might want to get involved. So there we go, TSLL. Tammy in the chat was mentioning Mara short. And yeah, Mara right now, I said I was watching it at VWAP. We broke above VWAP, so nice look there. But now we're kind of seeing this chop and churn around this earlier area. This is actually the pre-market low thereabouts, that 1465. So I want to watch this. Bitcoin also getting a bit of a bearish candle here on the 5 as well. Oh, I just closed my Bitcoin chart.
What happened to
show that.
Bitcoin?
So that's okay. We can reopen that. That's all good. That's what the computers are for. But yeah, very weird. You have to like log in to watch this event today, apparently, with those governors. So I'm going to have to find a way. I'm going to have to bamboozle, instead of bamboozling my way into a trade, bamboozling my way into the Fed Powell speech, because it doesn't have just the normal online link on YouTube. But yeah, so BTC, I'm going to pull that up again. Sorry, guys, I accidentally closed it. I had a fat finger moment there, if you will. But yeah, look, like we have this green candle, and then this candle opens in the midst of the candle. So a bit of a gap down here on this 5-minute down. And I also said I wanted to see us make higher highs here. So we made that first higher high above that 62.3, but look, 62.5, flat top. I'm not going to assume anything right now, but I like this move to the downside. I might take a skosh of a short position here on one of my crypto names. That being said, if I'm going to choose between Mara and CleanSpark, it's going to be CleanSpark because this was resistance earlier. Enough yapping, more punching in. So there we go. We're going to get involved in a smallish short position there. Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm good. Watching AMD because it's basically accumulating for whatever reason at 163.75, and it just rejected that level. Here we go on AMD. It's a good day for AMD, 2% to the good. Who could disrespect that? But the truth of the matter is we kept accumulating. We kept wicking into 163.75, and then down we go again. But we're not really rejecting it with any vigor here. So I'm trying to figure out this trade. I seldom trade AMD. You see the big kahunas trading AMD a lot. I don't feel like I have a good beat on this name, but what I see on the chart here is definite resistance at the $0.75 level. Let's see what it does at 50. 50 doesn't stand in its way. Here comes 48. Where's VWAP on AMD? Let's find out exactly where it is. It's at 163.25. Okay, so the volume weighted average price 163.25. We'll keep eyes on that. Oh my God, people in the chat. I'm not even gonna bring that. Anyway, 163.25, we just dipped down into 163.40. Now down below 2% now is AMD. The other trade that is going on at the moment is this AAPL 169 again here on Apple. As it rejects, it doesn't quite make it up into 170 this time around. The best it could do was at 169.80, and then down we go again. Initially, we did have some support at that $0.25 level. I'm talking about 169.25, but right down we go into 169 yet again. Last time around, I don't feel the whole dollar really was a respected level. I don't know. Maybe I am wrong about that. I think I am wrong about that. It broke down initially. Yeah, this is an interesting area here on Apple. If I get long here, I can just defend it through the break of the whole dollar level. I'm long Apple here. I'm going to defend this down into the break of 169. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, I was just responding.
Right while I'm talking.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know if you were still. Okay, I wasn't trying to cut you off there. Greg R saying, how much is Adara made today trading? I'm flat right now, basically, but I'm okay with that. I was flat pretty much yesterday. It was down like less than a cup of McDonald's coffee, so I was pleased as punch about that. Right now, though, happy I punched into that CLSK long. I like this double top area. I also like that we were seeing something similar in Bitcoin, and to me, between Mara and CleanSpark, if I'm seeing the same thing in both, I'm going to have to go with CleanSpark because CleanSpark, that's a level I've been playing all day. I'm going to give this to about 50s because 50s to me, because we're going to give this about 20 pennies. We're going to see what happens here. Also, this SQQQs, it's getting dicey at this point. It's kind of being the dead one for me. I'm noticing that chop and turn in the Qs, and it's reflecting in the SQQQs at this point. I'm okay taking a couple pennies. I just think I need to extricate myself from this trade because I'm not, as committed to it as much anymore. Like, you know what I mean? I guess with it not doing a lot, I just kind of like, we got to let her do her thing, 21. Bitcoin getting this little candle to the upside here, so don't love being in a crypto short right now. That being said, I'm going to stay until I have a reason to leave. Right now, I don't have a reason to leave. We're going to breathe, stay chill, and see what happens here. Pop it for Powell says, great Salamine, I guess like Papa Powell there. Yeah, the market, a little bit of that.
Okay.
Papa Powell is speaking at 1:15. So, and I'm going to have to see if I can get my RVSP into this because you have to sign up for some reason. So good times. CLSK, we're probably going to have to leave soon. Qs, figure out what you want to do here. That would be really fun. FOMO knocking on AMC door with a little door emoji, says Tobias Hernandez. Based on what I saw of that chart earlier, I don't disagree. This was a massive move up. Let's see how much further it moved. Yeah, so we're up 11%. Last time I looked, we were just shy of 10%. This is a nice little trek to the upside. And I think, too, you're just kind of buying the dips. It has a really nice look. The one dip that was a little bit potentially more sus or sketchier looking was going to be this one that we had at 12 o'clock, even because look at that big candle to the downside. However, look where we closed, or that wick to the downside, sorry. But we closed around that 266, which was that previous area of support. So I think this is, resistance. So resistance becoming support. I think overall, nice look at AMC. Looks like there's some promising films to watch there. Someone was saying, I think it was a Hold My Beer saying Planet of the Apes on there. Planet of the
That movie
Apes.
Civil War is out too.
Oh, I want to see that.
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people were saying that it wasn't that good. It was kind of like a movie with no point and just a whole lot of like bad news. I don't care. I want to see exactly what it's all about. They kept like, I kept getting all these advertisements on YouTube about it, so it kind of got me interested. Long AAPL 10s were looking to hold that 169 level, but shout out to Tisha Perkins. Shout out to you. You called that 6 level, Tisha, on WISA, and look at that 6 level hold to the penny. I think it did actually hold to the penny on that last little dip down. Let's just verify that. The low on this candle was, excuse me, here, as my headset has died now, Ram, so you're going to have to talk to Derek. $6.01 on that exactly. So, wow, what a hold at 6 by WISA. Right back into 7. Got up into 7.10 there before dipping right back down into that 6 3/4. WISA's been a monster. It is on a bit of a downtrend, though, Tisha, I got to tell you. I mean, you see the lower lows coming in. You see the lower highs. It could be a bull flag on a wider time frame owing to that big move up and then, a little bit of a down move here. We'll have to wait and see exactly what we get here on WISA, but great move up there for whoever took that at the lows. Let's see what else we got. Apple still, below my beak wetter, but we're in the money on it. Go EV just showed up again. Okay, so this one was basically tanking all day after that big move up, and so we put in a topping tail candle at 11:15. And we hadn't been above the volume-weighted average price ever since, say, 11 o'clock on a closing basis. Now, the volume's starting to increase again. Look at the volume bars and compare it to what we did, say, the entire hour of noon between 12 and 1. Volume's starting to come in. We're above the volume-weighted average price. We just took the whole dollar level, but true to form, we find resistance at the $3 level. So we're coming right back down now. Let's see if we can get a close, a break and hold above. Number 1, VWAP. Number 2, the whole dollar level. Let's see if Go EV will present us with more trading opportunities. I gotta tell you, in terms of small caps, I'd rather trade Go EV than WISA. Maybe I'll regret saying that, but I gotta tell you, WISA scares the you-know-what out of me, whereas Go EV, I feel like is a little bit more predictable. I could be wrong. I could be made to eat my words later, but we'll see what happens. Let's flip back into some the large caps over here. Nothing really doing on that Apple trade quite yet. Oh, interesting trade here. Google just dipped into the volume weighted average price at 154.40 and has put 2 candles that have defended that level. So rejecting 155 is GOOGL, goggles, as the one the Knob likes to call it, but right back into the volume weighted average price holding for now on Google. It hasn't been the biggest mover. I mean, it's down on the day again. It was up before. It's down 0.25%. We'll see. We'll see what we'll get here on goggles.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to shout this out. Neil in the chat saying, "You're tearing me apart, Weesa," which is the reference if anyone's seen The Room. The Tommy Wiseau classic. That made me laugh. I got a kick out of that.
I have no idea what's
Oh my gosh, so he like dramatically yells, "You're tearing me apart, Lisa," which is like a reference to the Rebel Rebel Without a Cause. But anyways, it's a mess of a movie. It's like considered one of the best bad movies ever made. But anyways, I got a kick out of that. Yeah, Neil just put in the chat, best bad movie ever, and he said he's not actually trading it, but he had to say it. Cool. So I like the disclaimer there from Neil on Weesa. But yeah, I'm sure I hope Weesa isn't tearing too many people apart. But yeah, also, still trying to sign up for this Papa Powell thing. It makes you select your employer, and the only options are not employed, self-employed, student, or unemployed, which are really helpful. So still working through that registration. Right now, I'm still in CLSK. I have no reason to leave CLSK right now. We did just have a bearish candle in Bitcoin, but as I've said, I feel like the correlation between CLSK and Bitcoin is not exact, or it's a couple candles over. So I'm using this as my guide and not as my rule. Sure. Gonna stay in for now. Like I said, I'm watching 50s or 55. We haven't even broken above 50s yet, so I'm keeping chill, keeping calm. Got out of SQQs maybe a little bit early, but we're not gonna FOMO. You know what I mean? We got involved. I got out because I was noticing we were having harder and harder times. We were getting rangier and rangier, and then, or not like tighter and tighter. If we were getting rangier, I'd be happy, but we were getting tighter within that range, and I did not want to be involved. So that's okay. I got out of the Qs, the SQQs. Please just punch. Or someone was sending me as well, pop and short were sending me other phrases you can use as well. So in seventh heaven, yeah, tickled pink, whatever term you want to use, I'm happy about it. Happy I'm out of the trade, ready to see what the next opportunity is in CLSK. Whatever you want to do, yeah, figure it out. I just want to know what you're trying to do there, girl. But I'm comfortable with the short for now. I have no reason to leave. I just want to kind of see some momentum happening there.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. What else we got moving along here? Let's go and have a look at, okay, we were looking at AMD earlier for that break. So it did, but it was bamboozling. We were talking about that 163, 75-ish, 70-ish being a bit of a topping level over here. You get movement into 90 and then dips right back into 50. So that isn't predictable for me. What I do see, though, is for whatever reason, this $0.50 is being defended. And I guess there's a reason for that in the sense that we put in a bit of a top there earlier on. That takes us about to 12.30 when we got into that 163.50, rejected, then ended up taking it about 1/4 to 1. So the $0.50 at 163 holding up for, again, whatever reason here on AMD. And then we're looking for possibly a nice move into 164. We also had issues with 164 at around 1/4 to 12. So, yeah, right back into that level again. AMD, bit of a bamboozler here, unreal. Okay, so we're gonna have to keep eyes on AMD. Say that again? Yeah, I think the market just pumped up here because we're nicely in the money now on AAPL as it bumped up into that 169 1/3. We're long 10s. The Piper was asking me, why are you long Apple, bro? I told him I'm looking for a 169 defend, my man, and that was really it. Now we're about 40 pennies in the money. AAPL on the way to the $0.50. But I'm really looking for a real level to come in, guys. We need a 170 level, a VWAP touch, something. We've been in no man's land for Apple far too long here in the morning. At this 169, 168, these levels mean nothing to me. Let's see if we can continue to pump up here, now down 1.9% on AAPL. The auction, Katina, man, that could be. Let's have a look.
I didn't see one at 1.
Yeah, shout out to Daryl, always doing the housekeeping around here. To be honest with you, I completely forgot to look for any auctions. Allow me a second to make sure that the economic calendar is clear. Barkin's barking? Apparently, it says, oh yeah. How else is new? Yes, Barkin is barking at 1 o'clock. And then Powell, as Adair talked about, will be talking at 1:15. So will Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, for all my Canadians out there. and so will ECB President Christine Lagarde. She'll be dropping hotlines as well. It is a bit of a meeting there between central bank governors. I don't know what they're going to talk about. Anyway, 52-week auction was the only auction we had today. That was at 11:30, came in higher than the previous print. Apple at $0.50 I'm covering there. Please as punch with that trade. Nice move off that 169 on AAPL.
Yeah, so here's the thing, is I try to sign up for this event. I sign up, then I click the link, and it takes me to the same page. So have I signed up? This is the most bamboozling experience. I would like to tell the Washington Forum, this website, the Wilson Center, whatever center is running this, I don't like them. This has been a really frustrating experience. You sign up, they didn't even have an option for employed. You were either unemployed, self-employed, not employed, or a student.
What the hell?
Those were your only options. And then you also, all the job options were very limiting as well. So I guess I don't know who does these Wilson Center forums, but they might be getting a letter to the editor because I am a skosh confused. And also I click the link they send me and it sends me to the same website. So I want to listen to Fed Powell, but we're going to wait and see here. I am continuing to make, oh, here we go. Oh, so it looks like you didn't even need to register for this. That's a little upsetting. But there we go. The program will happen soon, and we're going to wait for it. Also, I did get out of CLSK because CLSK broke above the 50s. Again, this is not a trade I'm going to complain about. We made this higher high and I got out. Now it looks like we're breaking lower again, but I had to adhere to my principles and my rules for the trade, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, I can't believe we're starting Fed Speak in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is super interesting there, Dara. Anyway, done this Apple trade. I'm keeping an eye to see if we get anything from Barkin or if we get anything, obviously still hasn't started yet, from Fed Powell. I know Adara will be watching that. Is there a closed caption option on that thing? Can you just hover? Oh, okay.
They haven't shown
I thought
me
the thing was, I thought that was a window.
I wish.
All right, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because we want to know what they're going to be saying. I have a news blotter here that will summarize some of the statements there for us when they do start speaking. Guys, we are stuck in a range today on the futures, no doubt about that. We took this TQQQ's short earlier on that move into 17,936. That's the high of the day. We have been putting in, if I can say so, here's some higher lows on the future, okay? So initially I want to call this the IB low. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. We got into 17,820, and every subsequent trough has been higher than its last. That can't be said for the top that's being put in. We're still at the top. So a possible ascending wedge here on the future where the higher lows are kind of indicative of where we could be. Possibly above the 17,936.5, which is technically the high end of the day on the NQ at the moment. We're positive at the moment, only up 0.14, though the ES is down on the day. Wow, very, very sideways on a lot of these names. Okay, let's go back into AMD because AMD didn't seem sideways to me. Wow, okay. And
they started talking.
Bro, they're talking?
Yeah, well, Xavier Delgado started talking.
Is he Canadian? He has a Canadian flag behind his back there.
Oh, yeah, he's from a Canada Institute.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the event started, and I guess we'll give you, there's no closed captions on that?
No, unfortunately.
No, Okay. That sucks. I was just talking about AMD. Pardon me? Oh,
okay.
Throw that in,
I think you have to sign up for it, which is, but maybe you don't and they lied to me. I'll put it in the group chat.
Deal. Okay, Ram, if I want to show this 164 here on AMD, so we got into that whole dollar level and we rejected. But there's one thing that I can take from this whole debacle with AMD right now is that there is definitely a bottom here at 163.40. Once, twice, OB thrice, and then even again over here holding at 163.40. The tops are not in. They're actually higher highs. So a bit of trend in that section, but the lows are equally low on every little dip. So if you want to take maybe something 163.45, play the range here on AMD, that could be another possible trade. I am seeing, though, from the corner of my eye that the dead one, aka AAPL, popping into that 169.70-ish area, so got above the $0.50. So a little disappointed I covered there, but I'm going to be looking to short Apple, man. Either 170 or 170.50 at the volume weighted average price Apple the dead one on the day. It is past 115 though, Adira.
Oh, also, yeah, apparently this is actually on YouTube. Thank you, BCF Gaming, for pointing this out. So I had a whole experience with the Wilson Center website for nothing. So yeah, that's cool. Oh, the one on YouTube is a little bit slower though, so I'm gonna stay with the stream I'm on. Ooh. But that's okay, yeah. So I'm gonna stay with that. Right now though, it is time for the lesson, and if I will interrupt myself if I hear anyone say anything. There we go, here's the lesson. Also, that dude was actually American. That Xavier Delgado guy, he was actually American.
You got bamboozled?
Yeah, we did get bamboozled.
No good.
But yeah, so we're going to talk about RSI, right? So what is the RSI? The RSI is a technical indicator measuring the momentum of a stock price by analyzing recent price changes, and it ranges from 0 to 100. Generally, zero is going to be oversold territory, which could potentially indicate a buying opportunity. And 7 to 100 is going to be, 0 to 30 is oversold. 70 to 100 is generally going to be overbought territory, suggesting a potential sell-off. And anything between that is kind of in between. You're really going to be looking for the areas between 0 and 30 and 70 to 100. And here's one example here. So this just kind of shows you when you've broken to overbought. Shout out to Investopedia. That's going to be over the 70 area. And then under 30% is going to be when you're oversold. And this actually reflects in the chart. But what happens when you have an RSI reversal? We're going to get into that today.
Bang.
The key to using RSI for momentum trading is going to be identifying those reversals. So you're going to want to look for an overbought reversal, the RSI reaching overbought territory, so above 70, and then starting to trend to the downside without a corresponding drop in price. This could signal a weakening momentum, which could be a potential sell opportunity. But then what about an oversold reversal? If you have the RSI dropping or dipping into oversold territory below 30 and then starting to rise even though the price remains low, that could indicate a potential buying opportunity as momentum might be shifting to the upside. And so here's what, I love this example because you've got both here. And as Sharif was saying, it's funny because eBay apparently was at one point at 40. You have these higher highs on the chart, but then lower highs on the RSI. So this is bearish divergence. And look what we see after that, a bearish move in the price. Then we see lower lows here in the price, but higher highs on the RSI, That means we have bullish divergence. I love this example because it does show both. So I think that's pretty cool. But why is this useful? Well, it can help you identify situations where the price might be diverging from its recent trend. So if you have an overbought RSI with a flat price action, for example, that might suggest that the buying pressure is fading even before you actually see the price drop. So as you can see here, to go back to this example, we had this move down here in the RSI just slightly before or as the price was accumulating to the upside. So that could give you a sign, hey, we're getting a little bit weak here on that RSI. Maybe we should get ready for a move to the downside, and then you can kind of take advantage of that, right? So I think that's pretty key. But also, what if you want to combine your RSI with other tools? RSI alone is not a foolproof signal, so you want to heighten your analysis through things like price action. Do you have a price movement supporting the RSI signal? Or do you have some confirmation from the price chart? Also, do you have higher volume alongside the RSI reversal? Because that can indicate a stronger momentum shift. If you have a lot of volume behind that move, the move might have a little bit more oomph than if you just have a little, and then that, not a lot of volume there, right? Support and resistance also really key. Confluence with RSI, is it coming in? Then you might want to be interested because you want to consider support and resistance levels on the price chart because a reversal to your key area can add weight to the RSI signal, as you can see here in the GBP USD. You have support as we get the RSI winding its way back up. Then as we get to resistance, look where we see some resistance of the RSI. I think it's pretty interesting. So it shows that there can be confluence in these areas, and it's worth noting. But how do you put it all together? Well, let's imagine you have a small cap stock experiencing a sharp price increase, which pushes the RSI above 80. But then the price stalls, and the RSI starts trending to the downside. This could be a sign of weakening momentum and a potential short sell opportunity. Remember as well, though, the RSI is just a tool, and you always want to consider other factors like price action and volume, sometimes in confluence with the RSI. Also, though, there are no guarantees. The markets can be unpredictable, and as always, you want to practice good risk management. Also, we still have someone talking who is not Fed Chair Powell. So just an update on that.
All right.
Yeah, the lesson's done, though.
Okay, that
So
was
yeah,
quick.
there we go. Sorry to kind of speak. I guess spoke a little quickly there, but yeah, I still don't have my eye on anything. CP in the chat was asking if I'm not getting involved in anything because I'm worried the market's going to be range bound. If I thought the market was going to be range bound, I think I would have gotten involved. I have to say I'm a little bit more of a range trader there, CP. So I wish that market was range bound. Right now, I'm just having a hard time reading things. Right now, I find there's a lot of top and churn in a way that I find a little bit difficult to get involved with. I'm still looking at that SQQ though. And CLSK was the other one I'm kind of been looking at all day, so we'll have to see what we do. I don't have any trades right now, though.
I'm long AMD, trying to play this range. It keeps dipping into that 163, 40-ish, 50-ish area, and then bouncing right back up. I'm trying to get the bottom end of this range and try to weasel, a few pennies here, a few pennies there. Let's see if we can wet our beak here at the profits. Nice, right up we go. I got bottom link on that one. Let's see if we can get continuation, though. I really doubt we get continuation right when I get in, but I'm happy that I was able to play the range there because I feel it is very much a range day today, whether on the Future or on some of these small, or not the small cap gappers, sorry, the Mag 7 names. And so we'll see if we can move up here on AMD. I'll look for something maybe in the 80s or 70s, that is, if we were able to make it up there. It's a positive day today for AMD after a big negative day yesterday. In case you're just joining us, what we got, was it yesterday that we got the telecom news? Was that yesterday's news,
It
or
was
was that last
yesterday,
week?
yeah,
Okay,
it was
thank you.
yesterday.
Sometimes the days
They bleed.
Yeah. So yesterday, essentially, what the Chinese Communist Party directed some of its was it last week?
Yeah, sorry, I just
yeah,
realized.
that's
I'm
why
so
I feel.
sorry.
I feel it
That's
was
my
like
bad.
last week. No, it's not your fault. Why you have to know? Chinese Communist Party gave a directive to its telecom companies not to buy or going forward to avoid buying Intel and AMD chips for security reasons, largely, seen as a retaliatory response, obviously, to the AMD and NVIDIA GPU embargo that the Biden administration has put on. But that precipitated a big down move in Intel and AMD. So, the fact that it's up 2% today without a catalyst, well, does it actually have a catalyst? Yeah, it did, actually. Didn't it have a catalyst today? It had something.
AMD, two upgrades.
2 upgrades, that's it. So yeah, a nice bounce back day for AMD. We'll see what we get. Nicely 20 pennies, or we were just 20 pennies in the money on this name. Fat Cat, what's up? Hi, Sharif. Just wondering how much depth do you have on your level 2? Does it go all the way to min and max price? No, because there's obviously much lower levels than there are currently, but I have almost all the gateways, if not all, okay? And that's by design because I'm on the show and I get most of the permissions. Not all the traders get all the gateways. You need to be able to, what? Are you talking to me? Okay. Anyway.
So the Canada-US, we have 3 down football.
Yeah, he's being
He's
saucy,
like,
this dude.
the dude's like many, is that Tiff Macklem who said that?
It is.
It's Tiff Macklem, the Canadian Bank of Canada governor. He's like, we have 3 downs in our football. One of the differences between Canada and the USA. Yeah, that's the one you should point out, bro.
Right. He also
Not the
brought out
lack
a
of
$10
productivity
bill,
or anything.
right?
But yeah.
He brought a $10 bill and like waved it around to show the Palmer
Did he
bills
really?
as well. He still you can still see it on the screen actually
Get him,
if I show
Tiff.
you. Look at that. Look at his $10 bill.
What? Tiffy's a unique individual.
Yeah,
Do you remember when
call
this
me
guy?
Tiff, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, this guy told everybody to lever up and then that we wouldn't increase rates, and then he increased rates by 5%. So a lot of people on this side of the border still a little disgruntled about that.
So they're in a tiff with Tiff.
Oh, there you go, there you go, there you go. In any event, what was I talking about before?
sorry,
I have no idea what I was talking about. I forgot. Anyway, we're long AMD. Let's see how this does.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to make, with this guy. I'm sorry about that. I did not mean
not your fault.
to lose your train of thought there. But right now, Tiff Macklem talking. They started with Tiff, and then we're going to get to Jerome, Papa Powell.
Okay.
So yeah, we're starting it off with Canada, which is fun and not always what happens. So that's cool. Let's see if we pamp it there for Canada. Also, I like this Tesla. I'm really bamboozled by. We have these higher lows, but we have lower highs, so I don't know if I want to get involved right now. I'm really looking for an opportunity here. I'm holding out for a hero. As per that song from the 80s. I am trying to make sure that I have something I'm comfortable trading. I'm not seeing much of that right now. Rivian, I like that we're holding this 90 EMA. I want to see if we still hold the 90 EMA. Affirm, though, I just remembered I was looking at earlier. Yeah, so Affirm, there's nothing for me here in Affirm either. We're below, you know what? We're below the 90 EMA. We made a pseudo double top if you want to use the pre-market high. This is going on my side chart. This is what Sharif and I always use as like the be-all, end-all. If like a stock's behaving well, it goes on the side chart. So right now, Affirm goes on the side chart. Oracle high of day says Frank Jones, the one and only you can't close. Shout out to Mike Jones. But yeah, so ORCL says Frank Jones high of day. Yeah, this is a nice look here in ORCL. Or we can't see the future, and Oracle can't see its new high of day because it's currently at it. So Oracle, all upside here. Blue sky setup at least on this intraday chart. We have this chop and turn around this 90 MA, generally higher highs, higher lows. Nice look. Volume about 2.5 mils, so not at all insignificant. Let's look at the daily on Oracle because I haven't looked at this bad boy in a while. I used to sound like you with the bad boy. Ooh. Oh, Oracle's below its 90 MA. This is not a great look here on the daily, but one thing I think Oracle should be looking for is look at this double top here on the daily chart at 118. I think if we fall to 118, that could hold as decent support. Right now we're at 121, so I will say, not like I want Oracle to keep falling, but I think if it does, I would like to see if that 118 holds as a trampoline. How is AMD? Oh,
I just took it out. Yeah, playing the range here, Dara. I want to digress a second from trading. So my third favorite sport is boxing. Soccer, football, obviously the first two. My original loves. As I got older, I did adopt boxing as a sport. And there is a nice fight this weekend. I want to know if you guys are going to be watching it. Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. That should be interesting. Anybody who's following Ryan Garcia on Instagram, what are your thoughts about his actions lately? Because I think he's obviously doing this to promote the fight and to obviously get attention social media-wise. I just don't like how he's doing it, especially he kept that squeaky clean image and then he wants to go to that bad boy image. It's not a good look for him. I personally haven't liked it. Are you guys going to be watching that fight? If you are, who do you have for that fight? Are you about Ryan and his speed, or are you about Devin and his power? Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you got if you're going to be watching it, and not who you have your money on, but who do you want to win? Who do you think is going to win? I personally haven't seen too much of Devin Haney, so I've seen a lot of Ryan Garcia, but I kind of feel like I can't really make an assessment one way or another. Yeah, okay. He's like okay, all right. Interesting. Odyssey Fights, I train with Garcia, my pick. Shout out to you. Okay. Love it. Give me some more deets. I'd love to know what he is, what he's like in the ring. I hope Garcia gets knocked out again, says Roberto. We know that Tank obviously had that great body shot on Ryan last time around. He couldn't recover from that. Go Ryan, says Raul. Ryan is, okay. Brian Fu doesn't like Ryan. Okay, I respect that. I see you, Odyssey. I see you. Oscar plays. Coin and BTC look strong now. Okay, let's see what BTC is doing right now because it was not in a good position. Okay, bouncing a little bit now off that 61,875 into 62, almost in a third there is BTC. It's about to go flat on the day. So I know everybody's open and closing price are a little bit different on Bitcoin, but mine is around 63,300. So it's about to go green if it bounces up a few more dollars here on BTC. What other one you were saying? Coin, let me have a look at Coin. Coin is taking it on the chin. Maybe like one of these fighters are going to take it on the weekend, but to be honest with you, yeah, Coin, bit of a tougher look here for Coin on the day. It is starting to recover a little bit though off that 205 and 2/3. Wow, okay, into almost 214, on its way to 215 here is Coinbase, but to go green, we got to get all the way up into 233.50, and the HOD right now on Coin is only 233. So we got a ways to go, but that doesn't mean we can't profit along the way. And keeping your eye here on that yellow line on the bottom now, this new yellow line here is the RSI. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this. We're going to have it, we're going to try to have this on as many charts as we can so we can look for price RSI divergence. Keeping an eye on that. But good luck for Coinbase. Reclaiming the volume weighted average price Local highs there, the highest it's been since around 10:30 this morning. The real local high, though, I would say is that 217.50. Look at that topping tail candle into that level, and then a big boy Huadunk all the way back down into 205. So Coinbase trying to recover. So is BTC. Let's keep eyes on that. AMD is on the way up right back into 163 mid 80s here. So we cover in the mid 60s. It pops up another 20 pennies. The range, though, is still intact in the sense that we still have that 163.40 as a base and essentially 164 as a top. We haven't broken through that since around, what time was that? 11:50 or so. So keeping an eyes on that. Let's see what everybody else there said in the chat because I was asking about the fight. Haney, too much power, says why not? Okay. Chef Joe says who? He doesn't know any of these fighters. Eddie R, I believe that Adair will win one day a literature award on the fight. You mentioned no clue. Okay, so you get love, but on the fight, he has no idea. Thank you, Eddie R.
Appreciate that.
Shout out to you, my man. What else we got here? Comp SRX1, too much violence. Okay, all right. Well, it's just boxing, bro. 214 slugger. Ryan beat Haney 3 times before turning pro. Yes, I did hear about their amateur background together. Thank you for pointing that out, 214 slugger. That should be interesting. If that ends up being a factor at all. I know amateurs, the amateur division is a little bit different than the pros, and people seem to change over time. So we'll keep eyes on that. Tisha.
Moving a bit on Powell.
Yeah, okay, good call. You want to cover that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so he's just talking right now. He's talking about rates. He's not really saying anything new. He's just kind of doing a bit of a recap, but it's certainly, instead of a Pop Powell pump, it's Pop Powell dump right here. Substantial increase in the workforce. So he's saying basically workforce concerns. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm hearing him and communicate what he's saying at the same time. Saying that even with the strength in the economy by many measures, things have been moving into better balance. So that could be a little bit, but he's saying that ratio of job openings to unemployed workers is extremely elevated. Just trying to keep some options here. Yeah, thank you, Eddie R. I appreciate that compliment there. I'm happy I got into a short before this, I have to say. Pleased as punch. Don't have a ton of shares here. I was just trying to take advantage of this move down. The goal, I didn't want to, you know what? We're going to have to wait and see what happens here on Affirm. But yeah, Affirm reacting to the downside here with Papa Powell. He's saying gradual normalization here for the economy. I'm waiting to see if I can hear. Yeah, performance has been quite strong, and the recent data does show, I said data really weirdly there, showing a lack of further progress on inflation this year. If I hear anything else, I will let you guys know. He's still, right now he's recapping that PCE, which I know was a bit of a sticking point there. So he's saying the 2.8% in the 3 and 6 months. Sorry for speaking slowly here. I'm trying to make sure I understand what he's saying. Oh, he's saying they want to make sure that they're seeing that inflation is moving sustainably towards 2%. So kind of a recap here. He's saying also that the labor market is moving into better balance, even amidst ongoing strength, and that the broader wage pressures are moderating gradually. So we'll have to see. Markets still reacting pretty much to the downside of this. The Q's at the bottom of that earlier range here. So let's see what we broke below the bottom of that previous range. Bye-bye. Q's to the downside. Everything to that downside. I'm guessing Sean is short because he seems... he's just looking at the market. Okay, sorry about that. Pardon? Long Disney. Okay, so House of Mouse there for Sean, trying to get in line for the Magic Kingdom there to the upside. But yeah, lack of further progress. Ouch, says Heather Tuttle. Yeah, I think the market's certainly reacting to that. He's talking more about policy than Tiff Macklem did, I think, because I remember Tiff was having his little asides, and the only light thing that Jerome Powell said was "call me Jay," and that was kind of it. And then he got right into recapping the market. Like I said, nothing new or surprising that he said. Also, he just finished his opening, so his opening remarks were a lot shorter than what Macklem had to offer.
This is it. This is it right here. At least this is what I think it is. Restrictive policy needs further time to work. That means higher for longer. That's the way I read that. Shout out to Katina Man. What are you taking there? What can we have? The Katina Man is long Disney 116.30. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. 113.60. Yes, thank you, Ram. As you can see there on More Trader TV, that is the. Yeah, I know. It's okay. He's not long 71s. He's long 60. It's okay. We're going to fix it. You can see there on the right side all his last trades on the Neils. On the left side, all of Neil's positions in last trades, and as you can see, economic calendar, top stocks, biggest movers, you name it, it's going to be covered there on More Trader TV. Make sure to like and subscribe to that channel so that you can be alerted anytime we are live. All right, AMD absolutely took an AM dump off that 163, touch. That was a result likely of Jerome Powell dropping hot lines, and the entire market tanked on that news. AMD was not spared as well. All the Mag 7 names pointing down to the right. But what I do see, if this is any consolation to the bulls or the longs, are bottoming tail candles, meaning the dips are being bought up right now. At least it seems that way. We'll have to wait and see whether or not these bottoming tail candles subsist or whether they're followed by more red candles down and to the right. But yeah, nice dip trades possibly here on some of the Mag 7 names. Apple came right back into that low of day on that last little wick down, 168.22. It dipped into 168.40. So about 18 pennies off low day there for AAPL. It's having itself a day. Bad day. Bad day. Not like good day. Bad day.
Oh, okay. I was a bad day. But yeah, so a bad day maybe. But yeah, so I think too, just waiting to hear some more comments. Also, a real quote from Jerome Powell I did drop in the chat here is, it's a lot of meetings. What do we do at these meetings? Fair question, is what Jerome Powell just said.
Yeah.
That is a quote. So,
can you say that again? I was concentrating.
He said, it's a lot of meetings. What do we do at these meetings? Fair question. That's what he just said.
Good job, bro. Get it together.
I think he was making a joke there.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, he said basically if higher inflation persists, the Fed can maintain the current rate as long as needed. So
excellent. Yeah, I was going to say that same thing.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah, so and it's obviously a bit of a tougher look there. Essentially what the market didn't want to hear, which is higher for longer. So, widely anticipated that there was not going to be a cut in May. Now we're going to have to see if there's June. Shout out to the Katina man. He's still printing on that Disney long. 113.61 long on Disney. Keep your eye on that if you are following the Katina man trades. And he's yelling booms. And all I see is bottoming tail candles. So the market's recovering here a little bit, guys. Right back into 17.9 we go, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I went. Let me try to. So I went long the SQQQs. No, sorry, I went short the SQQQs. So that means I went long, and I did that because look at where we recover from this move down. I mean, we didn't close there, but we held this 1150 really well. I was initially going to go short at 1150. Then I said, Adara, be a little bit more patient. Happy I waited. Got short here 11.45. So I guess we're long the market, but that's because the Qs recovered the base of that range really well. And I said, Adara, if that range is coming back, you want to be involved. So I do. Sorry for speaking so quickly. When you're live, you're like right up in these markets. I have to say, it's quite fun. We're getting out here now that we're at the bottom of the range. I'm really proud of this trade. I am so proud of what I did with this trade. I played the range, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything. I'm just proud. You know what I mean? There's just I'm proud of getting involved here. Sorry, I'm red in the face. I was like, whew, market. But yeah, so that was really fun. I'm happy with that trade. Affirm as well. I'm happy I played that short the way I did. I was not planning. I didn't get involved because we started having Papa Powell talking and got involved because we dipped below that 9 EMA. Then we held below the 9 EMA. Took about 20 pennies on this short. Didn't have a huge position size, but really happy with this Affirm. Really happy with the SQQQs. Basically flat on the day, but not flat on learning. We're never flat on learning. That was a weird analogy there. But yeah, right now Tiff Macklem speaking again. I feel like he spends to speak for a lot longer than Powell. Like they're taking turns, and Powell's speaking for a lot shorter periods of time. But I will wait and see what happens. And again, if I hear anything, you guys will find out.
Sounds good. Okay, let's have a look at WISA because it was doing things. We all know what the market's doing right now. It's recovering off that dip. Okay, so WISA is, this is not, requiring us to cover it at the moment. But I do want to point out that there does seem to be some sort of base forming here on this, if you want to call it a flag pattern, because we have a big move up, then sideways consolidation. There does seem to be some local support here at $6.40. And, that could present you a range trade because there seems to be an equally important or valid top. In the same way that we have support at 640, looks like we have resistance at 7. We're right back at 7 now, so we'll see whether or not the shorts are going to institute anything around this $7 area. I'm willing to bet this is a pay for shorts type thing. Let's find out. Put short at $8. Yeah, and then it rejects the order, so obviously that means I need to acquire shorts for it. But the 640, 645, Dip trade here on the range could be interesting with 7 as a profit target. We were covering WISA all day, and well, it's up just a little over 290% at the moment. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers here and see what's afoot. So interesting take here with Google and Softy in the sense that they both dipped aggressively below the volume weighted average price, but both prints ended up getting bought up quickly enough to close above VWAP. You're seeing that here on Softy with that quick wick down into 414.25. Then the buyer stepped in aggressively to close above 415.75. So that closed above VWAP as well. The same thing here happened with Google. So dipped aggressively into that 154 area. In fact, it held 154 even and then popped right back up there to go into that 154 and 2/3. So they both close above the volume weighted average price. So Google has been respecting VWAP since essentially it claimed it at 11 o'clock. You had to defend a VWAP initially here at 11:30 and then a second attempt here at 1, right at 1. And then this obviously wicks right back down, would have probably stopped you out. But it did close above the volume weighted average price. So Google, Softy, respecting VWAP on the day. Can't really say the same thing right now for Amazon or Meta, but a case could be made for the monster, aka NVIDIA. It also did a big dip below the volume weighted average price, but buying was aggressive and pushed it right back up into that 872 level. It's now knocking the door of 875. So good look, good recovery there for NVDA. And I already talked about that low on Apple, that 168, 30, 40 thereabouts, and then it popped up aggressively. Okay, we're above 17.9 now on the future. Is he saying anything new?
Right now he's saying that, when you go to enough Basel meetings and G20 summits, you end up getting trusting the people from other countries. So he's just talking about how he trusts TIFF, I guess. He's not saying anything that should move the market, I'll put it that way. He's basically just talking like, he's just really praising other Fed heads. That's all. It is a Fedstival. That's all that's happening right now. He's saying it's very useful to be able to meet other people. Yeah, there's no real sound bites here coming from Papa Powell at this moment, guys. But this is really interesting. I feel like this SQ short range is still short to long is still kind of happening here. I might get back involved in this range. Sean just threw some money there across the screen. So, yeah, nice look. NVIDIA says, who is this? The Light Traveler. Let's take a look. Yeah, NVIDIA actually up about 1. We had a double top in NVIDIA, but it looks like we're trying to take that out because look at this, up 1.71 on the day. Slightly higher low here as well. I think NVIDIA looks like it wants to take out 877. We had this topping tail candle earlier up into almost 880 showing, at that point that we couldn't eclipse it, but I think it looks like it does want a little bit more. This is an interesting look here for me for sure in NVDA, but right now I think I still want to play these SQQQs if they'll still have me. I'd like to continue to trade the SQQQs because that was a trade, and that was certainly a little bit of a stressful moment to be in, but I think we are seeing a little bit of a continued range movement and a sell-off right now with Papa Powell just a skosh, so I want to go long. We're going to go long the SQQs, to be clear. So we're going to get involved in that at 38s if we can. We'll have to see. I think this might be a bit too rangy. We're kind of wicking in and out of things too quickly for me to get involved. But if I can, I would like to be getting involved. Yeah, they are. They're basically taking turns talking. I'm seeing John Sismansky saying it's like who's on first. Yeah, so they're taking turns having Jay Powell and Tiff Macklem talk first. Another comment here coming as well saying Powell saying that firm inflation last quarter has introduced new uncertainty over when and whether the Fed will be able to lower rates later this year. So it's a lot of repetition of what we've already heard, some nerves with regards to when inflation rates will be lowered. Yeah.
Have you seen AMC today?
Yeah, I was talking about this. We were up like 12% at one point.
Yeah, we're up. Yeah, good call. We're up 15% now, 14.98 to be exact. So interesting look here on AMC. Are we without a catalyst at these levels? Let's find out quickly. No, nothing new on my blotter today from AMC. Was there anything yesterday? Options alert on the 15th. Okay, that's it. Yeah, 13th, 12th. Okay, so the 12th there was a headline, but that was when it was down. So that's not really justifying this move up here on AMC. But like as Brendo showed at the big desk this morning, There's a lot of overlap between Peloton, AMC, GMC, for the exception GME. For the exception of GME, all these guys are at all-time lows. So it seems as if we're getting possibly an all-time low bounce here on AMC. $2.47 was the close, $2.85 the high. As I said, 15% to the good today. It was a beautiful dip trade anytime, either off the 10 or the 20 EMA. The deeper retracements were in the 20. The more superficial retracements were all into the 10. In case you're wondering, the solid green line on my chart, that's the 10. The solid yellow line, that is a 20 exponential moving average. All right, let's have a look here at some other small, large caps. Yeah. We're still below 17.9 on the future, so I don't know how exactly I feel about going long anything here. Jay Lee, Sharif, Adara. Let's just reflect. There have been 4 mini fast crashes today where the TQQ sharply dumped. Yet it's still an overall inside day. Very good point, Jay. And that's the point I want to make earlier with that TQQ trade that I had. It looked like a very much range-bound day. And the example that I gave was before I went on my trip, we were kind of stuck in something like this. We were at the 100-point level, and I kept looking for a breakout or breakdown where we would go above, say, 17.9 or below 17.9, and I would look for the wick shimmy dance to, indicate to me whether we were going to go up or down, completely forgetting that there was a third option, which is to range. And that's what I feel like we're doing today at the 17.9 level. I feel like we probably do that until things resolve themselves, at least temporarily, maybe in the Middle East. We're going to have to wait. I haven't got any geopolitical news midday today. I don't know if Adara did, but if we probably got some, we would have heard it from you guys in the chat. So, yeah, keeping an eye on that. I've got no trades on at the moment. Katina Man, what are you doing over there? What are you trading? Just so we can tell the viewers. The Katina Man is still trading Disney 113.60. Neil, any trades? Neil was short Apple while Papa was dropping hot lines, but he's still been holding that Peloton short since the morning. Shout out to Neil. Just want to get their idea for some trades because I'm having some trouble finding some good stuff here. Joe Schmo. Why are people talking about JEPI? What is this JEPI? JAPI?
I think it's run before.
Yeah, okay, because Joe Schmo was talking about JEPI.
JP Morgan Equity Premium Income ETF.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm already in the XLF, so that's enough financials for me. Exposure. Let's see what else you guys are up to in the chat. Anything you guys are looking at? Let me know. Tag me, and we'll have a look at that. But for at the moment here, I'm without ideas, Adara.
Yeah, I'm still interested in the plan here is, if I may, is to get long the SQQs when Powell talks, because every time Powell talks, the market dumps.
Really?
So the plan is that if we position ourselves here, once Powell begins to speak, then we can take a couple pennies here. That's all I want. I'm trying to trade within this range. I don't need a breakout. I just want to play my range. That's what I'm okay with. I know that seems like a little bit of an idea, but look at how well we respected this range. I'm okay with it. But right now, Tiv Macklem is still talking, so my idea will have to wait a little bit, I guess. Let's see here. But also, Paula Blackford asking what we see on Amazon. So let's take a look at Amazon. AMZN basically flat on the day. Okay, we had this is interesting. We have clear resistance, to me at least, at this 184.60 area. We could not break above this 184.60. It's not like we even had it with higher highs either, or higher lows, so we're chopping and turning around it. Then we made a decisively lower high, not ironically, but interestingly enough, right at that pre-market high, 184.20. Then we start seeing lower highs, lower lows. Right now, Paula, what I'm seeing is a plethora of these intense wicks to the upside that are not being fulfilled. Like, look, we try to wick up into this previous high of 184, but we can't close at the 5-minute at that level. To me, I think Amazon is giving up the ghost just a little bit. I don't know if it's going to express deliver a long right now, unfortunately. I think Amazon, it might be like 2 to 5 day shipping for a long right now. But no, metaphor aside, jokes aside, I do think we're seeing lower highs, lower lows on Amazon right now, at least on the 5-minute. I think that supports that. And I think these wicks, real or manufactured, to me, show a little bit of bearishness because we do show we're not able to eclipse these areas. So to me, it's it looks like it could be a continued move to the downside for AMZN right now. Like there's not as clear of a pattern to me. Also, Microsoft has me missing a little bit the sim days, because I would just trade this range
I
up
was
and
just
down
about to
and
tell you,
around.
but that was the bamboozler right there. That was the
a
Powell
trick.
dump, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's what I was saying. Google and Microsoft have all held VWAP quite well.
Chef's kiss. Those are great ranges, I have to say.
Chef's kiss. All right. What was I going to say? Yeah, it's a great look there on Softy. Let's pull up Softy, man. I'm going to get rid of TSLA here, and let's load up MSFT. So the range on Microsoft, I would say, is for the most part, it's not exact. It's at 415 3/4, and then essentially at its best, 417 the north side, but for the most part, it's going to be 416.75. And so it's a range trade. Let's call a spade a spade. We're at that low right now. Let's see if we can get long here and try our hand at this range trade. If not, we'll take a loss. And whatever, there's about 11 minutes left on the show. We got to trade something. Here we go, right down into that low end of the range. My break is going to be that 50 penny area. So I'll have to get everything out at that 50 penny area. I'm talking about 415.50 Adara. I'm just going to send it to you so I can put in my stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not time my Powell dump trade well enough. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get filled. Now we started talking. It looks like we're trying to get back to the top of this range. That's okay. I'm willing to short the top. I'm trying to be a little bit adaptable with this range. Right now, he's talking. He's not saying anything super significant here. They're very, very aware of everything. They're aware of all of it. So yeah, they're trying to be transparent and predictable, they're saying. So just trying to give a bit of a highlight there. Yeah, I apologize, guys, for saying a lot of what Powell's saying. I'm trying to find that balance still of making sure I'm talking and still hearing him at the same time. So fair. Apologies for narrating him just a skosh there. But I see you have entered Microsoft.
Yeah, I just had to put in my stop there. No, so we dipped down a little bit more aggressively than I anticipated there, and I was awfully close to getting stopped out. But looks as if we are still ranging a little bit here. We'll have to see if we make it up into that 416 3/4. I did put my stop in at the moment at just the break of the $0.50. We did dip aggressively, though, into that $0.50. Casro, Sharif, thank you, first of all, for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Casro. Sharif, short Tesla with a 158.21 stop loss. Enjoy. I do like your look there, and I'll gotta tell you why. 158.19 is a high day, so I like how you're placing your stop just right above that key area of resistance so that you don't get bamboozled. But yeah, I gotta tell you, I know I've got 9 minutes left on the show, and I don't think this trade is gonna manifest as quickly as you want, especially since it is a breakdown trade. But I do like your levels. I gotta tell you the truth, I really like it, especially if we break that 155.50. But it looks as if I'm gonna get stopped out here on Softy as it is coming back down below the volume weighted average price. So we'll have to either get a pop somewhere in the 50s, or that's gonna be the end of the trade here for me on Softy.
Yeah,
and the stop didn't work again. That's the second time today that the script stop hasn't worked.
Oh no. You're out though, right? So
yeah, I had to flatten the key. One time the flatten key didn't work, one time the stop script didn't work, and now the second time the stop. Yeah, it's all good. You just got to take this kind of stuff with trading. There's no reason to be upset about it.
Yeah, rolling with the punches.
There you go,
yeah,
baby.
Thank you for that. Also, yeah, so I was just putting some Papa Powell quotes in the chat there. So basically he said this isn't the standard case of overheated demand. He said the inflation that we started seeing at the end of 2021 was a bit unique, and he said mostly because of inflation resulting from restrained supply and elevated demand. So that's what he was saying specifically with regards to the inflation. Just some comments in terms of the origin of this specific inflation cycle from Jerome Powell that I wanted to mention there too. Jay Lee putting this out as well. If you look deep, the hot CPI was mostly due to elevated rent and insurance. That's it. Yeah, Neil and Sharif and I were talking about this one morning as well, the super core CPI inflation. So
sorry,
yeah, that was interesting too with regards to the rent and insurance. But yeah, right now the SQQQs, I'm not going to get my dip buy on these SQQQs because we are getting once again to the bottom of the range there on the Qs. If we, like I said, if we reject this, I'll go long the Qs / short the SQQQs. And I'm okay with that because I feel like these are still really range bound. As someone was getting at in the chat as well, there has been, I think it was Jay Lee, there's been these pops in and out with a lot of intensity, but they always stop and end within the confines of the range. So I think that's been really interesting. And I mean, if I want to call myself a pseudo range trader, I have to pseudo range trade. So if I like see what what I'm seeing, I'm going to get involved. So right now, Tiff Macklin's talking, so we're okay getting in right now.
Get him, Tiff.
Let's do it.
Where's Christine?
Christine
didn't show up to the party.
She's not here. No.
Oh, it's a shame.
It's just Tiff and Jerome. So there's another super chat here from Casro. OW. $2 super chat. LOL Sharif basically at 255 now.
Wow, yeah. Well, it bounced back up since you said that. But yeah, good point. Look, I like your trade. I got to tell you the truth. You have a double top on Tesla. It's weak on the day. Obviously, it's below the volume weighted average price. Everything you said was right, Castro. It's just I have to be able to kind of do this trade in 6 minutes because in 6 minutes, I'm up there at the big desk with Brendo, so I just didn't see it manifesting itself all that quickly. But it looks like the market is popping right back up here, and as quickly as I got pushed out of MSFT, as quickly as it's right back into that 416 area. So yeah, that is the bamboozlement. So Microsoft moved $1 there, and I didn't anticipate that, basically based upon how it's been trading all day. So tough luck, but that's just the way things are around here.
Yeah, yeah, that is indeed the way things are. I'm trying to get used to how these markets move. I'm happy right now. Sharif said the market goes back up, and I'm in my SQQQ short, so I'm okay with that. Market, if you want to go back up, I want to clarify. So the reason I'm trading the SQQQs is because with buying power, as I just started in the live, it is a little bit lower. So that's why I'm trading these SQQQs in case anyone's like, why aren't you trading the Qs or the TQQQs? I'm enjoying my SQQQs right now. They've been fun. I've been trying to, again, I had a really great question earlier from, I think, Harris in the chat, saying basically have you noticed there's a different way you're looking for stocks? And basically what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to look for derivatives or different versions of stocks. So instead of Tesla, I'll trade TSSL. And we actually had some positive trades on this one right now. We're basically flat on it, but we did have, I was really proud of that short I had on this one earlier. So basically what I've been trying to do is I've been looking at the same stocks, but I've been looking at them in different ways, and I've been looking to approach them differently, if that makes sense. So if I want to trade an EV stock, maybe I'm going to trade a Tesla or TSLL and a Rivian, right? Just trading things in different ways and adapting my approach to make the most of this new style of trading. And it's been really fun so far, and I feel like I've learned a lot being jumping into the deep end here. It's been really cool. Right now, the SQQ, if you want to jump a couple pennies lower so we can get our fill there at 1142.
Go SQQ.
Damp it, SQQ/pamp the market to make sure we're all balanced there.
Yes, well, I don't know if that can happen though, right? Well, you're shorting SQQ.
I want a couple pennies.
Yeah, so if you're shorting SQQ, that means you're pumping the market.
Yeah, that's
right? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, everything is good.
I worded it weirdly. Yeah.
All good. Yeah, more hotlines coming in from Fed Chair Powell. Says current situation is not the standard case of inflation driven by overheated demand, according to him. We'll get more updates there from Powell. What else we got there from Powell? I had another. Yeah, he's learned lessons of bank stress early last year. Says supervision was not forceful enough. He also said, Powell says firm inflation last quarter has introduced new uncertainty over when and whether the Fed will lower rates this year. So that is kind of, to me, that's kind of the one that I'm looking at. Uncertainty over whether and when Fed will be able to lower interest rates this year. That's kind of the kicker, and that's, I think, why we're maybe, a little bit down, a little bit up, because the market was pricing in three rate cuts this year, according to the last dot plot. So that is a bit of a look there. I'm still continuing to look at Softy as it did recover from that 415 dip, but there's only like 3 minutes left on the show, so I cannot take any more trades. What are you guys looking at? Cascor, again, he's got one to you. What do you think of GDXU for gold exposure?
Yeah, I've looked at a couple gold names today. Lots of people looking at gold today, understandably so. GDXU, let's see. Oh, okay. I mean, I need to look at these a little bit more. I probably with ETFs, and I've said this before, I think that macro and what's happening in price action is sometimes more important than the chart, because that's what had me chopped up in some of those SPY and IWM trades I was making in the sim. But I think one thing that's interesting is I think there's seems to be some kind of resistance, at least intraday, at this 35.40 level. We try to have a VWAP bounce. We'll see if that maintains. But right now, it's certainly, I think holding VWAP would be pretty key. But let's take a look at the daily, because I think if we're talking like GDXU, you want to see like a wider back look, right, on some of these ETFs. To me, there is a level that is screaming at me, Adara, look at me and talk about me, and that level is 37. Double top at 37. We have this move down, make a lower low, at least recently here, coming down at 18, and that was going to be February 29th. Then look where we find resistance, or look where we find some support. 37, massive resistance becoming massive support to me. I think to me this 37 level is huge. I think if we can reclaim 37, and I say reclaim because right now 37 could still serve. I was torn between serve and form there. Serve as resistance. I want to see 37 flip to support. I think that could be a nice look there. But yeah, thank you very much for that super chat, Castro. Right now, Jay Lee is listing his favorite Canadians. I'm not joking. That's what's happening right now. He likes John Candy and Norm Macdonald and Jim Carrey. Those are three of his favorite Canadians that Jay Powell just listed.
Are you serious?
I'm not making this up. Get a list.
Why is this something that we're talking about?
Good show today.
Oh, that's a good, nice little massage there, especially since I did traps the other day, Katina, man. There you go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You gotta get
Can't believe we only have like 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I know. It's been an interesting day on these markets, guys. Make sure to hang out with us all week on How to Trade. We're going to be talking about small caps all week. And we had the small cap of the century. No, we had a big one today, WISA.
Yeah, we had WISA, you're tearing me apart, as Neil was saying. But right now, no one will be torn apart as we switch over. We will see you guys tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, Brendan is at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a busy afternoon here as we get into the final couple of hours of, a Fed interrupted kind of a day here. Fed Chair Powell not really saying anything we haven't heard or knew already, in the sense that, yeah, inflation's still a problem, and really not showing any signs of lessening at this point. I brought up this chart to kick us off here this afternoon. That's a 30-year. We got up to 4.805 at the highs there. Highest level since all the way back in November of last year. So it's been a while since we've been up here. That came on some of these comments that it's taking a little bit longer than expected, and they still want to see clear path towards that 2%. That's what he's been saying over and over and over again for what seems like months now, because it has been months. A few other things of note. Here's Tesla downside in a pretty big way, 3.5% right now, trying to roll over once again with the overall market. Apple, yeah, ugly, 1.8% into an actual pretty green board, really, when you think about it. Zoom out a little bit. It's the chips doing a lot of the heavy lifting here this afternoon. Banks very mixed outside of Morgan Stanley. We'll tell you why here coming up in a second. BAC, JP Morgan, WFC downside. About 50-50 here for healthcare stocks, pharmaceutical names specifically under a little bit of pressure. UNH up 5% off a decent report. 3.5% again today for Tesla. Everything else there or thereabouts. So pretty mixed overall. That's the way the market looks right now. Downside right now, trying to roll over a 503 coming into play once again for the SPY. Fed Chair Powell is saying supply side really recovered in 2023. Thought it would be in 2021 and 2022. So yeah, let's see. They are still talking here, so we'll keep an eye out for more comments as we head through the afternoon. But let's get into a little bit of a review. One of those days when you get this type of event, you have to kind of take your foot off the gas when it comes to when this is actually happening, or during the period that's actually happening. There was so much to look at this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, join us every day at 8:30. We get you set for the open at 9:30 in the pre-market. 2.2% pre-market for Tesla. Yeah, a little bit more than that now. Downside, just follow through. Look at this 2-3 days in a row here to the downside coming off this report of job cuts. Really hasn't been much in the way of positivity. We did try and bounce there, guys. I saw we got down to 152, 153 at the lows there this morning. But here we go again, accelerating right now for Tesla.
Yeah, what's up with that? What's up with that? You're muted.
I'm muted.
Oh, you got
Actually,
it.
you know what? Better. It's like not.
All right. Yeah, look, we had Tesla. What's up, Fabian? Yeah, that's right. Shake your head at him, Fabian. Very unprofessional, Neil.
Somebody has to have a mic off at some point every single
Well, let
day.
that be Sharif. He had it off twice, I think, already today.
It was me this time.
And it was you this time. Okay. We'll get that figured out. We'll get our money back in that professional training that we received. Okay, so yeah, you didn't receive any? All right. Needless to say, I didn't. That's for sure. Everybody knows I didn't. Okay, so let's just talk about this real quick. So Tesla, again, you know, we liked the short today. We wrote it down 160 was the short that we really liked. We never got into that 160 at all. So we shorted the pops off the open. We actually got hit early because it broke back above the pre-market bottom there. So we had to use a level somewhere to get out. So we did. But then we realized that it wicked high and then stopped. Then we wanted that short again, and we nailed that one more time. We reloaded it. Tesla's an upstock today. Not focused on trading really during the middle of the day, especially when we just get off. But right here at around 11:30, that was another great opportunity at 158. Then right here again at 1 o'clock, 158 again. So yeah, I mean, I like the stock to go short. It on the sticky note was an early idea of mine, positive on the day. And to be honest with you, pretty happy with the way I traded it. So yeah, nothing wrong with Tesla today. Could always be better, but I'm cool with it.
Yeah, before we get to Tesla, Apple in 20 cents, 10 cents. 10 cents is about to break the local high. Maybe even like 8 cents is about to break the local high here. It's not VWAP, but 169.80 is that local top.
We were in
I
trouble.
just happened to be short this thing when Powell was talking. And I had a bit at the low of the day. I was in the bathroom and it just hit. It hit as I was coming back in, but it's about to give this up, and I think it gets to VWAP if it breaks this, and I think I would look at VWAP for fade. For Tesla, what's weird about it is it was good, but after about, was it 9:39, it just put in higher lows after that. So like the initial shorts were good, but then every single one was a little bit more shallow, and then each time I got into it, it was like tight stops, profit, then back out, scalp some, and then back out. It's under VWAP now, so I feel like it can be a shortable stock if the market tries to take out the highs and it never gets anywhere into VWAP. I think Tesla could still be a little something. Obviously, we know that we talked about this breaking down on the daily, so there's it breaking under the daily, and it's just nowhere near that 160 level. And I'm thinking shorts under 160 have been for quite some time. Tisha's saying she's covering that WISA, but I haven't looked at that stock. Okay, that's not true. I looked at that WISA, but not much in small caps outside of Peloton, which I'm in. We traded some of that this morning.
All right, let's continue along here. I mean, there was so much in chip land to start things off this morning. A lot of analysts with opinions. We were touching on the Intel angle. Intel first, and then, I mean, the same analysts had the same opinions about all of these, so it doesn't really matter. But Intel had its own story in that it's going to develop and come up with a Chinese-friendly chip to get around these U.S. regulations that the U.S. government came out with to prevent AMD and NVIDIA, let's be honest, to sending theirs over to China.
Yeah, and it's an AI-specific chip, too, which is good. And they're coming at it from the CPU angle rather than the GPU. It's kind of funny. You mentioned this on the morning show already because China was starting to restrict a lot of the AMD and Intel chips with respect to their telecom sector, and now we have this response. So it was a good day today for both names. We'll have to see how they do the rest of the week, Brenda.
Latest comment from Powell.
What?
Told Canada to export more comedians to the U.S.
Really? Okay.
Well, hold on. See, first of all, that was like 10 minutes ago. And
What does that even mean?
And the thing about it is, he gets asked a question about, like, he's not going to comment on trade policy, right? So someone asked him about trade policy, so he makes a joke instead of saying something useless or just giving us some nonsense talking point that we can't say anything constructive on it. So he makes a joke. I actually think that's pretty cool, right? Like, rather than try and rattle off some 2-minute winded answer, which will tell people nothing because he's not allowed to talk about it, he actually just makes a joke. So I'll give him credit for that. Oh, market just broke higher.
Higher?
Palantir.
Oh yeah, Disney is rocking.
Pan W, and shout out to this, and because I wasn't even looking at this, but it just got put in the chat by Renata, breaking out 275. That's a nice level and key level break. I actually think this is worth like buying any kind of a dip, but like what a move! Like, did you just shut up or something? Because we just spiked up in the market. Thank goodness we just got off Apple. Apple's at 170 already and continuing to climb. What were we supposed to be talking about? The chips. I'm going to assume NVIDIA's breaking the high. Yep, there you go. NVIDIA's breaking the high of the day. Maybe we look for a VWAP retracement. We're going streaking through the quad, and that means we're racing higher and higher.
Yeah, good reference there. We are absolutely mooning again on a name where you might have thought, hey, what are we doing with Disney? There goes Disney, pulls back into VWAP, and we say thank you so much, and Disney going back up to the upside. So here we go again, and again, and again. I mean, you know, stay with the process. This is what we're talking about. When trades come in, you make them. This is a good one, hopefully, for Disney. Let's see if it continues to go to the upside. We just have that small 10% left. Good trade there for Disney. Intel was I don't know. I don't hear anything. I have Benzinga up right now. I don't hear anything. There goes Intel, and this is how you stay positive and you try to, like, you know, be part of it. Obviously, we get out and it goes back down. Okay, but if you block out and can't see like from here over, you don't know if this is this or if it is this. So that's why you stick with the process and you keep doing the same thing over and over again because you know it's profitable. So there it is, and then we had our 10% left, and there's the out. Once we break above whatever level that was, 36.35. So there it was, that's the level there. We gave it a couple pennies, you know, kept coming in, lower, 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 eventually breaks. And like we mentioned, this is how you stay in your lane.
I forgot to mention shit, like I didn't say anything about chips,
yeah.
that was my bad.
What, about what?
No, because the market was breaking out, so I kind of
Tesla?
like, no, I was gonna say something about the chips. Because, let me look down. Oh, I didn't trade AMD today. Okay, I was about to say 1 for 4 on chips. I was actually 1 for 3 on the chips today. I didn't trade any AMD. But it was 1 for 4 because I shorted Intel down here, took the hit. Shorted Intel down here, took the hit.
We still have AMD. Oh, Intel, yeah.
I didn't trade AMD. I was going to talk about AMD next.
Yeah.
But then shorted it, Micron, and took the hit. And then had one long trade on NVIDIA, which made up for all of them. But the one thing that I haven't traded today, and which, so AMD's been relatively strong. It's up 2%. The market's going. It feels like 165 on a break for AMD. Like, look at 165. Okay, fine. You guys can all see it. I don't have to really yell about it. So 3 days in a row, kind of, because yesterday 164. But if we bust out this and the market, which was doing nothing, and then Powell, actually I thought it was kind of hawkish. Or dovish, I should say, but it is what it is. If we break out 165, I think this has some room to rally. But it's still cresting, still trying to get to that top. I do like what I'm seeing with that Pan W, but I'd have to look for a pullback on Palo Alto. There's been a lot of things which are squeezing. We're headed for 18,000 on the futures, and what a reversal in some of these chip names. But that 165, still a chance to go. I think it's more of a break trade on AMD if we get there. Apple's now at VWAP. That was fast. Again, like you can try to hold it to VWAP, but that could just be a separate trade. Like if I'm holding on to that trade, instead of taking like a 25-cent hit, you're now sitting like, what would that be, like 80 cents out of the money. And they stop talking, and then all of a sudden this sucker just starts going. Or maybe.
I was just reading a couple things on Tesla to be aware of. We talked about it already, but apparently the company has removed all inventory discounts for all vehicle models in the US. So excess inventory, typically they provide a discount, but apparently they've removed all of those from their website. It's the first time since 2022 that Tesla's done that. You were noting something on the Cybertruck too.
Yeah, it looks as if Tesla is delaying the delivery of certain Cybertrucks, reports certain users. Here's what's being said. Tesla pushed back the scheduled delivery date for the stainless steel pickup without giving a reason. They also didn't say how many buyers were affected, and they didn't respond to requests to comment from the Dow Jones. So it doesn't look like it's affecting it at the moment, Brendo. Nice move up, recovery here off the bottoms for Tesla.
Yeah, move up with the overall market, I guess, here. 157, thank you. All right, let's go to DJT. Another down day here. We're all the way down to $23.
Video.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys touched on it, but I mean, there was analyst moves really on NVIDIA and AMD. I don't know. Did you have anything else?
For NVIDIA?
Yeah.
Not specifically for NVIDIA, Brendo, but AMD obviously had a couple of analyst upgrades today, getting the nod from several different rating agencies. I believe it was Morgan Stanley or Piper Sandler in the morning. I don't have it at the moment, Brendo, so.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, as we said, it was analyst moves. They were all positive. Even Intel included in on that. They were all positive, increasing the price targets. I mean, as far as DJT, it wasn't anything significant either. It was just more negativity on top of what happened yesterday in the pre-market. We had that huge flush on that note that they filed to potentially offer more shares for DJT, guys.
Yeah.
I think you want to talk about chips.
Yeah, I was going to say NVIDIA because we're just waiting for this one. This is going to be my AMD and NVIDIA are basically tied for my top P&Ls today. And again, I talked about this with a few of the guys there after the show was over about this particular NVIDIA trade. And it was just about having the idea of being short in and around 875, giving it a couple outs, taking hits, waiting for it to start to come back down, as you could see right there, and then take it and break it all the way down there for your trade of the day and an $8 winner. So that's that move all the way back in from the high of the day into the 200 period. We had this live. We talked about it live. We went through this trade together. So, I mean, NVIDIA, close to my number one P&L name on the day, but that belongs to AMD. You know, we wrote down this. I mean, whoever thinks of 164, I mean, it is, and that's what sparked it, was how the hell do you pick these levels? And I just told them, like, you look at it, you do your work, like right into here, 164. You see that it can get to 164.50, 165, but you got to stick your neck out sometimes and take the trade. So AMD was really pretty easy today. We did get that one break there, went to 165.60, and we just kind of broke again. But I'm not on the short right now. I was kind of just chilling right here, to be honest with you. I didn't even, should have came over here and looked at that. But anyways, AMD and NVIDIA, P&L 1 and 2 today for Trader TV Live. Anything on DJT? I didn't trade.
No, DJT stinks. DJT, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it was bad yesterday. What? I mean, it's down 13%. Am I supposed to? Sharif's chuckling when I said that. But what are we supposed to say about the stock? I didn't short it today. Should have shorted it today. Okay, how about that? We shorted the first available pop and made this trade. And in retrospect and utter hindsight, if you just did the exact same thing and shorted the first available pop, it goes right into VWAP and then falls again. So this has been an absolute dog. The two that I traded, oddly enough, in this sort of realm were PAC W and I don't even, PAC B. So you know what? I'm just gonna. Nobody's gonna get this, but I'm gonna say rhetorically, PAC B is $1.50, and it was an SSR bounce today. Like it was down 44%. They get some revised numbers that were not good, obviously. But nobody here is going to be able to guess what Kathy Wood's cost basis is this in the ARC holdings. Her cost base is $19.84. And I'm all for like having a reason to believe in something. And I'm all for having a long-term outlook. But I actually, like this one, I don't get this. I can understand you think that Bitcoin's going to whatever number she said recently. I can understand that you think Tesla, it's an AI play, and it can still go whatever X. I'm half a believer in that as well, maybe not as extreme. But I don't actually understand how you could be long something like this here, and now it's at $1.50, and you're still holding on to it. If you're an active manager, I'm very, very curious, and I don't, like, it's if you know something I don't, and Kathy, then maybe I should buy it at $1. Because if you still think it's good, and you hold it at 20, like what is this sitting on that's worth holding onto it going to the OTC at some point?
We have a...
That's the only thing. Anyways, I wanted to go back.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Okay.
Apple just, like that whole move just reversed.
I just went long on AMD because...
We just pulled back $1 on Apple. I'm not
know.
in it, but...
But think about, okay, so I was going to go. Let's talk a little bit about trading now, okay? Because we're here.
What the hell?
I was going to go long. So on this pullback in now, look, I'm still not very bullish. You guys know. I mean, hey, what's up, guys? I'm me. I'm still not super bullish on this market, but we're above VWAP. So I'm going to stay true to what we're doing right now, and that is looking at trades going long through VWAP. So AMD right now made that dip in. Let's get a piece out at 50 if we can. So I just want to go over stock selection. I was going to choose Apple, and Apple might be right. I don't know. I'm just running through what I was thinking. Apple's down on the day, but it ran back basically into the 200 and into the 50. So that's different than AMD running back into VWAP. AMD's up on the day, so if we can get this, and the thing about AMD is it's a lot more like volatile, I guess, or does its own thing. So we could break through 163, and if we do, I'm going to be out. Okay, so we'll try this. Normally, I'd be looking to get out now because we're kind of breaching VWAP, but if the market can somewhat hold, which it's not looking like it wants to, we're going to try this long one more time. So again, this was P&L number one. But after this, it most likely will not be. But we are not, averaging in too much into this, man. Like a 162.90 break, something like that. We're gone. Right now, long AMD. Neil's still Peloton. So, okay, let's go.
I actually got lucky because I reloaded it at the same price, and then the market just kind of reversed and it got back under VWAP. But I've essentially just been shorting this at in front of 315, and then looking for the push down into 3. It was actually strong just now, and then the market turned right back around. So I don't know if that was a trap. I didn't really hear anything hit the wire or anything crazy. Smoking ban passed by Parliament, BTI on the move. But let's go back to the desk because we're supposed to talk about banks too.
Just reading a note. I haven't seen anything new either, guys, but yeah, pretty volatile here this afternoon. Just reading a note on Amazon. Apparently, they have more than 180 million Prime members in the U.S. now. So more than 50% of the U.S. population has a Prime membership. Crazy. Let's talk some banks here to wrap things up. It was Morgan Stanley Day and BAC that came out this morning in the pre-market. Still holding on to a pretty good day here for Morgan, given what happened in the overall market. It was, ugly for BAC on the other side of things.
Look, BAC beat expectations, but everything was down year over year. Let's talk a little bit about that. Their profit fell 18% year over year on the quarter. Revenue also slipped 1.6% year over year. Despite the fact, again, they beat analyst estimates, they're down year over year. It wasn't that way for Morgan Stanley. They did much, much better. Profit rose 14%. Revenue rose 4%. Their wealth management division absolutely knocked it out of the park. So did trading and investment banking, all exceeding expectations, Brenda.
Yeah, we saw on that sector board, the S&P board, and we came on at 2 o'clock. It was basically Morgan was the only one. Still holding on to a pretty good day, guys. Any opportunities here this morning?
Just sell my money.
We'll just hit a fail right there. We'll hit the siren alert and the fail because AMD broke. So again, it's P&L too. NVIDIA still held out there, but we had talked about this as a potential breaking spot here. There goes AMD to the downside. Both Neil and I just said, what just happened? I mean, that seemed pretty aggressive now. I mean, this is the NASDAQ. We have Powell. I have Benzing in my ear. I'm not hearing anything. I heard something about that smoking ban. But unless it's a smoking gun for AMD or the NASDAQ, I don't think that has anything to do with anything. But right now to the downside. And I think it was Philip Morris and stuff like that. I don't know what that's smoking. I don't know what that is. But nice move down there on AMD, breaking the low. Breaking VWAP, which is what we were trusting there. So, all right, we trust the process, but that one sort of backfired on us a little bit. A little bit of an L there. We gave back 5% of our day.
You know what? If we hold red, AMC's up 13%. It's like the first place my mind just went to. If this is going to rug pull after what it looked like an afternoon break, I mean, okay, let me double check. I should do my diligence. Is GameStop better? Maybe.
What is Apple doing then? Okay, we should be short.
I'm just like, if this is a reversal, what's the thing that was up that shouldn't have been, it might be like GameStop. Okay, yeah, maybe GameStop looks better of a setup here
now
than AMC. Yeah,
we have to go to Brendan here.
Oh, we're going to, Brendan, sorry. What?
Just real quick, guys, just seeing a comment here. Fed's Powell saying restrictive policy needs more time to work.
So we're having communication issues with the production
all
team
good.
because there's no mic there.
All good.
Oh man, we're setting up the room, so there's some stuff.
Oh,
happening.
that makes more sense.
I'm guessing.
I know I saw Fabian walking.
Yeah, okay, so there it is. So there is a Fed Powell thing there. All right, well, I'm going to go one more time into AMD. So 162. What was that low there? I just don't remember what I said about all this Fugay's Fed speak. I really do believe that. 162.74. And what I mean by that is like, look, I could lose on it. I mean, it is, if I lose on it, I lose on it. But it's just, I feel that we already know what the Fed is going to do. Like, and I mean, if they're going to be data dependent, which they've already said they're going to be, then who really cares what they're saying? We need to see the data, and then we need to depend on it. So if that's what we're doing,
that's what it means.
That's what it means, I thought. So we're not worried then about what Barkin has to say. Obviously, when the big man comes and says something, we should definitely pick up that phone. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm pretty chill just doing what we're doing right now and continuously watching, trying to play stronger names that we believe are strong, that dip into levels that we want to support. So we'll try it one more time here with AMD. You know, like I said, we didn't really give that much back. We were just 10 cents in the money there. I don't even have offers out until the teens. So let's see what happens here with AMD. We're going to give it to that low of 75. 75 break, we're out. And I'd be fine with that. This is not going to be an average in or anything. Let's just see what happens here with AMD. Not a huge position. Looks like we're going to be wrong here. We can easily just regroup. Let's just see what happens. Here it comes in. So we're about 10 cents away now from getting stopped out, and it looks like we will get stopped out this one last time. This was not a lot of shares. This was just like, let's just see what happens once we heard that Brendan story. So here it comes. See? Like right there. We were just almost stopped out, right back to flat again. So yeah, I don't know. Well, let's just hold this and see if it can work up into the teens here with AMD, although it looks like we can only get to 06. Let's take a piece out here at 06. Cancel our teens, and then see if we can get it a little higher than that. Take a dime and then go higher.
All right, so I just paid. Did I just drop something? No. I just paid for locates on both GameStop and AMC for the shockingly low price of 1/8 of 1 cent per share. So if we're doing this kind of
1/8 of 1 cent.
Yeah.
1/8.
Like it's it's very cheap. So basically, like you're paying 12 cents to short 100 shares.
You're right. Okay.
But that said, like real trading is day trading, so the rates to get locates are obviously different than if you are holding them overnight. So if the market's doing this whipsaw back and forth, it's not making a lot of sense. How about trading some things that, if we are going to flush, I feel like are overheated, but just fall into a different basket where they might not care. So AMC. That's not low. Let's go to the 15-minute here. AMC is like turning at a resistance level anyways, right? Like it wicked this top. So if it's going to fail out in front of 290, then I'll short it in the mid-80s. And the same thing with GameStop. This one is actually at yesterday's resistance and putting in a lower high. So I'm going to try and get whichever one. I'm already in Peloton, and we'll see what happens there. I wanted to get Pan W. That didn't get the VWAP at all. But I'm going to take a shot at some of these small cappers, which were probably overdone to begin with.
Yeah, it was the chat that was talking about there, Pan W. All right, we'll come close to making it back right now. We still need to get a little bit more going, though, on AMD. So I just hope that talk there made, again, this is what we talk about. Like, I'm just trying to go through my thought process and then say it out loud and see if it works. This time it did. Right now, there it is, a nice move up for AMD. We just got out at 19s there a little bit. We still are holding 60%, looking for higher. That's 43s. I'm actually there at 40. So let's put it at 30 there, like we said. It's just going up and down. I'd hate to miss that, but here we go. We'll see if we can get up there. And if it drops back in through there, then we will get out, because look at the market. The market just broke back above. So again, here in the afternoon, I think it's worth the shot of that happening right back up. So that's why we sat there and did that. You know, the chance that this could happen again in the afternoon, like a retracement right back up. Okay, so that's kind of again, everyone's going to have different styles. We talked about that, and I've already scalped out 40%. I'm trying to do like a combo style. You know, try to hold something in case what we think could happen. And then at the same time, if it starts hitting, which we might get stopped out, if it starts hitting some of our levels, like the 50 period, like VWAP, then we decide to get out, like right here. You know, it looks the same as the futures, right? Like the 50 period, like VWAP. So here we go. You know, we're going to be here for that move. If it continues down, we have a stop. We've taken out, we've taken out some profit, and we have our stop, and it's going to trigger on an 80 break, and that was close enough. So right here, that'll probably trigger. Hands off, watch. So there it goes. Wait a second. Oh, nope, sorry, 75 break. I just looked down. We're at 75 right there for a break. So we are almost stopped out. As soon as that happens, I don't even need to change my mind or anything. We will get punched out of that automatically. So here comes the market right back in. Looks like it could be a fun afternoon, Neil.
It might be. You know who Combo Panda is, right?
Penn and Teller, yes.
No, Combo Panda.
Combo Panda?
Anyways, you said like it's a
Is he a rapper?
No, it's like this.
I have no idea.
Okay, then maybe your kids are too. Because it's Combo Panda is like this.
I know Kung Fu Panda.
It's like a game. It's like this gaming channel on YouTube.
Oh, no.
And they stream themselves playing game. But but it's not an actual person. It's like this panda character. My daughter's into it. Anyway, so when you said combo, I'm like, Combo Panda, let's go. I'm short AMC.
Yeah, I know that one.
I want GME as well. Like the market looks like it's trying to get back, but I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather take a shot on like a setup that's just, hey, you're squeezing, you wick the high. If you pull back to VWAP, we'll get it at 80 and see if this one can flush.
Short now.
I'm already in Peloton. I just looked over at Tesla. And Tesla's back under VWAP here. Let me zoom back in because we don't. Yeah, Tesla's back under VWAP. And I just feel like if everything started with Tesla is a short, then we can go back to that well and give it to just above VWAP. If there's any kind of just give me one little whipsaw and just give us a shot to short this one back into VWAP. I'll take it. Oh, I just got GameStop as well at 31s. That local high is just above 40. So let's take a shot at a couple of these there. Yeah, Ryan's World.
Yeah, that's my jam, man. We bought Ryan's World toys and everything.
I think they're adjacent. Like I think they do stuff together.
Yeah,
because
probably. You know who my family,
that's who my daughter loves. Ryan's.
Salish Matter and Jordan Matter.
I know the former. I'm not sure if I know the.
Yeah, Jordan Matter is the dad. He used to do all this stuff, and I'm just like, man, this guy has lost his damn mind. But I mean, funny stuff. I mean, that's to each their own.
Exactly.
It's just good stuff at the end of the day. Fun stuff.
What else?
YouTube. All right, so we did get stopped out there of AMD. I mean, honestly, I don't know. We fail on it because it was a flat trade. Honestly. I mean, we got that. That's why we did that. It was stopped out. Maybe we might have lost $10 or something there. That was not a big deal. When you punch out, you do pay the fee. So I could see myself losing there somewhere, but not a big deal on that trade. And so far, so good here for the day. So we've been pretty good here watching our trading and being able to monitor some of these trades. So we'll stay in it. We do have an LFT. I mean, our loss was AMD there. So look at Tesla. I mean, this name right here, I was just looking at this. This is at a bottom as well, but I want to go short now. So we're trying to do what we've been doing. Market underneath. So market's underneath, sure, it's trying to battle back. You watch, that AMD is probably going to turn out to be a winner, but I'm not doing what I normally do by going back into it. We need to find something to short. So Apple is the first thing that goes to my mind when we're thinking about shorting names. I mean, there's probably a lot of names that are way lower than this. Ethereum's actually down 3%. Bitcoin down here to 62. We wanted to look at Bitcoin 61. So if that comes into play, that would be something as well.
Over VWAP, it's kind of.
Yeah, I was going to say this Apple 169.50-ish is a jam that I could get behind.
That's why I went to the retracement on some of the small caps because like they both came into GameStop and GME. They both came into levels, but I'm looking at iBit here. Like if you like the short, it's actually higher lows over in iBit. I was looking at Mara, Coinbase, that didn't set up. Tesla VWAP,
back.
like Tesla VWAP could be a bit of a thing. But if it doesn't break this low, like to me, like you're shorting VWAP, but you're not giving it to the high of the day. Like it's a tight stop in here to short, and if it breaks out, you got to wait for 158. So if it breaks above 156.5, like you get one short, and then you're waiting $1 to $1.50, getting out of that one for an L, and then waiting $1 to $1.50 to put on a different short. So I like the consolidation under VWAP as a setup, but I don't want to take the breakdown trade. You just said, I mean, Apple I was looking at as well, but I mean, the problem with short Apple here is like you just had the turn at VWAP. What am I going to short the low of the day? Like, yikes. This has to almost come up here and give us a chance. I was in the short, and it could have just held it to VWAP, and it would have worked. That's a little bit frustrating because if you would have done something undisciplined and it's like, yeah, it could have blindly worked. The market looked like a long at that point, so I got out. And if I hadn't, it would have been okay. Nvidia may be worth a shot, but that still looks a little bit strong. If anything, Nvidia is sort of telling you give it a shot off of VWAP for a long play. So yeah, I think just be patient here because I'm not really seeing anything that's overwhelming or obvious as AMC is still exactly flat. I mean, it's now going sideways. Like it consolidated here off some lower highs. Not really, the fact that it's lowering in volume, I always think is particularly good when it started pulling back because that means you can get that quick little flush into VWAP. If you've got any small cappers that are going, let me know because I think those could get interesting this afternoon if we're just going to sit around range bound. Like all that activity when you get Powell talking, if we end up just not doing anything for the rest of the afternoon, I think we need to take that old chill pill. I still want Tesla under VWAP, but after that, Apple's $1 away from resistance. Can't really short here yet.
Yeah, we just missed. I agree with all of that. I mean, I really feel like. Who was it there? Yeah, no trade is a trade. Yeah, I mean, you guys are right. It's thank you, Y Brothers United. You like the risk management. I mean,
got to.
That's why we talk about that, man. Thank you, Turin Termabar. Thank you, Sean. You adapt so fast. That's what makes you a good trader. Thank you. It's okay. Someone said that. Oh, here it is. This is. I agree with this. Probably Jay Lee. Holy Sean is here. Wow. Jay Lee, I was just going to tell you this. It was the right play, just the wrong entry. Look where we are. Thank you, Adara. Look where we are right now on AMD. Like, we just talked about that. And I was just going to say, like, I put another bid in there to get long again, and we missed it. Oh, man.
What the heck? Oh.
Okay, but look at that move. That's the move we wanted, right? We did get stopped out by about 5 pennies. It's too bad. But that's what it is. You know, we've already done this. I want to say thank you as well to all 50. First of all, the walk and talk from today, already 2,000 views. And it's just here on X. So I want to thank everybody for that. I want to thank everybody for this. 54,000 views, 198 likes on this new mentality of trading. Thank you so much to everybody for that. It's really been a change of everything for me, and it's made a big, big difference in everything. Look what just happened right there. You know, as we battle with AMD, you know, pick your poison. We're actually up more now on Disney than we are on AMD. And this is one trade on Disney, and we could have had it again. As opposed to all of this, well, I mean, AMD wasn't too bad, but we wind up throwing money back on this. So we could have just gone over and focused on this and left Disney. But the thing is like, honestly, AMD is fine. I'm fine with this call. I just had the wrong, I got taken out. Which is me, so that's what I do there.
That's just trading. I mean,
yeah, that's trading, and I'm fine with that. And Derek got me water. I didn't even take a drink.
Roblox apparently just went. Havana Woody, what did I do? I love Neil till he trades against me. But like what? Havana Woody, you're not long GameStop and AMC, I don't think. And Tesla's more of a scalp trade than anything else. No, it's like actually, there's been a few times where you go one way. And both traders, like if it goes range bound, like both sides of it can work. Like if you were, let's just imagine you're long. I don't know if you are. Let's imagine you're long Tesla off this support at 155.5, and the range is $1, and the top here is 156.5. Well, then in theory, you could make $1. I can short here at 25 with a stop above 50. It could come back down, bounce off the low again, and then we just do this a couple of times, and then both the longs and the shorts have won. And eventually it breaks one way, and then one person get like one direction, you get to hold it, and it trends. But yeah, it's just you're just trading. I mean, you're just trading your own book, your own range. I mean, it could easily work either way. Maybe you are.
It's maybe like what you said before about going 5 for 5 on a day, or 6 and 4, right? It's like you could be we could be wrong. Like someone could have been short. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
You could have been short AMD there against my long, and still wound up winning.
Where did he come from?
I mean, I don't know. It's like
No, I know.
it's
It's
like great service.
It's like where, like what? Okay, Randy. Randy just comes out of nowhere.
I mean, I did ask Adara for the water, but I mean, we'll take the coffee.
Ivana Woody says I crapped on Prozos Friday. Did I say bad things about PRZO on Friday? I mean, I don't remember doing
I
that.
tend to think that we don't really say anything bad about specific stocks other than trade ideas, which could turn out to be bad.
No, you know what?
I mean a bad trade?
No, first of all, I remember this.
I don't know.
No, I remember. Look, Prozo was that dollar. Like it was the dollar fail.
Remember Jozo?
On Friday, I remember Jozo. Like it broke it broke $1, but the spread on the stock was like the volume wasn't very good. The spread was too big for a penny stock. So I'm like, I don't think that's very tradable, because when I look at I want a penny stock to look like Nikola. It's a 90-cent stock with a 1.5 cent spread. Like 1.5 cents. It doesn't seem like a lot. But then imagine a $90 stock had a $1.50 spread. And then ask me if you'd want to trade that $90 stock. That's all I was getting at with PRZO. But if you're swinging it, you can probably trade these just fine, just differently from how like any of us would even consider it. So, to each their own there. I didn't think I was crapping on PRZO at all. And in fact, I don't think I traded it at all. I was just sort of saying there's like a no-fly zone for day traders in terms of like the amount of liquidity you'll find in a stock or how much volume it'll do, where you just won't trade it because there's just nothing you can do with it once it goes. So Tesla went a whopping 20 cents in the money and is now not even moving. As I said, it looks like we're just going to have to chill here at this particular point. Olavio in the chat, we are not trading options, we are trading the equity. Like everything you see as trade, if you see a ticker up there, we're just trading the stock, not the options. Obviously, they'll tend to move in tandem. I think that goes without saying, but yeah, we're just trading the equity here. Apple, nowhere near VWAP, so we will once again chill. Peloton not moving. GameStop, AMC not doing anything. NVIDIA was a good bounce off VWAP if I was a little...
There's also a good opportunity, for the upside? I think NVIDIA is probably a much better long.
It's the stronger looking... Yeah, I think this one for a long looks a little bit better, although let me double check AMD again.
Well, I was
No, it's at VWAP.
AMD just...
At VWAP, one's above.
I'm still a little bit, damn it.
I'm
almost shorting this. Isn't it not better to be short into the afternoon? I don't know. I mean,
don't we have Frank in 5 minutes? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's...
Wait a minute.
I don't believe in that Frank stuff. But I'm not, this is not... Look. All right. I mean, it's pretty simple here. You don't need to always be in a trade.
No, you don't.
Okay? I have Disney. We're 30 cents in the money. We had AMD, which would be like a 50-cent winner. We got out. It went 5 cents lower than where we got out. Then it went back up. This is a choppy market. There's going to be a point where the trend becomes a little bit more obvious, and then we can have some of these winners. But until then, why am I going to try to pretend that I know this market's just going to wick up here and then come right back down and then wick down here again, when I'm just going to be looking for trades in the middle and then most likely just get stopped out both ways. We can wait for a dramatic move one way or the other in something, which is why I'm more upset for myself of missing this Disney, because we had the long, we put it into P&L number 2 for us today, and then it came right back and said Merry Christmas, and then just like the Scrooge or whatever there from
Grinch.
Disney.
The Grinch.
The Grinch I don't think is Disney, is it? No.
Yeah. It's
Talking about Scrooge McDuff there, whatever his name is there. Christmas Story. What's the guy?
Christmas Carol.
Yeah, Christmas Carol.
I actually like the Bill Murray one the best.
Bill Murray is honestly... I know he's old and maybe even, more,
Stripes?
out there now, but yeah, no.
Caddyshack.
I was going to say Caddyshack.
Okay,
we just talked about
here's a question for you.
Ghostbusters.
Okay, now you got to pick. Ghostbusters, Caddyshack, or Stripes? Best
I would
Bill
pick
Murray
Ghostbusters
movie.
just because I really like, Ghostbusters is just something that I watched growing up. Like Caddyshack was there as well. Little bit older, but.
I'm going to guess most... I say Ghostbusters too because...
I know, I only look 25, right?
No,
but I was watching the original Ghostbusters one.
Given our age, that's the one. But Caddyshack, I'm going to guess most people would say Caddyshack.
I mean, Caddyshack also had Chevy Chase, which was quite amazing. I really like that guy too. So I think...
He's hilarious. Apparently,
But Dan Aykroyd was in Ghostbusters.
Apparently they
I'm
came to,
sticking
you know,
with
they came to
Ghostbusters.
fists, apparently. Like, there's a whole story.
yeah?
There's a story about Bill Murray and Chevy Chase, which is surprising because they were so freaking hilarious together. But apparently Chevy Chase doesn't play.
Scrooge's DuckTales. There you go. Thank you, Kevin. Who doesn't play?
No, Chevy Chase.
No, that guy's a big dude too, man. I would not be.
He's
I
a
want
big
to
boy.
mess around with.
Big boy.
But yeah, Caddyshack. I mean, I'm a golfer too. I'm
Groundhog
down
Day.
with Caddyshack, man.
Honestly, Groundhog Day, I didn't even think about it. Do you guys ever reverse trade out of
Groundhog Day's
positions,
okay.
Pal W? Yes, when the trade warrants it. But I think you have to, if you're going to reverse a trade that goes against you and you go from a short to a long or long to short, like that should be part of your plan. Like you know, okay, at this level, I think I'd take it in both directions. Like I short it to this, but if it breaks, I'll get out. Like I'll give the example here. Like I don't necessarily, like I could flip Tesla if it breaks out 156.50, but I'm not thinking that. Like I've been bearish on Tesla today. I'm not really thinking the long if it goes through. If we were at a really key price, maybe I would have a difference of opinion. But to me, it's just an out. If I don't flip long and it goes to 158, then so be it. But I think you got to have a plan of action. Otherwise, you're just going to see every key level as I was short, then I'm long, then I'm short, then I'm long. And any trader I've ever seen doing that, and there's actually one that comes to mind. I remember he was a trainee, and his very first day live, you'll remember this guy. His very first day trading live, he was trading, I think it was General Electric, and it was doing, it's 9:30, so everything's going crazy, and he's just flipping long to short, scalping every single move. And he's like, bang, 5 cents, bang, 10 cents. And he's actually yelling this out loud while he's doing it, which is kind of weird. And then after a few wins, he's like, boom, I'm made for this. Now the opening flush where it goes back and forth stops, and then it starts trending in one direction, and he was shut down in like the next 5 minutes. It was like 9:45 and he got shut down. So like you have to be careful if you're just flipping back and forth, because once it starts trending on you, you're just going to be caught wrong, and that game of being able to flip directions is going to end really quickly for you. I don't believe in it. I think you have to really pick your spots. He's a good dude. That guy was delusional. He made a bet one time about how much he weighed, where he's like, I weigh 175 pounds. The kid weighed 140 soaking wet. And he was very unself-aware.
I think I brought in a scale.
100%. Sean
And then-
brings in the scale because we're like, dude, actually it was just important for us to go over this because you can't be that delusional. Like that's a problem. Like he was legitimately 140 pounds. He's like, no, I'm 175. I'm like, no, we're bringing in a scale so you can lose this bet, so you can actually have a better perception of reality.
Yeah, exactly.
He was a good kid, but I mean,
Apparently, they did have a beef maybe on Saturday Night Live, says Jazzy J. There,
yeah,
so we'll see.
I saw a video about it.
All right. So we can just keep on going. If you guys want us to talk about any sort of a stock, we're here for that as well.
Tesla went 2
Tilray
cents
is
from
not
the stop.
suspended. What does that mean? Is Tilray halted? No.
I have a halt scanner up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have the Benzinga Newswire as well, so we'll be able to, if anything hits, they tell us immediately in our ear. By the way, the show brought to you by Benzinga, so get the best pro platform here, Benzinga Pro, with all the news. Who's over there? Ramin, there it is. With all the news, you get to all these sort of breaking stories as they come through. There's also like a live squawk right here that we listen to, equity and high beta squawk, that will give me, which is how we had that Morgan Stanley news, even though that went against us. Oh, and then that's how we had the Boeing news, although that went against us. So I feel like it's not that great for like making like instant decisions on, because news can sort of take you one way and then the other. And by the way, look at AMD about what we've just been talking about. Like trying to get me to trade, not you guys trying, but like, trying to think about trading this name has left sour taste because it's not doing anything right now. We may have to go over to NVIDIA and have a quick look. See? So again, not much happening. I think it's better to have dry powder right now. Sit on your hands a little bit and see if there's any kind of a move. We had Powell come through and talk with Tiff Macklin there in Canada. Was it in Canada? Where was that anyways?
Actually,
I don't know.
I have no clue where they were because it was just some conference that they were talking at.
So somewhere in the...
hard to tell.
The Traderverse there, they were talking, and since then we had, it's like, see this? This is the kind of stuff we're waiting for. These moves, if we can get a move like that somewhere again, we got stopped out of our Intel right there, but it had that move. So if something will happen in this market, then we want to be here to trade it, and that's what I want to do. I'd rather be flat and then react to a move than be in it and have to either get a windfall because we picked the right way or deal with a bad trade. And I don't. Right now, we're at the highest level pretty much all day because Disney's trying to go back upside a little bit. Happy with our positions now and willing to sit here. We made back more than half of what we lost yesterday. So we're really happy with that, and I'm actually really, really happy. So all is well, man. Boeing is I almost said it there. Like I was almost like Boeing is going. And then I realized, like, sometimes you say things, it's like, they're like, oh, that's funny. It was like, you don't really say it on purpose. It's just, so fine. There it goes. Now, if I said, like, Boeing's flying, that's something
But
that,
is it actually,
no, it's not really doing anything. But Boeing up 1.21% seems to be a good trade. I think it's worth looking at now if, again, it comes back into support. So.
Well, I mean, AMC and GameStop have stopped going up, but that's, like, literally the only thing that they've done. Like, it's at the key price, it's pulled back. I shorted like when it consolidated and it dropped a couple cents. Now it's back to flat. I'm looking for a pushback into here. Nothing's really happening just yet. Tesla, it might end up being like more of a scalp trade than even I thought, the tight range that it's in. So I'm in GameStop, AMC. We were in Peloton already.
Okay,
I do believe, there it is. It's past 245.
Forgot they don't have a mic.
I know, I forgot too.
So
we actually
like,
didn't get the
let
call.
us know.
Hate keeping the man waiting, and I suppose now I should cover some shorts because we've got Frank
Well, I'm long.
Caberna.
Hey, there he is. Yeah, Frank Caberna back with us for a wrap-up here of what's happened not only today, but the past couple of days here, Frank. Busy day with lots of comments once again, and this time we get them from the big guy himself, Fed Chair Powell. I mean, kind of echoing what we've heard over the past couple of days. Give me your thoughts here, but the higher for longer, to go back, a year or so ago, that higher for longer statement still echoing in the background here yet again.
Yeah, and he's come back to it here today, and I don't think it's any coincidence that you have 10-year yields now comfortably above 4.5%. 2 years for a second there almost got to 5% as he was speaking to Tiff. I don't know if it was in Canada. It looked like it was in
Washington.
there. Oh, no, yeah, it was in Washington. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're exactly right. I have it on the slide in front of me. I'm an idiot. Anyways, he said a lot of hawkish things, it seemed like. And then at the end, he gave a little bit of it back. He's always so even keel. But the rhetoric that you got at the start of the speech, now, close to an hour ago, was lack of progress on inflation, lacking confidence, needing greater confidence, and kind of echoing the recent version of this, Brendan, has been that the economy in the U.S. is so strong, and he remarked that employment has been so strong, GDP growth has been consistently strong in the U.S., that he just seems like he's not in a rush now to cut rates. And now that continues this kind of this golden path, or this soft landing, whatever you want to call it, that has caused stocks to not necessarily fall out of bed, because that type of rhetoric means that we're still looking at cuts at some point. Because to his point, it's that we're monitoring inflation and we need greater confidence to start cutting. And so he hasn't opened up the Pandora's box of, we might not be looking at cuts before hikes in the next 12 months or so. Still confident, it seems, on the fact that they'll be moving lower. But the question of when now is really becoming interesting. The June rate hike now seems like it's pretty much off the table. 15%. When I was with you on Thursday of last week, it was 20%. And what's really interesting, and we can talk about this maybe at the end, I don't want to muddy the waters too much, is that from Thursday until now, we've had an escalation of war in the Middle East, and what you would expect to send interest rates and treasury yields lower. And so that just lets you know how strong the idea is that's right now brewing in the U.S., which is these rate cuts might not be coming here in 2024, because you've got the June rate cut getting priced out, but then you also have here the December projections, and a couple of things are interesting. One, the chance of no rate hikes has gone from 12% on Thursday when we talked to now 14%. Not a huge rise, but consistently rising. It was 0% a month ago, and now it's 14% of 14% chance of no rate cut. And gosh, I got the hike on there again. I'm so sorry. Anyways, 14% chance of no rate cut at all in 2024 here in the U.S. And what's really interesting to me, Brendan, is look at that curve now. And now you've got close to 50% of the entire distribution here for all of 2024. The rest of the Fed meetings, 50% of the distribution is in one rate cut or no rate cuts. And so this is really changing really quickly. And yeah, I mean, Fed Chair Powell had the opportunity today to kind of backtrack. He's watching these markets closer than anybody. And so he could have come out today and reiterated, we're still looking at rate cuts at some point this year. But he didn't. And that lets me think, and the market is trading this way in reaction, that he isn't sold on the fact that we have to rate cut this year. He's gone away from we're going to cut at some point this year and gone more towards we're looking for more confidence for those cuts. We're still looking at cuts, but we need to be more confident on it. And as of mid-April here, doesn't seem like he has the confidence to do it anytime soon.
I think a lot of people are kind of scratching their heads on this and asking the simple question of how do we go from such a polarizing start to the year in the opposite direction to now where we are today? And maybe the better angle to take here is because we seem to be just saying the same thing over and over and over again, because that's the narrative currently, that the data itself, as Fed Chair Powell keeps alluding to, has not shown them that it's time to start cutting. So I guess the first question is, how do we go from such a polarizing start to the year in the opposite direction to now where we are today? And then the obvious next question would be, so what is it they do need to see?
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, if you watch the speech today or you've listened to Powell or even going back to Yellen, they're extremely straightforward and transparent about exactly what they want. And it almost it seems like too simple that he came out today and said inflation was moving lower very, very quickly at the end of 2023. And he was like, we saw tremendous strides towards the 2% target. And then he said, in the last 3 to 6 months, that inflation rate has turned around in the other direction. And we need it to be moving towards 2% again to get those rate cuts that the market priced in 6 months ago. And now in the last 6 months have priced out effectively. And so it's that inflation number, man. And he even called it out again. He calls it out every single time. It's like a running joke at this point. Core PCE. He said, he didn't even reference actually the CPI that's upticked now 2 months in a row. And maybe because he knew that if he did bring that up, then you would have really seen interest rates take off. But he did comment directly on core PCE is not moving lower like we need it to. Now, he didn't say that we need to see 2%. And I actually rewound a couple of times to make sure of this. He said that we need inflation to be moving towards 2%. And so what's changed is either if you're looking at core PCE or core CPI, the journey towards 2% has stalled out. And if you're looking at headline inflation numbers, they're upticking. And so he seems pretty adamant that he's looking directly at that inflation. We don't know if we need 2% or 2.2%. It seems like if we just between now and say, July, August, September, some of the end of the year FOMC meetings, between now and then, if we saw that core inflation number move towards 2.4, 2.3, or 2.2%, then you might get 1 or 2 or 3 rate cuts that we can price those back in just as easily as we've priced them out in the last handful of months here. But he pointed to it directly. Employment is so strong, GDP is so strong. We don't need to cut these rates until we're confident inflation is moving towards 2%.
In your experience, have you seen in these cases when there's these numbers moving in the right direction, and then we start to get that turn back the other way again? Mm-hmm. Is it something that can automatically flip on a dime and start heading back in the direction they want it to? And I mean, it was 3.8% on that CPI print. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have been kind of in the background saying that H word. I mean, you had a Freudian typo on there, but is it at this point out of the question?
I don't think it's off the table at all, the potential to move into rate hike territory. Now, I think we're a good deal away from that. I think we would need inflation to uptick another 2 or 3 months in a row. And you would need that core inflation number that he is so directly adamant about has not been upticking. And so if that turns around, then I think you do have hikes on the table, and you'll see the market start to price that in. It's not being priced in now, and we still are a good deal away from that. But part of what makes this so difficult, Brennan, is the inflation that we saw 2 years ago is the highest inflation that we've seen since the early 80s. And so there's really, obviously, at no point in my trading career have I seen this type of fluctuation in inflation. I mean, my whole trading experience is the central bankers, essentially get paid to do nothing because we've been glued to 0% for like 90% of my trading career. And so it's really hard to tell. Obviously, from my experience, I have none of how quickly inflation can resurface here. But I mean, if you go back to the last time that inflation was this high, late 70s, early 80s, inflation spiked up to 10% and beyond, came all the way back by the late 70s to around 3, 4, 5%, and then spiked up to 10% and beyond again in the early 80s. And you saw Treasury yields and Fed interest rates move higher on that first spike and then settle down and then have to move higher again. And so, in the grand scheme of things, we've only been in this environment for 2 years. In the 70s and 80s, that was almost a 10-year battle against inflation. Of course, not hoping for that. But the only other data point that I can really point to, you did see 2 separate spikes in inflation in essentially the same time frame. So it's definitely on the table. And he hasn't come out and said at all that we're definitely not hiking ever again. They're monitoring inflation. They're looking at rate cuts right now. But this could absolutely turn around. And it'd be kind of weird if inflation in the U.S. got under 2% and employment and GDP continue to outperform. And so we'll see if employment and GDP come down a little bit like they have in other global economies, or if this inflation stays sticky or edges higher. It's hard to see cuts this year, and you might see hikes back on the table.
So much in play. It's fascinating to continue to monitor how things change almost on a daily basis. And I mean, what a difference 4 or 5 months makes at this point. We're not even, let's be honest, that far into the year. So more to come. Frank Caberna, as always, great input, Director of Strategy over at IG.com. Scan that QR code. We'll see you again on Thursday.
Thanks, Brennan.
He almost said hike, but then he didn't. So
it's almost comical. Thank you as always,
yes,
Frank.
Thank you, Frank. Wow.
But like 245 hits, and we joke about this, and I know and I understand. Like Frank's not sitting there buying the stock market when he comes on. Nor is anyone buying just because Frank is on. But lo and behold, at 245, the market went up. Tesla came out, it broke that 50 level. We took the 30-cent hit on that, and the market just came right back in, retesting toward 1800. Whoops, I don't want to full screen that. But there was a story on Boeing, whistleblower saying that 787 should get halted. Grounded, I think, is actually the term. Apple just made a move into VWAP. It was a red candle a second ago, but there's a 3-minute. It was coming back in. When it got back under 170, I went into the short. Boeing spiked up. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA's going to take out the high today. Boeing had spiked up and then given a short off the highs, and then that whistleblower story came, and it's not really moving. Longeveron's on the move. There was a story related to them as well, so watch out. But a heck of a lot went on. Emily's saying Boeing long. If it breaks the high, maybe I'll think about the Boeing long. But what's breaking the high right now is NVIDIA. So this probably, we were sort of saying NVIDIA at VWAP would have been a thing. Didn't take it. It didn't quite get there. That's not an excuse. It's just the truth. Like, it didn't really get into the level I would have liked for a long trade.
Tank.
So, yeah, there you are. NVIDIA's about to take out those highs. I'm going to double check. What else is AMD up there?
I just shorted Apple, man. Apple's the one
Apple's
for me.
right here.
You know, I mean, Apple is really the one for me right now. Nice trading here for AAPL. We waited, man. We waited like a thief in the night, boys and girls, for this Apple trade. And there it is right there up at, yes, sir. Holy, let's go, man. Apple immediately going into P&L land one more time here. Look at all these shorts. They were just little baby trades, honestly. Just having fun, building the position. I actually started shorting AMD thinking I was on Apple, and then I was like, what am I doing? So right there, here we come back in for Apple. It's 20. It's 2 dimes. What's better than 1 dime? 2 dimes. So here we go back in right now. Let's see if we get more bids out there on 80. And there it is again. Shout out to all my guys behind me where we talk about find the names you want to trade and then trade the damn things. Right, look at that. There it is right now. It's a beautiful move to the downside for Apple. So, yeah, man, we did it again right there with Apple. So that's a good one. Just looking at what the damage is on Disney. Still, let's hold that. Come on, bring it on down to, I don't know which Ville it is right now, but let's bring it on down to Lickaville because here it comes right down. It's Apple with a nice move down in. Boom! We said we go on empty powder, and then we light that keg up with an Apple short.
Ooh, the keg. See, Liquorville, keg. I'm on the wrong page for that. But I can get on over to it.
There's some steaks.
You know, I'm going to say you get a better steak.
Oh, way better steak.
I'm not really a keg.
Oh, way better steak.
But when you keg size them drinks every now and then, it can be fun.
Keg size them drinks.
Rivian Millionaire. Are there any of those really? ASML earnings tomorrow.
Just the CEO, my guy.
We'll get into some of those, but yeah, ASML, a big bellwether stock. Look, I think at the end of the day, Apple got to VWAP. That's great. Boeing's starting to come back into the downside as well. So let's let that one flush. I've bid now at the 50 level for Apple. That's 170, 169.50. It was into the 170 level. And I think if we do reverse this Frank move, I'm just joking around calling it the Frank move up, why wouldn't you retest 169 even? That seems entirely plausible to me. So let's get out on the bid there. Let's see if there gets another move. UAL also reports after the close. We didn't do that in the morning, by the way, just because we got some earnings. I mean, we have some earnings that are coming through. I believe UAL.
Yeah.
ASML is a big, big stock. Great company, all that good stuff out there. But I'm sitting in only shorts after Frank did. Oh, yeah, I'll show you Tesla. It wasn't a huge move up on Tesla, but it was enough. I was shorted at VWAP. I had to stop at the 50 level. You'll see it break out. I wasn't going to hold it all the way into 157, 158. I thought it'd be another trade if it got to the high of the day. Obviously, it did not. And if I'd stuck with it, we'd still be in the money. But you got to have an out somewhere. So Tesla now back underneath VWAP, still down that 3%. Maybe the market's going to come in. All that had to happen was Frank had to get off his podium, apparently. Not that he's on a podium. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Remember when we left you guys at 11 o'clock and we were like, yeah, we're 4 for 4, but we didn't want to stop? Okay, I mean, we just put Apple on, so then that's going to be 5. Then we put on, I guess it was Disney. So that's going to be 6 for 6. And now we wait for a possible 7 spot to come through here once again for you guys on the show. So we'll see if we can ring it up here again. And as we talked about it, it's, you know, be patient and see what's going to happen. We could wind up losing on this. Neil brought this story. We heard it. It was on Benzinga. I actually didn't even read the story, but it was what you said. Possible grounding there.
Well, the whistleblower is saying it should be grounded.
I mean,
They
the
don't actually
whistleblower
have to-
said that. Yeah, I don't know. I might just.
You don't have to listen.
I don't know. What is that 50 period? I mean, look, I'm here to take profit and make good trades. So maybe we'll do that. Get something. Oops, I just canceled an Apple trade. We don't want to do that. Maybe put a bid out here and just take out half in and around 75 for Boeing. We can do that. And then at least we'll be playing with a little bit of house money on that one. I was initially waiting for 50, where the 200 period was, but this story doesn't seem to be as exciting as maybe we once thought. So we can give a breather to that. My Apple trade has been pretty good, man. I mean, I like this. That is 50, 60s. All right, I want to put a bid at 60-ish, and then watch out if we can get the 200 at 40s. Let's go in between 40 and 50. I don't think the market's going to get here. Doesn't it feel like we're just doing this again? You know, like we were underneath. Remember I told you guys, like, what are we going to do? We're going to wait for something like this. So all you have to do is clip it, rewind it back, and then you'd be able to figure out that we called this. Wait on your hands, you know, get that powder, and make sure that you're able to light it up when you get those opportunities. And so look at this. Tick, 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 boom. Right there to the downside and put some more money in the pocket. We're at the
right back at the highs.
GE is?
Chips.
Oh,
SMCI is up 8% and hunting for $1,000 today.
Wow, that's interesting there.
I don't think
by the way, Boeing. Did you get out of Boeing? No, you're still.
I took some out. It wasn't moving, so I don't know.
Guys, that's 7%.
It's a whistleblower saying a comment that do the regulators, look, do they have to ground it because of that? I think it's not good news for Boeing. They report next week, Tuesday.
We can go with that.
No, I should double check that. I actually don't. It might be Monday. They report next week on Boeing, and let's see what they had to say. It's the 24th. Okay, next week, Wednesday. All right, I was off by a day. But what the heck is going on with SMCI? Because it is breaking out in a big way. I mean, just because I have 970 marked off doesn't mean I want to short it at that level. It means I like to short at that level when it was there the last time. And I'm thinking, no. Why is SMCI so strong? When this stock goes squeezing, it just continues to go. Tobias, we can check out Fisker, we just can't trade it. It's FSRN on the pink sheets. I always forget what these codes are for. It's at 9, it got to 9 cents today. You know,
Fisker?
Yeah, it's actually not crazy every now and then when a stock goes to the OTC and gets all the bad news, and then you get a relief rally on it. This really has been good. So, I mean, I didn't do it. Where's the congratulations on this one? It's still going up. It's probably the best performing EV name in the last week. I'm going to make the assumption because nothing else is going up, and it's up 57% today. But it's a penny stock and could be going under. So I think this is. If we ever talk about taking profits, make sure you take profits, this would be a prime example. Like if you're long this at 2 cents and you just got a quadruple, you could be playing with some house money when you take profits. And when I used to trade penny stocks, that's exactly what my approach would be. Is like make sure you take your profit, take it and run, take it and go. That's Russell Peters. I know you know take it and go. So I'm still in GameStop, going sideways off the high of the day. This is about 1042. I'm short here at 34, so we're risking just under 10 cents to see if it'll pull back in, and it's a similar trade with AMC. Like we are sitting in AMC as it's at that resistance level. It wicked the high. We're shorted right here at the 80s. It's not really moving down. It's not really moving up. It's still 3 o'clock, so there's still some time for it to work in here, but at some point, like this stock should either do something or if it just runs back into the high, I might just have to get out of it for lack of movement at all.
All right.
I mean, I know. So someone's in the chat, SMCI has an upgrade. That's why it's going. I know, but price upgrades to me, I think it's more of like a bit of a relief rally squeeze on SMCI than anything else. Like someone giving it a price upgrade doesn't always mean it's going to move more than all of its other cohorts. I think it's just bouncing technically off support. It's regaining the 50 period. Like it's probably some technical dip buyers in addition to that, looking for an excuse. And the upgrade just ends up being the excuse for it to rally.
Yeah, we don't have any excuses here. Just alerts.
I'm getting out of Boeing at VWAP.
Yeah, Boeing, nice move, man. That is really paying off as well, as Neil just mentioned there. Boeing, a monster, 50 cents in the money and still going. So that's a good one. And by the way, we just took out some more of Apple right now. It was kind of just hovering around 75. I took an 80 fill there. So we are now out not out. We're out of about 75%-ish, maybe 70% of Apple right now. Again, like when we came back in, that was good. And we just said that we were going to wait around for these trades to happen. And they did, so we hit it. And that was that. So now we just have about 25%. It's less, between 20 and 25%, but more near 20. All right, we could go short again. I don't mind that trade, but at the end of the day, we don't need to keep on reloading and reloading and reloading. Let's just stick with what we are doing right now on this trade. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to watch Apple. We do have a bid right now at 65, which is basically the 50 period. The 50 period is 55, but a little bit of a dip down. We're noticing that ledge right there is 65. So if Apple wants to crank a little bit, then we'll be here for that. So
Some things from Elon here.
We'll wait. Oh, there's something from Elon?
We're simplifying and streamlining the whole Tesla sales and delivery system. It has become complex and inefficient. So, I mean, I guess you could read that as, cost cutting and trying to simplify processes, that just to me means more cost cutting and looking for efficiency. So he's saying the right things. I think that's semi-bullish of a comment for Tesla. But it's not really moving that much on it. But hey, if Elon's tweeting, you want to pay attention. So I want to make sure we got that to you. I'm not seeing a lot of movement. I saw it in the chat. Shout out to Top VoIP. You also said the same thing. Tesla really not moving off that at all. So I'm kind of similar in Apple in that it's starting to slow down. Like if that entire move up was $1.20 from, I guess that's pre-Frank. So like right here, it goes about 80 cents to the upside. If we come to the chart, Ram, thanks. If we go like 80 cents up when it broke this consolidation, goes into the high, and all it can do is pull back 20 cents and then starts going sideways, respect that. And now if it wants to curl and make another low, we'll get that out in front of the 245, I guess, ramp zone. Is that what I want to call it? So we'll call it the ramp zone at 245, which is at 169.25. That's where the bid is going to be. Yeah, I mean, crowd controls, like you call it, downsizing, Tesla picking up. Look, Tesla's, you have demand concerns, man. When demand goes down, you buckle down, and then it's like, you know what? Like, it's like in Fallout. Like right now, actually, if you haven't seen okay, I don't want to spoil Fallout. I don't want to, you know what, I'm not going to do that analogy. It's a perfect analogy for the EV names and then the different factions in Fallout. Essentially, just think of a bunch of different people trying to survive the apocalypse. And it comes down to whose way of surviving the apocalypse is going to be better. And they're all doing it right now in the EV space. And I think Tesla's got a bit of a head start, but it doesn't mean they have to win. They're going to win. But I almost gave a spoiler on that, and I realized it just came out on Amazon. People probably haven't seen it. One other update for you. Peloton for a range-bound trade, short 13, 15. It keeps on going down to like 8s and 10s. I have a bid for the low at 3 even, and I feel like tomorrow, maybe, I don't want to speak in 100% certainties, but there might be a $3 break on Peloton tomorrow. And it's not going to be SSR either because it's not 10% down. So this will be on alert for me. It's been an okay short, but I feel like there's a bigger opportunity coming. The bottom, I don't think, is in yet for Peloton. Let's go to the desk and take care of business.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
The other one, it doesn't matter.
All right, now we're
IG, baby.
Yeah, now we're in Boeing, and we doing it again, baby. And look what just happened to Apple. Money. What's up, everybody? There it is. Nice move to the downside right there. So yeah, I mean, of course we're going to celebrate. That's what we do here. You know, we're just trying to show you that this is, we're trading real money, real equities. And like I said, you can ask us any questions if we're positive on a stock, anything like that. If you want us to look at a name, if you want us to go over trades that we've had, if there's anything you're thinking you want us to comment on, put that in the chat as well. Right now we have over, I want to thank everybody. Make sure you like and subscribe. We have over 4,000 people right now watching, which isn't that many. Hit the like, man. 11, that's obviously not right. 12 likes. I mean, I have to probably refresh this.
No, you always have to refresh.
Yeah, we always have to refresh. Let me refresh this. Oh, God. Now I have this ad here. All right, well, anyways, 400 likes. All right, over 3,800 people watching. This better, we gotta, I mean, what else? What are we supposed to do? Like, right here, we talked about this Apple trade. Sit on your hands, do that. We just put Boeing. I mean, Boeing, that's a good trade right there. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get that number a little bit higher than where we are right now. Boeing down into VWAP. We'll probably just take this profit down into 169.20. We'll do that. We've already made that money on that name. We took out half. We're obviously playing with house money right now, so let's put a bid down into there. That's 169.20. We'll bid it, and then we'll see if we can get that. Apple, really, man, the apple of my eye right there. We talked about sitting at 65. You saw me take that fill. Came in, came out. That's Apple. Put it on the board.
Yeah, and it just continues. Like the market's now pulled back in. The timing of it is almost hilarious that it was at 3 o'clock, but it is what it is. I'm just going to have to say, like, if a stock goes, I said this before, like if a stock goes sideways on you and you're anticipating a bit more movement because it was more volatile, then you adjust with the market. So obviously a trade where I'm shorting off of a level like this and looking for a deeper pullback, giving to the highs. When it's not going, you tighten up the stop and just say it's not worth the wider range. It's also 320, by the way. You got to throw that out there. When you get later on in the session, when you're day trading, there's less time for the move to happen. Is this really going to fall back to 250 in the allotted time? Now all of a sudden it's 10 minutes until we get the early looks. I'm just going to tighten the stop up. I'm not giving to the high of the day on AMC. And if the market flushes, like, it should probably still be good. We'll give it to like 82s in there. There was a move on SOUN, and I think someone was saying, what's going on with SOUN? If NVIDIA goes back a little bit, SOUN goes back a lot. And NVIDIA just came back off the high. So this is right back into VWAP. I think this gives up $4 if NVIDIA can't hold on to VWAP itself. And there was another question about stocks halting. Stocks can halt for news. Stocks can halt because of volatility. And if you're ever curious as to why a stock is halting, I do suggest if you're in a halted stock and you're curious of what's happening, just go to NASDAQtrader.com. They have a halt page. It'll give you the code. The reason code, it'll say LUDP, and you hover over it, and of course, now that I do it, there you go, volatility trading pause. If it's news-based, you'll see something like, that's volatility, I guess, yeah, there you go. If it's news-based, you'll see T1, T2, T3, and then you know they're waiting news to be disseminated. The last one was must have been earlier today. Apple could be a reload, I do think. But if you're trading a halted stock, you want to know why. Because if it's volatility halt, it's going to trade again that day. And if it's a news-based halt, well, you might not be opening until the next day, or sometimes it'll be a couple of days as they're pending information, and you need to know that because you could be stuck in it for the long haul. If we get back into VWAP, I would reload Apple, see what it can do one more time.
I'm not reloading anything. I just tagged it right here. Join me tonight with Brian Shannon. I mean, again, where is it? Where did I tag him? Right there. So join me with Brian Shannon. Here are 300,000 followers. Shout out to Brian. He'll be on with me tonight on the market recap show as traders stay late. I should have actually tagged that. Can I edit this? Yes, I can. So let's do that right. Got it.
You have a lot more time to edit now.
Yeah, I think, oops, I just typed in edit. Traders stay late. So stay late tonight, and we will get that. I put out the tweet here, the link to the show, so anybody watching it can see what we're up to here on Trader TV Live. So, just make sure that you wait for me tonight. We'll have that going. We'll have Brian Shannon come on. But there it is. We'll wait for that VWAP trade back in on that one. Okay, that's Boeing. Disney, Apple, AMD. How do you pick? Oh, what's up, the Piper? What's up, Piper? Dang. what's up to Piper. Okay, I'm not going to do a roll call now. I'm going to save that for later. Okay, so let's go find out what everyone's talking about here before we go. So, all right, we're not going anywhere, but just before I go, the Piper just said something. Here you go. How do you pick the low like that on Apple? I mean, luck. Honestly, I mean, there's not, to pick the low, like that was just a great pick. And we've talked about this all the time. And that is that to be able to get lucky to get something like that. And then if you're going to look over here at my other example for NVIDIA, I mean, dear Sean, you know, how did you pick at that time right there the high to punch out of your short? You know, there's going to be lots of examples like that throughout. I don't know if I have any more today. I mean, what about this one? You see like how Intel there, we hit that high and then it drops down. So all I have to say is, and Neil did his lesson of the day on this, at the end of the day, all you can do is look back, look at your trades, look at how much money you've made or lost on them, and then keep doing the ones that work and do them more aggressively and stop doing the ones that don't. And honestly, my method here so far this month, I mean, has been pretty good. And that is picking levels, trading names with catalysts. So when we had this Apple trade, I just did the same thing. You know we want the short. We talked about waiting for it to sort of get up. It did exactly that. It got to the level that we liked. We put on some shares, then it came back. And then you see this little high right there? That's 65. So all I did was find that level and put a bid there. You know, if we had, like we keep saying, sort of, you know, like half jokingly, if we have that magic potion or magic 8-ball or anything, shout out to you, Westermeyer. Hopefully that's coming soon. But again, these don't tell us anything other than having
It's
some
just
fun.
for fun. No, he is sending it. He actually.
No, I know, of course.
He asked for some confirmation of things we may or may not want. What I would say for Apple is have a look at what it's done in the last times it's bounced. So it made ever since it broke this range here, so like the top at 169.80, and then it retested the bottom. So double bottoms there. Ever since it started going up, where does it consolidate next? This previous level, right? And then the next time back down in, it consolidates at another level where it did before. It then goes up, you have and then when it started going higher, 169.25 was resistance, and then right in here in a 3-minute, it turns into support. And then the next resistance was 169.65, and then that turned into support. So it turned into a range trading stock, and a range trading stock tends to treat the last consolidation level as the next consolidation level. And that's essentially all that happened in here. Like this was a consolidation level before, like up at top, so then it turns into one after. And when you're scalping, essentially that's what you look at, is you're looking at those, it's showing you the range, and when it shows you a range, whether it's 30 cents or 50 cents, you just sort of respect whatever it happens to be. Like the range is going to be what it tells you. I just reloaded off that local high, and we're going to scalp inside of the range again, which is still at this point to the 60s. Whether it gets all the way back down there again, we'll see. I'll put a bid halfway. Maybe we'll take it all out before. Apparently this NYSE is still going. So
yeah, I just saw someone. I didn't know if you knew anything about that one.
Well, I made a lame joke about it during the midday while it was moving. I don't actually know too much about what's happening here. It's just bouncing off of VWAP. So it's a 70-cent move, but the stock has a $6.50 range today. So it's making a bit of a move here. If it gets back above 6, it's a bit late in the day. I think if you're long off VWAP, that's the jam. You want to be getting the bounce off VWAP, not chasing the bounce off VWAP. So congrats to anybody that does have it. I don't know if this is one I want to chase. It's already pulled back a lot today. Like that's a hefty pullback. It's pulled back $3.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Still up 225%.
It was just one of those low float.
Here comes AMD, they say. Let me go over and have a quick look at AMD. And again, remember when we were trading AMD? And it was like, oh yeah, you know, we like the long down here. Everything is all right. And there we go. Oh, there's an example of the Piper. I mean, here's a perfect example, to be honest with you. I mean, we got stopped out right there before it ripped up $1. This is where I thought I was shorting Apple, but I wasn't. I was shorting AMD, and then once I realized that, we got in and out right away. So if you're noticing that one, that's what's coming from that. So that's a little bit embarrassing, but we just got in and out there immediately. That's just a fun story, I guess, at the end of the day. But here's AMD again. We've written down AMD at 164. We should have taken that. We are in Apple. AMD 164 is your sticky note trade of the day, and so that's good. Did someone just yell question? Was that you?
What was that? That was Benzinga.
No, yeah, okay. That was nothing. Okay, so we should be thinking about shorting right now at 164.40. So I'm thinking something like that. 164.40, 164.50 for AMD. So let's short that if we're able to do that here on AMD. I will be waiting, so that's going to be a good short. We'll see that. I am also still in Boeing. Apple, I'm going to wait until we get a little higher. Our last short was in and around here at 170. Where am I short now? 03s. So right there, 178.10 or so it looks like was our last short. So we'll see if we get back up there. That's what I'm going to wait for and see if we can do some damage on that. We're near the high of our day right now, and we've been putting damage on the board. So I'm really happy with this trade. We'll hold on to Apple, we'll hold on to Boeing, and we'll just hold on to Disney into the close. And I was short AMD all morning, and that's why I loved it. There's AMD. We talked about how good that sort of trade was, and there it is right there. So boom, boom, look at this. We just put this on as we left you guys at 11 o'clock. That's almost a dollar. That is a dollar. What am I talking about? It's 164 to 163. So that was really good. And then this was another banger there. But we did get stopped out somewhere. No, we didn't. Yeah, AMD was a great trade today. We went long there was the mistake. Short up in here, good trade. So that's what we're doing right now with AMD. And yeah, man, another one of those days. Coin 220, I see Neil's on it.
There was a, oh, I was just scanning stocks to see where it was. It's actually going higher. So Coinbase is going to close above support here on the daily. It'll end up being a failed breakdown off the 50 period at 215 if it does close higher, which is bullish for tomorrow. And I'm not really feeling longs in Coin, but the setup is the setup. It's making a reversal. I think you got to respect it. If it closes after making that liquidity grab underneath, it's going to be good. There was a headline for Robinhood that I just heard, but it was like Webull was the main story, and Hood wasn't really moving. But I'm keeping an eye on it because it is trying to break out the top here on Hood. We'll see, but it didn't seem like it was too big of a deal. That looks like it's trying to break those highs, up to a couple of points today. There was a lot of the payment processors that were gapped down and have recovered. One of them, PayPal, one of them was a bigger gap down in recovery than others, and I'm talking about PayPal. I think this is worth being on the radar. I like liquidity grabs, but liquidity grabs that bounce off the 50 and the 200, exactly the same, almost the same spot here in the low 60s, and it wicked and bounced right off both of them to get right back above 63. So that's a great looking reversal candle after a couple of days to the downside on PayPal, and then you're going to close holding the highs. This could be a nice, interesting breakout for tomorrow. But I think we had some earnings like UAL and ASML. We'll probably go to the earnings board in a couple of minutes, maybe let you guys know. I did reload Apple. I got 96 to the south side. It's now holding the 80, so a bit of a higher low. I tightened the stop on AMC, still not moving. GameStop still not moving. Peloton, just to go back over it, it's not giving you the big flush yet. I think it's finding some support at the $10 level. It just spiked down in. If it breaks VWAP, I'm just going to jump out of this one. Don't think we're going to get that low all the way at $3. Adara?
Yeah, so I have that note here on Robinhood. Basically, this came out here on Twitter from Attorney General, Todd Rokita of Indiana, saying that they're leading a multi-state inquiry as to whether Webull might have exposed clients' personal information that does have to do with the fact that Webull is based in China. So basically some concerns about privacy with China and an investigation into Webull led by the Attorney General of Indiana. That's what this Robinhood news is, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Like I heard Robinhood in my ear of the Benzinga, but I didn't have the volume up enough. So thank you for getting the story right. I knew it had something to do with Webull and wasn't specific to Robinhood. But obviously, I mean, something bad for your competitor is good for you in this particular case. So, I mean, Apple, it's turning from when Powell was on, Apple was moving dollars at a time. He wasn't, I mean, not on. I mean, when Powell was speaking at whatever that conference was, moving dollars at a time. And now it's moving 20 cents at a time. So if that's what the move is, that's what we're going to take. It is now 330. Early look on some of these imbalances. You got some energy there. GM.
330 already?
Yeah, it's 330 already. GM is an early sell, 2 million. BAC, which had earnings 1.5 million to the sell side. Enbridge, 1.1. That'll pair off. Enbridge dual listed and pairs almost every single time. NEO, that's way too small to matter. That's the morning. So not anything significant on the early look. I suppose BAC because of the report. We'll check in on that closer to 350 if it's going to move the stock, but I don't think that's significant at all in terms of these imbalances moving the market. We always like to have a look because you never really know when one of these is going to be significant and actually move the stock. I'll never forget, this was actually live on the show, it was Rivian. You were trading it, and Rivian was within the first couple of weeks of it coming to market. IPOs never have imbalances early on. It just doesn't happen. And then randomly Rivian did in the first 2 weeks, and it really moved the stock. So you just don't know where your bread's going to be buttered later in the day. So we reloaded Apple. It's like a nice little scalp trade in here, but it's not moving crazy. And as I said, the small cap names that we're in, we're just holding on. They're not against, they're not for. They're basically all just trading flat, and we've tightened the stops on them. That WISA stock is still going though.
All right. I'm doing, so as I'm sitting here trading and thinking of stuff to talk to you guys about, I'm also doing the market recap show. And right now, I put as the first headline, sideways but up. So do you think we can hold positive here? Maybe we can get a poll up. Do we think the NASDAQ stays positive today? What is the...
what are we right now?
What are the 0.3? What is the ES? 0.8. Ooh. I mean, the ES might be even more of a spicy meatball than those ones. But yeah, I'm thinking that might not be a horrible poll.
What do you want?
NASDAQ. I mean, let's do NASDAQ. A little more exciting there. More likely to have some volatile moves, I think, is the NASDAQ. So then we can put that vote in. My vote, I don't like that double top there. I think we close red. Shoot, I just wrote sideways but up. So I'm going to vote against the odds right now and take the money on the plus 0.23 right now and go red. So
You take the points.
yeah, I'm taking the points.
Yeah, we don't do spreads on our poll.
I don't know if I want it to
should be
dump,
up.
but we'll see. I'm just going to say that, and we'll see where that goes. So I'll dismiss this from there, and then we'll check it back to get those odds when we get later on in the show. So I think that was a pretty good
Well,
idea.
I'm taking the obligatory dump it because I'm all short. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm 1-1. Well, I got Boeing. Boeing's going to be a beast of itself. I have Disney here as well. But we do have Apple. Apple's really starting to come in, man. 170.03. Nice move back in right now. We could just put a bid here at 50 and capture some of this. I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing that. So if we can get there it is. Honestly, I know you got that reload. That's a good one. There goes Apple right back in again. So we'll put this on the board. We'll go sevens today, 7 for 7 again. We did this last week, and we're doing it again today. So fluke, I don't know, but it's so far so good. There's Apple making that move back in, and we did it one more time on that one. So I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to get set up for the close. There's another one. We put it on the board again. It's a chicken dinner winner for the short. Not only that, but we also voted for the short. So maybe we can win twice here. But honestly, for me, it's all about those Benjamins, baby. We'll focus on what this market's doing and what our stocks are doing. And they're starting to head downside. So this is good. This is real good. Nice move to the downside. Hey, man, we just called at least a little bit of a downside push, holding on to some of these trades. Boeing's starting to come in again. We'll take that at VWAP. We're pretty light here on Disney, but it's bouncing off that level again. You want to try this one more time? 113.60 bottom. Okay, let's try Disney and take some more shares down here, just in case this move is a little bit overdone to the downside. We'll see about, there we go. We'll get some 77s and some 78s, and then punch out if we break below whatever this is. Honestly, what is this wick here? 60s? We already have that bottom. Right there, whatever this is, we're out. Yeah, break of 60, we're out of Disney.
Where's Disney? Yeah, that's like was it VWAP or the 50 period? Either way. You're now beneath that support level at the 60 level on Apple. So it's trying to head lower. It just punched through. Finally, I think maybe you could see that 69. It'd still be a higher low for it. I see Adrian talking about Lulu in the chat. Hopefully not going further down, but it is what it is. That stock's been under a lot of pressure lately. So we have it's 336. We do have some time till we get to those imbalances at 350. So I want to give a chance for these to start working back in. We didn't end up putting on a trade in, did you put in a trade in AMD?
AMD? I did earlier, but not right now.
No, yeah. So AMD, you know what though? It didn't quite get to 165. We were sort of saying 160. I mean, it got to 164 and a quarter. But AMD gonna hold ish VWAP. I shouldn't speak before the day is done, but I was going to say AMD is holding on to VWAP. NVIDIA, I don't know why I just typed it with an S. NVIDIA as well is going to hold above VWAP. You had Intel showing some strength. You have SMCI near the highs of the day. So like Apple weak underneath VWAP, and the chip names, they might be catching a bit of a bid because there's some relative strength in there, even as the market is hunting for red. It's not there just yet. That NASDAQ at 0.1. It could actually, what's interesting is the shorts could work because the NASDAQ goes down, bounces off of flat for the day, and then the shorts that are on work, like Apple, but then it still closes green.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin Mendoza. Yes, it will be a trophy day and pretty good one too. Look at this. This is apparently the Dubai airport right now. All of Dubai right now is basically flooded. So shout out to everybody in Dubai. This is the airport, as you can see right now. So I have no idea what is going on there, but that is that's pretty wild right there. So I don't know. This is from this guy Gergivan that I follow. He has a lot of followers, so I don't know if that's AI generated or what, but right there, if they're...
What, the image? Why would that be fake?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying. I never know anything anymore, but that's pretty interesting to see that. Join me tonight on the Market Recap Show with, like we said, man, the myth, the legend himself, Brian Shannon will be joining your boy on the Market Recap Show, so that should be a heck of a lot of fun as we'll talk all about VWAP and all of that stuff, give you some good ideas, talk about some Netflix. Join me later on today on the Market Recap Show, where we will, again, continue to stay late for everybody, as traders do indeed stay late. So join me tonight. We'll go over all of that. And by the way, remember we talked about what matters in this business? Look, there it is right there again, man. I mean, it's another one here for us with Disney. We just bought a little bit down there. We'll take a little bit out. If it floats back up, good on that one. But Apple and Boeing are the only shorts that we have heading into what is the close of the day here. So 338 right now. It's been a big day for us. We came back. We battled back. You never know what you're going to do when you have sort of those hits like yesterday, when you sit there and just watch and you're calculating your net. Okay, you know, when this happens, what are we going to be at? And that was painful, but we did it. We battled back, and then we put up the numbers again today. Right back there, you know, like if Scheffler has a bad round, he comes right back. You know, you got to be, and we talked about this with Brankos, be consistent in what you're doing. You know, it's step up there. And I don't know if you guys watch the Masters, but you'll see Scottie Scheffler. He was just stoic. Every hole, going to every hole, doing the damn business, making sure that he's executing properly. And that's how you have 7s for 7 days. You execute properly on the names that you're looking for, and you get a little lucky. You know, like Neil said, if you go perfect, you're either cheating, you're an algo, or you just happen to do it a couple times in a couple weeks.
No, but I mean,
and that's you are right.
Algos trade like 1,000 trades a day.
Yeah, I only have 300. But the thing is here today is that's the whole point. You trade how you trade. And today, yeah, you know, 7 for 7 is lucky, but it's a process. Follow the process, and you too can do that. So that's what it's all about. Keep the positive vibes going. Shout out to Sharif for that as well. That meant a lot when he mentioned that to me. So
SMCI $970. We're gonna get 1,000 tomorrow on that stock. Wow. Okay. One upgrade, really? That's all it takes for SMCI? So Apple got back above that support level. I was going to mention Apple, I got out of it. It came right back and held that support level, so I took it out. I'm just going to take the profit. I'm jumping on the bid of AMC. It'll be a flat trade. I'll probably just get on the bid of GameStop as well. We'll take a 2-cent hit there. Neither one of them ended up moving. Like I said, Peloton not moving, but Apple absolutely moving. One thing I want to say is like everyone has a different strategy. And one of the things we talk about here is like what some traders might make one trade in a day.
Yes. Yeah. Those are the best ones. Shout out to Wayne right now.
No, like there's like if you make one trade in a day, it gets very different from I'm looking for reverses off of VWAP, which there might be 20 of those that can set up for you. You might take 3 or 4 of them, and that's going to be different. You know, and I think you have to make sure you understand what you're doing, but just have a good sense of risk to reward. Like you don't want to be in a situation where, like, let's say you have a day where you make 9 out of 10 calls right. You want to be green on that day. If you make, No, I'm being dead serious about that because we were talking about that trader. I don't want to say, I almost said his name before. That traded that great open, and that was sort of the problem. Like he was making money back and forth off of the open, and he probably hit like 10 trades in a row, and then the 11th one shut him down. And so he was like 10 for 11, and that's an extreme example, but I'm only saying it because it came to mind. So anyways.
But on that example, that was one day. Like that's not repetitive, right?
No.
We had done this last week.
What's that?
We had done this last week.
But I'm not talking about. I was talking about if you have a 9 out of 10, you don't want the 10th trade to ruin the entire day. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what happened to this guy. Someone just said something about Sebastian. That's what we're all about here. Again, I just want to. It was not. This was years ago at our old floor. People keep putting in, is it this person? Is it Luca? No. This was a trader like 15 years ago. None of you would know him. It was just a guy on our floor.
Look, you don't see traders around here because they're not here because trading didn't work out. I mean, let's just call it like it is. You know, that's what happens.
I'm just saying the stories from so long
ago.
No.
I know. I don't want people to think that we're blowing people up here.
No, I'm just.
I've
seen a lot of traders over time. Someone just said Upstart buyout. I've heard nothing. I've heard zero on Upstart in the news at all today. So I'm going to assume they're not being bought out. The chart?
No. Upstart?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on with Upstart. I haven't seen a single thing on the wire. Whoever put that in the chat, if you know something we don't, let us know. I'd be very curious. Upstart has been a very depressed stock. It's at the high of the day today. I just feel like a lot of names went squeezing. AMC went squeezing for a portion. At one point, Peloton tried. GameStop went. So I think a lot of these, C3AI at one point was up pretty big. I think some of these things just found bottoms a bit today. I don't know if there's any specific news here at all.
All right. So Disney is still dying. We already talked a little bit about that, but I'm not. That went to 114. We probably. So for everybody that's been here for many years, or even a couple days, you'll know that at 350 we do have those imbalances that come out. So it's pretty prudent to be out of your trade when that comes through. So I don't have very many shares left of anything right now. We're still waiting for Boeing. This could be, I mean, maybe let's just get out if it breaks 170. Like it didn't really do the action that we thought. We thought that we would get that level down there. What are we short? 170.03. Okay, let's just get out at like let's just get out if it breaks 170, honestly. And we'll just get out there like 170 and change. I cancel my stop because we did miss that. We should have been sitting there at that level. But, you know, you asked that question, forget who it was now. Stripe, no, not Stripe, somebody else, about, you know, picking the levels and everything like that. You know, it gets difficult to pick the tops and bottoms, so I should have been there for that one. All right, it's time to pay some bills. Let's go over to the desk with Adara. Disney's going finally.
Part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
So you'll see, let's see, we punched out of here. We're going to give GameStop to 44, which was local high. Come to the chart for a second. If we can. There we go. We're going to give GameStop to 44s, which was the high of the day. But as I said, like it was, like look at it start to barcode. Like it literally moved nothing for like 20 minutes. So the second it took out that offer, I just punched out when it took out the local high. There's just no point. It's not really moving. AMC, I just took half out on the current bid, so that'll be flat. I don't give it a chance. Like it's not breaking any higher. If it gets above 80, I can always just punch out of it then. Peloton, sort of the same thing. I covered Apple, and Apple is starting to very slowly and gingerly glide higher, so not a heck of a lot happening over there. SMCI, like I blink, and it's up another $8. Like this is
Did
getting
we get a story on that? When
we cut an upgrade. I mean, the only story that I saw or heard was that they got an upgrade. I don't even remember who. Not that it always matters who gives you the upgrade. And I mean, good for them. There's also a technical, I suppose there's a technical aspect to this. It's consolidating on the daily chart, and it broke higher at about 9:44, not the time of day. Or yeah, like 9:44, 9:45, somewhere in here, it broke a local high and then just started squeezing. So in the 15-minute, yeah, it looks way better on the 15. It could just be, there's the wipeout bottom, kind of held the low, stair step up, and then it broke out the top, and the last $25 have been just a pure momentum play into the upside on SMCI. Like, I've traded SMCI 3 times in the last year, and every single time I took the exact same setup. It was SMCI failed a breakout high, and then in the middle of the day, like between 11 o'clock and noon, it was a consolidation short under VWAP. And I've gone 2 for 3 doing it, and that's the only setup I have on SMCI that I like. So the next time it does a false breakout, consolidate lower under VWAP around noon, I would take the short. But that doesn't extend to chasing longs. Up 10%, good for them.
All right. What's up, dude? All right. Get to work. Get to work on that tonight. Okay.
You know, Ty
landing these deals. Landing these deals. Good job, Ty. If you were wondering who that handsome gentleman behind us is, with no screens turned on, that's Ty right now.
He's also rocking the shorts today. Is it shorts weather outside?
It was 18.
I know it's okay
It's 16.
today.
No, it's that was wind. It's 17.
That's it's close.
And then he just I didn't think you're going golf. Oh, he's going golfing, right?
Oh, some of the boys are going golfing.
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
That-
Right there. Wow, must be nice to have some free time. That is for sure. We'll be having that soon, probably in about 5-6 years. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Fabian. Yeah, you guys go home and chill out, man. That's okay. But traders will stay late, and so will one of them over there. I don't know which one. Who's lucky today? Oh, it's Ramin. Okay, good. Fabian. Yeah, so that should be a lot of fun. And then tomorrow I have a charity event at the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Oh, nice.
That I'm going to. That should be a lot of fun. And then, so I miss, unfortunately, back-to-back rep tryouts for my daughter because we've got baseball and stuff like that happening. But I say good luck to her, but she may have already made the team, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So we're really happy for that one.
You're not supposed to know
as we go. Yeah, that's right. And then here it comes up to the upside. 114 right there. Let's go, man. It's another face slapper as we go. And by the way, guys, just so you know, we are still positive on Boeing, but remember how we said, how do you prevent, and as Neil mentioned, don't let that 10th trade be the one that wipes out months, days, stuff like that. So this would never happen. We didn't have that many shares on Boeing. Even if this went up like $100, it wouldn't ruin our day, honestly. So the idea here would be, well, $100 would, $10 wouldn't. So we have to watch out, so we get out there on that 170 break so we don't turn, again, a great trade into something else. So we'll wait for that, see what happens right there with Boeing, and now just hold Disney. And then Apple's been great. We pretty much have the bottom if it breaks out there in less than 15 seconds on when these imbalances come out, then we'll see. And then I'll leave you guys around a couple minutes after that, and we'll get set up for the close. But here we go, Neil. What are you in? So you still got Piton and, all right, well, unfortunately, Neil, I don't know how exciting those will be.
Nah,
with the
I mean,
imbalance.
AMC to me had a decent chance because it had moved so much, but it didn't. The imbalances are out. The only things over $1 million are GM, BAC, and Enbridge. Which that's not exciting, and not exciting. All three of those. Apple's 956,000 to buy. Google 700,000. TLT is very small. Apple, I guess, is the interesting one because that was moving. It was weak most of the day, and if it's going to be almost $1 million to the buy side, it didn't not move it, but that's not much of a bounce on Apple. So it ends up holding 169.50, but under VWAP. Apple ending up under pressure here. Unless a miracle happens, Apple is going to close down over 1.5% here when the market's going to be green. Heck. So, I mean, like Apple pulled back to the short work, Boeing pulled back to the short work, but really the actual bet on the NASDAQ itself closing red or green will end up closing green, even though there was a pullback.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I shouldn't speak. We have 9 minutes to go, but we just bounced a little bit. I'm just looking at this. Like the NASDAQ just put in a higher low. I guess it could still go red. But it's looking at least a teensy bit like that bet, if you happen to put it in. I said red as well. And we're trying to close green here in the NASDAQ. Dara.
Just keep an eye on Disney, Warner Brothers, and Fox here. Variety reporting that some lawmakers are voicing concern over Disney, Fox's, and Warner Brothers joint service. So in February, those three, or Disney's ESPN, teamed up for a sports streaming service. Now, as reported by Variety, lawmakers expressing some concern. So keep an eye on those three companies, guys.
Well, on that note, let's just put it on the board, Hawk Harrelson, and say yes, because there's Disney. We do put that one on the board, and we do get out there at 07 or 08 and put that on the board one more time. I mean, look what we're trying to do. What's up, Chef Joe? I will address this in a minute. But there it is right there. It is a nice play. Disney, buy the damn dips. We did it once. We did it twice. We will not have an opportunity, everybody, to do it thrice. Here comes Apple. No matter where this goes, I got to get ready to get over to the other show. So we will sit here and take it out if it comes back down into 169 and change. And yeah, man, we did it again. So thank you, everybody, for watching. It's been another big day. I'm sure we've seen that, and we've been telling you about that. So hopefully you've been able to be profitable yourself. And if not, there's always tomorrow, because that's the one thing that we try to preach around
The sun
here.
will come out tomorrow.
Yeah, is that don't blow up your accounts
Actually, that's not
one day
true.
and then come back the very, very next day and just do what you're doing. And hopefully you're able to do it with us, because we have a lot of fun around here, and that's not going to stop. So
I joke about the sun will come out tomorrow thing not being true, because I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow here for us.
oh, is it?
Yeah, nothing like what happened in Dubai. Like, we're not going to get flooded.
Yeah,
or
what was up with
anything.
that?
But I mean, that looked remotely dangerous. I'm sure that all they were doing was landing the planes that they had to land. I'm assuming you would actually shut down the airport in a situation like that. But whatever. Look, risk management is a must. You're absolutely right about that, AV. Shout out to AV. We appreciate you guys in the chat. Chef Joe, SMCI, thank you for everything today. Yeah, up 11%. It actually tagged $980. So I'd say that's a little bit surprising. I am shocked by that. I'm just going to get on the midpoint here before 355 hits. These things aren't going anywhere. AMC is going to end up closing, consolidating higher, which, as much as I know I'm sitting in a short, that's kind of bullish for AMC. So it's going to give you a pullback in the afternoon that doesn't follow through, and it's going to consolidate above 275. Maybe it does have a second day breakout in it. If it holds 75 and can try to make a run at like 290 or a $3 break, it could be worth it looking for long. As I said, I just got on the midpoint and took 77.5 out. Like, we're in short 78.5 and we're getting out short 77.5, and we held the thing for an hour. It just flat out didn't go. Stock goes that parabolic. If it's pulling back, I usually think it's going to pull back more than that. Obviously not the case here with AMC. Anything else you're looking? I mean, I'm not really looking at anything. I'm going to have Tesla at the close.
I was waiting for Apple,
watch.
but I just have to get out, but I have to get over there. So
Tesla's trying to get back to the highs for the close.
we're
here.
30 cents in the money here. I might just put this bid out. I mean, like I said, I got to get over there. I should have flattened this all out. That's okay. We have a very, very small piece left. Literally the smallest, like nothing. So we'll wait to see where it goes. You know what? Forget it. I'm just going to, there we go. I'm just going to punch it out now. I barely had any shares. I want to get over there. So, all right. Thanks so much for watching. It's been obviously a bang-up show. We could keep on telling you what we're doing, but then I sound like a broken record. You guys know. You can see what's good up there. So far, so good. Thanks for watching. We can just check out Boeing quickly into the close. There it is. That's the risk management. Look at Disney, straight to the upside. Stay with winners, and you'll be okay. So that's something there. Disney up stock today. Market, although I did say red, it looks like it'll be exactly where we made the poll, was when it was up 0.24. So it looks like it'll be basically flat into the close. But again, thank you so much. And then, yeah, Chef Joe, man, I think that's definitely a possibility. Podcasts, yeah, man. We'll talk about cooking, barbecuing, all of that. Drinks, a connoisseur type thing. I think that'd be hilarious if we did something like that. Cigars. I think we could have a lot of fun. There's lots of possibilities with that. We are just getting started.
I have bad cigar stories.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mind telling them. I don't smoke cigars anymore.
Yeah, so we'll have exactly all those stories, stuff like that. It should be a lot of fun. So,
but I was in Dallas, and I love the city of Dallas. But
yeah, man, great.
Dallas Cigar Club, watching a Lakers game. It was like Lakers versus the Mavericks. I think we're in town, and Yeah, it was a fun night, but it didn't end that well. We have about 3 minutes to go here. Do we get the earnings? Do we have the earnings board? Did we do this?
Oh,
Just very,
shoot,
very
I didn't
quick-
even do my thing. Oh my
Can we?
God.
Do we have it? Just very quickly.
The recap show will not be starting on time, FYI.
Earnings board.
What is the earnings board immediately? Because I don't have anything set up.
No, we do. Dara said we had it.
All right, I'll just set up the closing show, Neil. You take this away.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say a couple. I believe we have ASML is going to be on the board. UAL going to be reporting as well. So we're going to have a little bit of airlines and travel to talk about. I don't know, we're not seeing it, but I don't know what else is there. Those are the two big ones that I'm going to be paying attention to. ASML is a huge bellwether
I'll
stock.
just look it up myself.
Huge bell. There it is. ASML before the market tomorrow morning. And then United's aftermarket tonight. That's the other one, IBK, our Interactive Brokers, is going to be after the bell. So I don't know how much that's going to be a trading stock. I think for trading, it's going to be United's usually the mover. ASML is just about, it's going to move the chips because you can't make advanced chips without their technology or without the machine that they use, their advanced lithography or however you pronounce the machine. So ASML, it is a European name, so it's going to trade primarily over in Amsterdam, should be the primary market for ASML. So the report's going to be like very, very early in the morning. But we'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. In the aftermarket, you're going to get United Live, which on JB Hunt as well. I guess maybe you'll be paying attention to that. And then IBKR, a lot of people have been asking about IBKR. Solid platform. I know Sharif is interested in using them. I've never really used Interactive Brokers myself. But shout out to Adair for getting that ready for us and getting that one up. Should be an interesting rest of the week. And we started out here with a few more names, but then we're going to get Netflix obviously later in the week. I think that's going to be the big one that everyone's waiting for in the tech space. That said, no rest for the wicked at all. I really think when you get Netflix and TSM, it'll matter a little bit more than ASML, but it's a nice little taste for some of the bigger names, and we get a start of it. The banks have been fun and interesting, but they haven't been the trading vehicles like some of these other bad boys. So let's be excited to get some bigger earnings starting to come through. We always love earnings season around here. Is this true, Joseph F? Oh, give me a break, AMC. Like, really? I gave up on AMC, and now it's going to go into VWAP. Sometimes it be like that. And you know what? When you get a chance, check out Trade TV. Trade TV 20 on Trade Ideas, because I feel like that was a subtle hint that we should be making that plug there when you had that interesting look there. No, I don't know what was going on with that one. But great day. This is hilarious, but I'm just going to show you guys AMC. I decided to give up on it because it's not moving and make like 1 cent on that trade, and then now it's going to plunge into VWAP. But you got to get out. Like, you can't hold on to these things forever at the end of the day. It was flat out, it was not moving. I defend the decision to get out of the trade. A lot of times it's not worth it letting it go into a losing trade. Like, why even lose the 2 cents? It ends up flushing now because why not? Joseph saying Red Lobster's going under. I have no idea. I'm not a huge Red Lobster fan. I love seafood, but I love good seafood. And I love those local places. If I go down to Miami, if I go out east, I want to get something local. I think that's the best way to have seafood, not something generic. But you know what you got to do? When we get to the end of the day, the camera needs to get off me and my ugly mug, and it needs to go on to Adair so we can drop the countdown on what was another fun day in the market, which still could close red. Yes, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and... All right, so now I'm calling it red. I'm calling red on this one. I saw all zeros on the NASDAQ, but there was a very, very split second. Like, for a split second, I also saw 0.01 to the downside on the NASDAQ. So, like, why they're calling, I mean, we could call it a push. The poll was like 51 to 49 anyways, but I swear, like, it's actually red right now on the NASDAQ. So I think everybody wins in that particularly. How about that? Everybody wins. Because it was technically a push, but we're red now, so negative wins. Shout out to Fabian Ramin and the 1s and 2s doing a fantastic job as always. Great day on the midday as well. You had Sharif, Adara, day 2 going live while still delivering the midday lesson. And on top of that, even giving live commentary when Powell is at the event. So you're doing 3 things at the same time. Like, you think it's hard to talk and trade? Well, imagine paying attention to Powell as he's giving not a speech, but as he was at that talk. I think it was a fantastic job done by Adara and Shreve, but we always do. Shout out to Frank. We love him as a guest, and we love it when he pumps the market to the upside, because it's comical that it still happens seemingly every single week, twice a week. But you know what time it is. You got some earnings after. Oh, you want me to stretch it? So I'm going to stretch it by saying I'm going to have some Subway tonight, which is unfortunate for me. They just told me to stretch, so I'm just going to say that. No, it's because my daughter has gymnastics, and my wife is finally wrapping up her data security course, but she's going to be busy, and there's going to be only enough time for me to order like Uber Eats on the train, and then like stuff it, get my daughter to eat really, really fast when I get home, and then we're out the door to gymnastics. I always love it. Oh shoot, it's swimming tonight. See, I can't even keep a track. Then we're out the door to swimming, which it'll be a big one because last week she had that elbow thing and she fell. So she's a little bit pensive because the last time she was at swimming, she took a big time spill. She was not running, but sometimes you know how kids are. Like if she got hurt last time, she's like, do I really want to go? So I'm like, yeah, you love sandwiches. We're going to have sandwiches tonight, so you're in a good mood. And she just gets right back up, and kids are resilient. But it's going to be busy for me. Then we're right back at it here tomorrow. And you know it's going to be an absolute wild one. Derek Thompson, I will not tell the cigar story now. I want to save that for like an actual, like if I'm telling you guys the cigar story, then I'll do that if I get a chance to get back on the pod. If we do some kind of a lower brow talk where we're not talking about the market, because I have to explain the entire evening. Like it started at this like Cuban restaurant in Dallas, which, by the way, had the most ridiculous cars I've ever seen in the parking lot. And it ended up at the end of the night in some random bar. And shenanigans happened after that. But I think we are ready to go. Let's get onto the desk. We've got UAL earnings after the bell. We have a recap of all the crazy trading. And it's the market recap in general as the NASDAQ closed red. Let's go, Sean.
All right, what's up, everybody? You guys know what's good. I mean, we already said the market would turn red. All right, there it is. Yeah, congratulations to everybody today. We had a bang-up day. I don't know if you could tell that or not. But right now, we are getting ready to have Brian Shannon on. As traders stay late. So we'll go bang on that one. I'm just going to call this up while everybody follows over. Obviously, it's the same feed. So thank you so much. I'm just going to load this up, get the roll call going. But as you can see here today, kind of an ugly day as far as some of the major indexes go. We're not going to keep talking about uranium or UNG all the time. Gold, though, today just holding on to a positive day again. So here we go. We'll pull this out, pop out chat. Hey, where was that vote anyways? I said dump it. So that looks like that might have been right. What were the cues at the end of the day? I know we might have just turned a little bit red. It looks like we are just a tad bit positive. So congratulations to everybody that chose green. It looks like you will win, although the pullback was there at the end of the day. We talked to Michael Noss, and it looks like there is some problems here with these charts going back and forth. So there's the NASDAQ, a very, very choppy day as we go. So basically today, the market today, very range bound for most of the day. We had discussions from Fed Chair Powell, of course, with Tiff Macklem there in Canada, and he talked about restrictive policy needs further time to work as inflation remains persistent. Similar concepts and talk from Jefferson today. Hotter than expected data also continues. So here's the NASDAQ. Let me go back to the daily, and here we go. Nice little pullback, potentially seeing some bottoms here in the NASDAQ. I don't know. Today was a 0 day. We wait. Tomorrow we get the big dog. We've got Netflix coming tomorrow. We've already talked about where this looks on the RSI. Can Netflix hold $600? We'll find out immediately. Oil and XLE. Ruh-roh. We are getting close to possibly getting some out here on the XLE. I apologize, man. Over 300 trades or so today. We're going to have a sip of water. That's one of the oldest animations, the Hydration Nation. So shout out to everybody out there. XLB takes it a little bit on the chin. I was noticing that there today, back into the 50 period. Right now is the materials sector coming back in. XLI Downside again here today, down 0.23. So many names are at 50-period moving averages. I'm not sure it's time to buy unless you're dollar cost averaging or maybe potentially not in to some of these names. We had a good day for UNH though. UNH today up 5%. Look at that bounce. Let's close this. Look at that bounce off of some nice levels support there at 450 as UNH comes through today with some good stories there. Real estate stocks fall today, followed by a bunch of real estate following a drop in housing starts for March. So that's this, XLRE. Look at the housing stocks today. Real estate downside as a drop in housing starts hits the market. So there it goes. This one again underneath the 200 period. Remember our friend Warren, Mr. Buffett, I believe, XHB. This guy was involved as well. The housing sector, wow, that really boomed out there for this home builders ETF. But again, a pullback in on this as well. Possible buy spots 94, 95 here for XH. This is XHB. China still can't get out of its way, man. As more of this political unrest happens, we have China hitting back again down today into the 50-period moving average. But we've talked about this possibly getting out of some of that as we hit the top of $25 again. Mega cap stocks today, led by chip names. Check out AMD today. Let's flip this over into the 3-minute chart. We don't finish on highs, but pretty close to it, up to near 164 again. Look how choppy this is, but up 1.78 as Stifel comes in today and upgrades a couple of these names. Both AMD and NVDA upgraded today, both holding fort, helping this NASDAQ stay petite Greensville today on that. Gold SLV, let's check out some silver as we go on SLV, down 2.39% again there today. I say again, but we had a big move up, now a fade back in silver. I still believe that as a store of value, we know China continues to buy some gold. So I feel like this story is nowhere near done. I think gold can get actually higher than this. I think it was at JP Morgan. Those of you that are in the chat, big shout out to everybody that's here right now. Over 2,600 of you watching. Here it is right now. Ooh, what's up to everybody? You want to do an early roll call? Let's do an early roll call to see who's here with us right now. That's right. UAL has earnings. What am I doing? All right, forget the roll call. Roll call can wait. UAL, I forgot about that. My bad. Right there, UAL with earnings. We are back into earnings season. That's why you guys are here. Let's go to Benzinga right now. Over 2,300 of you watching. I don't see UAL on here. I am not going to report a number that I do not see. So we'll wait on that one. But UAL right now going to the upside. An obvious bang up move for UAL. You can see here up 4% year to date for UAL, but starting to go higher up to $44. Let's flip it over into the daily chart and see what's going on with this. So here we are. We are back up to the 200. I would say bang, but watch out for a fail now on UAL as it comes up to the upside. We wrote down here, let's go over next topic. I'll change it. There it is. ASML, we won't get that. We'll wait for, that's tomorrow morning. We'll wait for UAL, and I think IBKR is tonight. Are we wrong on that one? IBKR. Let me just get that again. So not much happening on the daily chart. We'll flip this over. Not much happening right now either. IBKR is post-market on the 16th. Okay. So we'll wait for that right now. There it is. Raises dividend. Maybe IBKR is out. Let me just flip this over to a minute chart and see if we do get IBKR. So up and down, not looking too interesting right here on a 1 minute, but I did see this on Benzinga. So where was it right here? By the way, this is brought to you by Benzinga. This is a great platform. Releasing the news when they get it. There it is. Interactive Brokers raises dividend from 10 cents to 25 cents. 250%, 150% raise. Nice move there for them, but I am not seeing the report out yet for IBKR. There it is. Okay, my bad. So it's just not moving around. Here it is right here. Gap diluted of 161, EPS of 164, as we can see right there. Looks like they're going to, and then there's the gap raise on the dividend as well. So they're going to beat on the top and on the bottom, revenues and EPS, both beating, and a quarterly raise. So I apologize. Bang it out there for IBKR. Nice story. We like that one. 10 new stories coming in right now. Is one of them UAL? And yes, it is. Here it is right now. Live. Here we go. Breaking news. That's enough. I really like that, just a little long. There it is right now. It's UAL coming out, beating now 15 cents, so to the negative side, but they beat 15 cents versus negative 57. Also on the sales, we know they got butts in seats, man. Hard to come across airline travel now, very expensive. Butts in seats, UAL. I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me. I haven't traveled in a minute. I just have heard that airlines continue to be pretty sold out. There it is right now. UAL shares are trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results. So here we go. Let's just have a quick look. That's still IBKR. Let's go over to UAL and have a quick look. Yes, sir. UAL right now up 7 and a bit on a good report. We did have UNH come out today. Pretty aggressive move today for UNH, but look what happened. The move was pretty much all earnings. After today, you could start to see a little bit of back and forth. If we're going to drop an anchored VWAP on something, let's do it right now. Let's drop it to that low of the earnings report and then see, look at that anchor. So the purple is the anchor right now, hitting it right there on the 1 minute. Faded the anchored VWAP pretty much all day, hit there, took it out, but then at the end of the day, we wind up underneath the anchor from earnings. So there it is right there. Nice move for UNH. We also had J&J on our mind today, but we didn't trade much of it. Hydration Nation. I could put Hydration Nation on my board over here, but I know that they like hitting it over there. J&J. So a 3-minute chart here for J&J. Let's have a quick look. What did this stock do today? I don't really trade earnings too often, as you guys will know live on the show. And what I mean by that is that often you get this kind of movement, right? Like J&J will start the day. I believe it started the day with a nice positive move, right? There's J&J. So down there, we were basically flat. Good move there off the open, I guess. Faded into 144. J&J down 2% today after all is said and done. But pretty choppy trading again. You could have bought this 144. That would have been pretty good, but you had to have withstand a 60-cent drop down. That's probably enough to get me out off of that day's bottom. But Johnson & Johnson, let me flip this over to the daily chart just to see how this is. This name's been pretty like, meh. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Let me look at a weekly chart here for Johnson & Johnson. I want to check back on IBKR. Not much happening. Wow, okay. Wow, Johnson & Johnson not performing very well at all. I believe that once I drop an anchored VWAP on this right down here to that bottom, yeah, we are well under right now and starting to fade. Anchor VWAP very similar to everything up here. Huge move to the downside for Johnson & Johnson. If you're looking for some value, you may want to pick this one up, but do not get caught in value traps because no matter what this dividend is, 3 or 4%, you lost 2% today just on the equity. Be careful with J&J. Obviously, as we continue to hit downside momentum, Johnson & Johnson looks like a pretty weak name. We did also have Morgan Stanley come through on the week. It's kind of stuck here. We're waiting for this to break through $94, but a good day for Morgan Stanley, up that 2.5. We also had BAC come through today as well. I put this on the radar at 38. We don't get a 38 because why? Wow. Just like JP Morgan, Bank of America goes the other way. So Bank of America coming back in today and again bouncing off of the 200 period moving average. Bank of America hits low right there today. Weekly chart not looking great for BAC. We've talked about some of these banks. Wells Fargo looks like it wants to break out. Bank of America looks like it wants to break down. Why trade? Like, this is the thing. You don't have to be into names just because. I would wait for stronger names, let the charts and let the price action speak. Like Wells Fargo right here. Looks like we might have found a top for sure. But if you break long, then this is probably a decent trade for you. I like this break long on Wells Fargo. So again, something to look at here. Trade the better names. IBKR came out with earnings. Let's just have a quick look on that one. Let's flip this over into a 1-minute chart. We'll flip back. We'll change this into 1 minute and see what's going on. IBKR right now flat. UAL comes out with a report. That's a nice move to the upside right there. So this seems to be working out for us. Nice job, not for me, but nice job there. Hey, an ETF that we don't track enough. If you are looking for airlines, and we will welcome Brian Shannon in just a couple of seconds as I see he's logged on. Welcome to Brian in just a couple minutes. We'll talk all about this. AMD reports coming up very soon. April the 16th is today. AMD report. I just saw it comes AMD reporting next week. We'll wait for that. Jets ETF. Look on the daily. We're still above. I think you can play weakness in the airlines by buying the Jets ETF. The top 4 holdings are all like 10%. UAL, Delta, American, and it might be Air Canada there, but there's probably one that I'm missing. So Jets ETF, do your research, but that's something to look at here if you are excited for that. Interest rate sensitive sectors continue to make moves down, including here the solar ETF in Invesco. Oh man, I mean, we could talk to Brian about this. I don't know if there's enough of you that are interested in this name, but Enphase could be a name. We've talked about Solar Edge as well. ENPH was the healthiest of the group and still is holding above 110. But guys, look at TAN. I don't know. I don't like catching falling knives, but this stock looks pretty bad. Let's scan it out to a weekly chart here for TAN, and we just close this. You know what Brian's going to tell me to do, so I'm going to beat him to it. Take my face off of here. I'm going to drop an anchored VWAP at this weekly low right here that goes all the way back to March of 2020. Let's go back to COVID lows. Drop that down. Okay, so it dropped it up here. So it's probably going to be, I could just delete it, but let's just use it. Okay, we're nowhere near, man. Once we broke that anchor, very similar to the 200 period on the high side now, but there's the break. The anchored VWAP, probably a much better break right there, $83. Downside, then support, 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 and you are getting killed on TAN. So I'll ask Brian about this one because this stock continues to go lower. If we're ready, he is ready. Hey, good evening and or good afternoon, Brian. I had a situation here with our board, which is Ramin, who's running the board here with our board. She said that about 4 o'clock I should be saying good evening. What do you think? Is 4 o'clock evening?
You know, if you're looking for an excuse to drink, I guess that's the way you would go with it. But
Okay. All
here
right.
it's 2:20 here, so it's not quite evening. So I'm going to stick with me Central, which is Mountain Time Zone. So I'm going to say good afternoon, Sean.
Well, then, good afternoon, Brian. I hope you had a fantastic day. And me and you have talked about this potential move in the market a couple times. So was there anything surprising today in the market for you or the last couple days?
Sean, just the barcode nature of this morning, and I love that term, which I've completely stole from you. I put the little barcodes out there and stuff. That's a Sean all the way. What has surprised me? No, nothing really. I mean, the markets are doing what they're supposed to do. We had a phenomenal run off of last October's lows. We ran up, we distributed really for the last 4 or 6 weeks, and now we're getting a little bit of a price correction. We're coming down in these markets to key levels, the S&P at the 38.2% retracement, as well as an important anchored VWAP, same with the NASDAQ, the home builders, as you mentioned. I've got this monthly TAN up, Sean, to show you something here, which is pretty crazy. Since the inception of the TAN, the solar index, look at the anchor from the inception of it, how well this has traded along this as support and resistance. Wow. It's pretty amazing that, that goes back to 2008, how relevant these anchors can be. It's not just for day trading, as some people think.
Brian, you might find a kick on this one, but who's managing this fund? Kathy Wood? I mean, this was $300. Now you're down to $39. I know you have a nice soft spot in your heart for the ARC ETF, but maybe we can call that up. I mean, you and I have talked about that a bit and sort of where that's been going. She's been right about a few things. Let's give some credit. Bitcoin, Tesla, but some of these other names. We saw one, and I don't even know if you know this, but her average cost on this Pacific Biosciences, come over to my screen here, just to your point. Keep on ARK for now, though, Brian, but look at this. This PAC B, Pacific Bioscience, Neil looked it up, and her average cost is $19 on this name. We're down at $1.50 and breaking lower. Not all of it her fault, but we can't be managing our positions like this. Let a stock that's $19, $20 get down to $1.40. I think you and I agree. Part of the staying power of traders like you and I is risk management. You and I preach that all the time.
Sure. I mean, I saw her fund is down 15, 16% year to date once again. I mean, people thought she was back last year because she had a bounce back year in the market, but Morningstar called it best. She is a destroyer of wealth. She has destroyed over $10 billion worth of wealth. Worst fund manager, really probably ever. I don't know if those numbers are, if that's true ever, but a broken clock is right twice a day, and that's your Bitcoin and your Tesla trades. In aggregate, on the ARK fund, the largest, the average price that people are involved in this fund is at about 60, and we're down at $43. That tells me the average participant over the course of 10 years is down 25%. That's horrific.
No, that's bad. And like, oh, Kathy?
Don't accept. Spam. Market
no, sorry, that was from China. That was a Chinese. That was not Kathy Wood. That was fake Kathy Wood. Right there. But I'll tell her you said hi for sure. Okay, so that's the move to the downside. We have some fun on the show. We also have a Powell call and a Warren Buffett call in case we're talking a little bit about value. I saw you mention today, you tweeted something out. And by the way, go find Brian. I mean, what a great follow. Thanks for the credit on that barcode. But you have so many great charts, so many different ideas that you tweet about. I saw you talk about SMCI today. So I don't know. I'll call it up on my chart and give you a second to do this. To do the same as well. So here's SMCI on the week. I mean, it's very, very impressive. This name just continues to rock and roll. And then again today, up another 10%. I mean, bouncing off of 870. Who would have thought that maybe was a key level? This name just continues to run. We do have earnings coming up in just under, what day is it, 16th? So just 2 weeks today, actually, coming for Super Micro. But I mean, maybe we should just play the trend here, Brian, and just keep going long, wait for that 1,000 break, and maybe we get back up to the top. Is there anything that our traders need to be concerned with? Anything sort of attracting you over to SMCI?
Yeah, a couple things. I had posted the 30-minute chart with that 5-day moving average. That's the orange moving average. And I posted the chart over here saying we're at a level of interest. This level of interest is, from the anchored VWAP from that gap lower over here on this side of the chart. And then this blue is the month to date. I was kind of thinking that we might settle down in that area for today and then tomorrow maybe pull back, create a little higher low here, and then get going. I still think that's a possible scenario for tomorrow, but maybe we don't pull back as deep. Maybe we pull back to here and then continue higher. And then what we'd be looking for, Sean, because the trend obviously is your friend, and is the anchor off of the all-time high, which would bring us to about 1,020 or so, and the anchor off that gap at about 1040. So looking for maybe a little bit of a pullback in the morning and then a ramp up to 1020, 1040 is the way SMCI looks to me. And here's one other real important thing is this is where we were 20 days ago. Right. You can see that 20-day moving average is declining as the end of the day today. That's because we got rid of this data right here yesterday. Tomorrow we get rid of that data, meaning the 20-day moving average will be rising once again and should look like this in a couple of days.
I do like all that, and I think that playing momentum, we've had a couple traders on that trade options as well, and they talk about people getting positioned up ahead of earnings, especially on names like this where you're in the right sector. You've got NVIDIA, hopefully tailwinds, AMD potentially catching some bids today as well, and SMCI levered up there. Nice move to the upside for Super Micro. All right, I wanted to ask you about Netflix because I feel like I'm getting a little bit too obsessed with the RSI. So come over to, I'm looking at the daily here, and honestly, I'm seeing like the RSI just going lower and lower, maybe finding a base, and maybe I'm way off here, but the last time we started to make some moves, we kind of stopped in and around the 50 spot for RSI, and I know it's just kind of a relative strength, and maybe we're not getting too much strength, but as we sort of barcode here on the daily for Netflix. To me, this name is vulnerable to a bad quarter. If they miss right now, I feel like they're going to get punished pretty bad. We saw JP Morgan not even have that bad of a number, and they fell down because they were priced for perfection. I feel the same thing could be true here for Netflix. Trying to hold on to something could blow out, and if it does, great. But I'm looking at if they miss here, I think this is vulnerable. Maybe even this gap fill back into 500. Maybe that's too egregious, but what do you think on Netflix? Am I being a little too cautious?
No, I don't think you can ever be too cautious ahead of earnings, especially with the stock that has had as good a run as this has, starting the year at 470 and rallying, 30% or so. I would be looking at, yes, the 50-day moving average, and this market has, the stock has corrected through time, waiting for that 50-day moving average. To me, that's bullish. It's more bullish than, had we pulled back to the 50-day moving average over here. I've got the wrong tool on. Pull back, over here, a deeper pullback. Instead, we time corrected. So if we get a negative reaction, the first level I would be looking at, Sean, is this right here. This is the anchor from last quarter's earnings. And that would be at about 585 or so. I think that's your first important level. And then the year-to-date anchor at about 563. Those are the two levels I'd be focused on. And then maybe throw a Fibonacci in there and say, does that help us at all? Not really, just adds another confusing level.
See okay, so right there, Brian, when you said let's add a Fibonacci, I kind of like chuckled a little bit, and then you kind of answered the question that I was going to ask you, and that was sometimes we put too many things up, look at them, and then start to second guess, but I like what you did immediately there. You saw something you didn't, you're like, not worth it. I like that. That shows a good sign. You know what I put come over here, look at this. I just drew the anchored view up on this bottom right there at 340, which is where the whole market bottom basically in October. And looky what we see right here too, Brian. Back down to 500 is where I'm seeing right now. That would be pretty unique if we got that. I'm never going to forget that day when we had NVIDIA earnings on, and it was absolutely wild. And I was like, where is it going to stop? And then I happened to have you on. You threw up an anchored view up, and it almost stopped. I think it was within like a couple bucks. It might have been 330. I don't remember the exact price. You probably remember that, and that was absolutely epic. So definitely check out some anchored view ups there into earnings. All right. We had a question about NCNO. Someone on the chat remembers you talking about that one.
Yes.
We did get a fade in that. So now we're back down to $29 or $30. Again, what is the story with this name? Looked like it was going to break out, and in fact did break out up to 37 and change. We had earnings all the way back in March 26th, if that's correct. But here's the fade back in. Looks like we're getting weaker on NCNO.
Absolutely. This one, if you recall, if we can pull up my screen, we spoke about this 1 week ago today, and we were right here. And what I was saying is if it gets above this level, I want to be a buyer with a stop underneath this higher low.
Right.
I think I'd also drawn in an anchor here, which was below that low. So instead, what we saw happen was the next day, the stock gapped lower below what was to be the stop. So whenever I'm talking about a stock that I'm looking for a swing trade to the long side, if it hits the stop prior to the entry, it completely invalidates the trade. And in this case, by not getting involved, avoided a heck of a loser. As they say, it's better to be on the sidelines wishing you were in than it is to be in wishing you were out. So I never traded that one because it never triggered. That's why we always say when we're buying on strength above a certain level, if it doesn't get there, no tick, no trade. And then once it violates the stop, it's a completely different risk reward setup.
Yep.
And to me, it's off the list unless it sets up again. And this has really surprised me, the magnitude of this pullback, but it's, it shows you why you have risk management tools and rules of engagement and rules to not engage.
No, 100%. I mean, and that's a perfect example right there about looking at levels, finding the level, calling it, and then you don't have to execute if it doesn't react your way. So great call there. And I just want to say thank you for that because we were getting a follow-up question on the board. All right, it's 4:30 already. Like when you're having fun, time flies. So thank you for joining us this afternoon. But is there another sort of name like that NCNO. Is there anything else that's sort of like tickling your fancy? Is that something that
GCT might be an interesting one. It kind of trades similar to SMCI. It's a lower price stock. It's above the anchor from the all-time high. It got a little bit extended here today, like SMCI did. So I think if you get a pullback, maybe tomorrow down, 34.50-ish, and then back above the 1 and 2 day volume weighted average price levels, that you buy it somewhere above those with a stop below here. And let me just say, so to be clear, if it breaks below here first, that invalidates the trade. I wouldn't be interested in it.
Well, that makes perfect sense. I was just going to try to see when they report. Do you always look for when stocks potentially report before?
I do. Yeah, and on each one of my charts that you can see right up here in the upper corner, upper bar, you see next earnings report is 5/22.
Right.
That's on all of my charts because it's that important. I need to be aware of it.
Yep, I agree. And I was just noticing that one May 23rd, so we are a little ways away. All right, over 2,000 watching. I want to thank you, Brian. They can go find you at Alpha Trends. Unfortunately, I can't find a copy of your book, but it's absolutely fantastic. Advanced Trading Techniques with a VWAP. What is the title?
What is it called? Maximum Trading Gains with Anchor VWAP. I had to look down.
Maximum Trading Gains. I was like, Advanced Trading Gains? Maximum Trading Gains with your anchored VWAP. Go check him out. It's at Alpha Trends, and it is Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for joining me once again here on a Tuesday.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
Ciao. That's Brian Shannon. It really doesn't get much better than that. So I want to give a big shout out to Mr. Shannon one more time as he confirms it is afternoon. So good afternoon, Brian, and thank you one more time for joining. All right, look, I wasn't able to log in. I think I got to update the software over here, to be honest with you. So once we do that, look, we had a couple good trades today, including fading Apple. We actually wound up going 8 for 8 today. But again, we'll hold off on that. Oh, shout out to Adara, who messaged me here today. LVMH actually down today. The world's richest man, Bernard Arnault, with LVMH loses 1.2% of 240 billion today. Net worth, a lot of that tied up in stock. But look at this, man. Ramin, we've got up right now, 2% up. Let's get those bags. But Ramin doesn't have one unless it's a Birkin, so we'll wait for that. Perfume and cosmetic, up 7%. Jewelry and watches, that's surprising, down 2%. Retail, we've talked about that. Sephora, hello. And then right there, wines and spirits, down 12%. Is that a puff, pass problem? LVMH down 12% on liquor. Smartphone, I mean, Samsung retakes the crown there from Apple. We've talked about that one. Very, very interesting. 60 million units sold for Samsung versus Apple's 50 million. But remember, Apple just has the flagship. They do have different sizes. Samsung, I believe, the Fold, a couple different phones in there as well. Hey, look, it's a concern for me. When China comes through and says, we're holding back on buying Apple phones for certain sectors of the government and certain companies, that can't bode well for Apple and that. Anyways, Huawei, Xiaomi, and Samsung all taking market share from that. Look, we just finished what a great day it was there trading, and I feel like we just killed this market recap show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and make sure that you do join me tomorrow. That is for sure. I'm going to be here at 8:30. That's, rise and shine, baby. Join me, Sticky Note Nation. Traders stay late. Thank you to Brian Shannon, and for everybody else out there, good afternoon and good evening. I'm coming home very, very soon. I will see you soon, Marissa, and see everybody tomorrow at 8:30. Follow me on the gram.